SAP ECC to S4 HANA Migration Incidents Part 2, After Go-Live Incidents and Fixes.
After go-live, execution, behavioral, finance, stability risk and ghost incidents focus, real production chaos, costing shifts, cross-module conflicts, PPDS and compliance.
Part 1 Recap, Structural Discipline Before Go-Live.
In Part 1, we covered 77 critical SAP PP incidents that occur before and during conversion, including structural master data risks, conversion window failures, MRP live logic shifts, and shop floor execution behavior changes. We established governance using the RACI model and clarified real ownership at the functional lead level. The message was clear: S/4HANA does not create chaos. It enforces discipline.
Transition, from planning stability to financial and integration consequences.
Now we move beyond planning mechanics. In Part 2, we examine what happens after production starts flowing, costs begin settling, integrations activate, and advanced planning algorithms run under real data load. These are the failures that surface after the project team declares success.
Part 2 Advanced Planning, Costing, Integration and Post-Go-Live Risks.
This part focuses on the deeper layers of SAP PP and S/4HANA, costing shifts, cross-module breakdowns, HANA performance realities, extensibility disruptions, ghost issues after stabilization, and advanced planning transformation. These are enterprise-level risks that separate technical migration from operational success.
Categories covered in Part 2.
Category 5, Costing, WIP and Settlement Impact, Scenarios 78 to 90. Category 6, Cross-Module Integration Failures, Scenarios 91 to 102. Category 7, HANA Performance and Parallelism Impact, Scenarios 103 to 112. Category 8, Extensibility and Modification Surprises, Scenarios 113 to 124. Category 9, Post-Go-Live Ghost Issues, Scenarios 125 to 136. Category 10, Advanced Planning and Embedded PPDS, Scenarios 137 to 144.
Category 5 Costing, WIP and Settlement Impact.
Production planning does not end with order creation. Financial truth begins when work in progress, variance calculation, settlement logic, and material ledger valuation activate. Many projects stabilize planning but fail during first period close. This category addresses financial integrity risks introduced or exposed during ECC to S/4HANA migration.
Scenarios covered in Category 5.
Scenario 78, WIP calculation differences. Scenario 79, variance calculation shifts. Scenario 80, settlement rule migration issues. Scenario 81, cost component split changes. Scenario 82, material ledger impact. Scenario 83, activity price calculation differences. Scenario 84, standard cost roll-up differences. Scenario 85, order settlement timing differences. Scenario 86, parallel valuation impact. Scenario 87, production variance postings differences. Scenario 88, scrap cost allocation changes. Scenario 89, overhead calculation differences. Scenario 90, work center and cost center integration issues.
Scenario 78, WIP calculation differences.
After ECC to S/4HANA conversion, work in progress values begin to differ from historical expectations. During the first period end close, finance detects unexpected WIP balances across production orders. Although planning appears stable, financial valuation no longer aligns with prior ECC behavior.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical financial close risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first period close. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this failure manifests during financial close and how to detect it early. 1. Symptom, WIP balances differ significantly from ECC historical averages. 2. Red flag KCACs or settlement simulations produce unexpected capitalization values. 3. Business impact, month-end closing is delayed and management reports show valuation inconsistencies. 4. Detection, early simulation of WIP calculation in quality system before first productive close. 5. Technical proof, variance between order actual costs and calculated WIP visible in line item analysis. Insight, if planning looks correct but finance disagrees, valuation logic has shifted.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA introduces mandatory material ledger integration affecting valuation logic. 2. Cost component split behavior may differ from ECC configuration. 3. Settlement profiles and result analysis keys may not be fully aligned after migration. 4. Parallel valuation or ledger-specific rules alter WIP determination logic. The calculation formula did not disappear. The financial architecture evolved.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed legacy valuation configurations without enforcing material ledger consistency. 2. S/4HANA activates universal journal integration affecting order valuation. 3. Migration changes underlying ledger structures even when configuration seems unchanged. 4. Financial discrepancies surface only after conversion activates new valuation flows. What was structurally separate in ECC becomes tightly integrated in S/4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA migration, accountability follows a RACI structure across workstreams. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who does the work. 1. Accountable CO functional lead for financial valuation sign-off. 2. Responsible CO functional team for result analysis and WIP configuration validation. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for production order structure alignment. 4. Informed finance controller for close validation and reporting impact. Enterprise governance requires financial risk ownership to sit with the functional lead responsible for valuation logic.
Ownership who actually fixes it.
Correcting WIP differences requires financial architecture validation, not transactional adjustment. 1. CO functional lead reviews result analysis configuration and settlement profiles. 2. CO functional lead validates cost component split behavior under material ledger. 3. PP functional lead confirms order types and settlement rules are structurally aligned. 4. Finance controller validates recalculated WIP values against business expectations.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because production orders appear incorrect. 2. Blamed SAP because universal journal integration changed behavior. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for valuation logic alignment. 4. Root cause financial architecture shift activated during migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead recalibrates result analysis keys and settlement profiles. 2. CO functional lead validates material ledger integration parameters. 3. PP functional lead ensures order master data supports correct valuation flow. 4. Finance controller performs parallel close simulation before final sign-off.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting WIP balances in financial statements. 2. Reversing production postings without analyzing valuation configuration. 3. Blaming material ledger activation without validating configuration. 4. Closing the period without reconciliation simulation. Shortcuts in financial close create audit exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why do WIP differences appear only during first close?
Answer: because WIP calculation is triggered during period-end processing. Transactional postings may appear normal during daily operations. The structural difference in valuation logic becomes visible only when settlement and result analysis programs execute.
Follow-up 2. Can material ledger alone cause this issue?
Answer: material ledger integration influences valuation logic, but it is rarely the sole cause. The interaction between cost component split, settlement rules, and ledger configuration usually drives the difference. Comprehensive configuration review is required.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do experienced CO teams still underestimate this risk?
Answer: because configuration appears unchanged on the surface. Teams assume identical SPRO settings guarantee identical outcomes. However, S/4HANA changes financial integration layers that alter calculation flows even with similar configuration screens.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never wait for the first productive close to validate WIP. Simulate result analysis in quality system with migrated data and material ledger active. Financial surprises after go-live damage executive confidence faster than planning errors.
Scenario 79. Variance calculation shifts.
After migration to S/4HANA, production order variances begin to behave differently compared to ECC. During settlement, unexpected variance categories appear, and management notices deviations in manufacturing performance reports. Operational execution looks normal, but financial interpretation changes.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high financial reporting impact. 2. Phase, post-go-live and period-end settlement. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this failure manifests in costing reports and how to identify it early. 1. Symptom, variance categories such as input price or quantity variance differ from ECC history. 2. Red flag KKS2 or variance reports show unexpected distribution across cost elements. 3. Business impact, manufacturing performance KPIs fluctuate without operational change. 4. Detection, parallel variance simulation in quality system before productive settlement. 5. Technical proof, comparison of variance calculation schema before and after conversion. Insight, when performance appears worse without process change, valuation logic has shifted.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA integrates variance calculation more tightly with material ledger. 2. Cost component split behavior may influence variance category assignment. 3. Settlement profiles and valuation strategies may have subtle structural changes. 4. Ledger-specific postings alter financial interpretation of production deviations. Variance logic is not removed. It is recalculated within a different financial architecture.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC variance calculation operated without mandatory universal journal integration. 2. S/4HANA consolidates financial flows into a single journal structure. 3. Migration activates material ledger and parallel valuation impacts. 4. The structural change only becomes visible after conversion. Financial logic evolves silently during migration.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI model. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who does the work. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead for variance configuration and financial outcome. 2. Responsible, CO functional team for variance schema validation and testing. 3. Consulted, PP functional lead for production execution alignment. 4. Informed, finance controller for reporting validation. Financial risk ownership must sit with the functional lead controlling valuation rules.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting variance shifts requires configuration validation, not transactional correction. 1. CO functional lead reviews variance calculation schema and cost component mapping. 2. CO functional lead validates material ledger influence on variance logic. 3. PP functional lead confirms order master data supports correct cost assignment. 4. Finance controller validates revised variance reporting accuracy.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed production team for operational inefficiency. 2. Blamed SAP because reports changed format or totals. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for variance architecture alignment. 4. Root cause, financial integration shift activated by S/4HANA.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead recalibrates variance keys and cost component mapping. 2. CO functional lead tests settlement with representative production orders. 3. PP functional lead verifies that routing and BOM quantities align with cost structure. 4. Finance controller approves updated variance reporting logic.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adjusting performance KPIs without validating variance configuration. 2. Blaming production yield without reviewing valuation schema. 3. Suppressing variance categories in reporting. 4. Closing periods without reconciliation analysis. Hiding financial symptoms does not correct architectural shifts.
Follow-up 1. Why do variance categories appear differently after migration?
Answer: because S/4HANA integrates variance logic more tightly with Universal Journal and Material Ledger. Even if configuration appears similar, financial posting flows change. This alters how costs are categorized during settlement.
Follow-up 2. Is this purely a CO issue?
Answer: primarily yes, but production master data influences cost flow. Incorrect routing quantities or BOM structures amplify financial discrepancies. Coordination between PP and CO is essential.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do executives panic when variances shift?
Answer: because variance trends influence profitability and operational performance perception. Sudden unexplained changes undermine confidence in financial reporting. Early simulation and alignment prevent executive escalation.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always simulate variance calculation with migrated historical orders before first productive settlement. If the pattern changes, investigate architecture first, not operations.
Scenario 80. Settlement rule migration issues.
During or after ECC to S/4HANA conversion, production orders settle successfully, but post to unexpected receivers or fail with settlement errors. In some cases, historical orders show inconsistent settlement structures, creating reconciliation gaps during the first financial close.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical period end blocking. 2. Phase, conversion window and first financial close. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting ABAP lead tools. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard. Symptoms and evidence.
How settlement rule issues surface during financial closing and how to detect them early. 1. Symptom: settlement transaction fails or posts to incorrect cost centers or profitability segments. 2. Red flag: orders display missing or inconsistent settlement rules in master data. 3. Business impact: financial close is delayed and WIP or variance values remain unreconciled. 4. Detection: pre-conversion validation of open production orders and their settlement structures. 5. Technical proof: settlement log analysis reveals missing receiver assignments or invalid distribution rules. Insight: if settlement fails, it is rarely transactional. It is structural.
Why this happens. Scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Settlement rule structures in ECC may not align cleanly with S/4HANA Universal Journal architecture. 2. Custom enhancements influencing settlement logic may not migrate fully. 3. Ledger or valuation activation alters permissible receivers. 4. Open orders converted with incomplete or inconsistent settlement master data. S/4HANA enforces tighter integration between order settlement and financial posting.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC settlement operated within classic general ledger structures. 2. S/4HANA consolidates financial flows into the Universal Journal. 3. Migration converts open orders with embedded historical logic. 4. Structural misalignment appears only when settlement is executed in the new environment. Legacy order history meets a redesigned financial backbone.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI model. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who does the work. 1. Accountable: CO functional lead for settlement design and compliance. 2. Responsible: ABAP lead tools for migration validation scripts or correction utilities. 3. Consulted: PP functional lead for production order lifecycle validation. 4. Informed: finance controller for settlement result approval. Settlement governance must sit with the financial architecture owner.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Settlement correction requires structural remediation, not manual journal entries. 1. CO functional lead reviews and corrects settlement profile and receiver logic. 2. ABAP lead tools develop scripts to identify and correct inconsistent historical orders. 3. PP functional lead validates order status and lifecycle readiness for settlement. 4. Finance controller confirms financial accuracy before period closure.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed, finance because settlement errors appear in closing. 2. Blamed, system conversion for corrupting order data. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for settlement rule architecture. 4. Root cause, historical order structures not aligned with S4 HANA financial integration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead standardizes settlement profiles and validates receiver determination logic. 2. ABAP lead tools runs controlled correction programs for open orders. 3. PP functional lead ensures order statuses allow compliant settlement. 4. Finance controller performs controlled trial settlement before official closing.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual correction entries to offset settlement gaps. 2. Deleting settlement rules without root cause analysis. 3. Closing financial periods without reconciling open production orders. 4. Blaming conversion tools without reviewing settlement configuration. Manual corrections create audit exposure and long-term instability.
Follow-up 1. Why do settlement issues often appear only at first close?
Answer: because settlement is usually tested minimally during functional testing. The true financial impact becomes visible only during full period-end processing, when all open orders are evaluated together.
Follow-up 2. Can old orders be excluded from settlement temporarily?
Answer: technically yes, but financially risky. Excluding orders delays financial transparency and can distort WIP and variance reporting. Structural correction is always safer than postponement.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is settlement considered a governance risk?
Answer: because settlement controls cost flow to financial statements. Errors directly affect profitability and compliance. If settlement logic is misaligned, audit confidence declines immediately.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first productive settlement in S4 HANA, simulate period-end closing with migrated open orders. If even one settlement behaves unexpectedly, stop and redesign before closing.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Scenario 81. Cost component split changes.
After ECC to S4 HANA migration, cost component splits in production orders and material valuation display unexpected structures. Primary and secondary cost elements behave differently, and cost roll-ups no longer match historical ECC reports, creating confusion during cost analysis and audit reviews.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high financial visibility impact. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization and first costing cycle. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership cost accounting manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How cost component split changes surface in reporting and how to detect them early. 1. Symptom cost estimates show altered component structures compared to ECC. 2. Red flag costing run results differ despite unchanged BOM and routing quantities. 3. Business impact management reports show distorted material and activity breakdowns. 4. Detection, pre- and post-migration cost estimate comparison using identical test materials. 5. Technical proof, cost component structure configuration differences between ECC and S/4HANA. Insight, when cost splits change, the issue is structural configuration, not quantity logic.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA Universal Journal integrates primary and secondary cost elements differently. 2. Cost component structures may not have been fully aligned during migration. 3. Material ledger activation influences valuation layers. 4. Custom reporting in ECC relied on legacy component grouping logic. S/4HANA unifies financial logic, and cost structures must adapt accordingly.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed parallel cost element interpretations across ledgers. 2. S/4HANA standardizes cost element behavior within the Universal Journal. 3. Migration activates integrated financial architecture. 4. Historical assumptions about component splits are exposed during first costing cycles. Cost transparency increases, but legacy grouping shortcuts disappear.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI model. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who does the work. 1. Accountable CO functional lead for cost component architecture. 2. Responsible CO functional lead for configuration alignment and validation. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for quantity structure integrity. 4. Informed cost accounting manager for reporting approval. Cost structure governance sits with the financial design authority.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting cost component splits requires structural configuration review. 1. CO functional lead reviews and aligns cost component structures and configuration. 2. CO functional lead validates integration with material ledger valuation layers. 3. PP functional lead confirms BOM and routing quantities remain consistent. 4. Cost accounting manager validates management reporting alignment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because quantities appear correct but costs differ. 2. Blamed system conversion for changing financial structure. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for cost component configuration. 4. Root cause unified financial architecture enforcing consistent component logic.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead redesigns or aligns cost component structures with S/4HANA standards. 2. CO functional lead re-executes test costing runs for validation. 3. PP functional lead verifies quantity structure stability. 4. Cost accounting manager signs off reporting reconciliation before productive costing.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adjusting BOM quantities to force cost alignment. 2. Ignoring differences assuming they are minor rounding issues. 3. Modifying reports without correcting configuration. 4. Performing cost roll-up without validating component mapping. Masking structural cost differences leads to audit exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why do cost component splits matter to business leadership?
Answer: because component splits determine visibility into material, labor, and overhead structure. Distorted splits impact margin analysis and strategic pricing decisions.
Follow-up 2. Does material ledger activation amplify this issue?
Answer: yes. Material ledger integrates valuation layers and enforces consistent cost flows. Misaligned cost components become more visible under actual costing scenarios.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors focus heavily on cost structure changes?
Answer: because cost structure directly influences profitability reporting and inventory valuation. Any unexplained structural shift raises compliance and transparency concerns.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before finalizing cost component structures in S/4HANA, Perform parallel costing simulations against ECC baselines. Never assume structural consistency without documented validation.
Scenario 82, Material Ledger Impact.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, Material Ledger becomes mandatory and directly influences production order valuation, variance calculation, and inventory reporting. Organizations that previously treated Material Ledger as optional experience unexpected financial shifts during the first month-end close.
Scenario Classification.
1. Complexity, critical financial statement impact. 2. Phase during conversion and first month-end close. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting MM functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic Dashboard, Symptoms and Evidence.
How Material Ledger enforcement surfaces during stabilization and financial close. 1. Symptom, inventory valuation differs from ECC closing balances. 2. Red flag, unexpected price differences appear in production order settlement. 3. Business impact, gross margin fluctuations and reconciliation delays during close. 4. Detection, first post-go-live actual costing run shows new variance categories. 5. Technical proof. Material Ledger tables display multi-level price determination entries not previously active. Insight. When valuation logic shifts, it is usually Material Ledger asserting control.
Why this happens, Scenario Analysis and Root Cause.
1. S/4HANA mandates Material Ledger activation for all materials. 2. Actual costing logic integrates inventory valuation and production variance. 3. ECC environments often used simplified valuation assumptions. 4. Migration enforces consistent multi-currency and parallel valuation structures. Material Ledger is no longer optional architecture. It is core financial logic.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed companies to operate without active Material Ledger. 2. S/4HANA embeds Material Ledger into the Universal Journal framework. 3. Valuation differences appear only after conversion when actual costing runs. 4. Financial impacts become visible during first real production settlement. Migration does not create new costs. It reveals actual cost behavior.
Governance and Accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI structure. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who performs the configuration and validation. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead for valuation design and actual costing governance. 2. Responsible, CO functional lead for Material Ledger configuration and testing. 3. Consulted, MM functional lead for inventory integration and price control logic. 4. Informed, finance controller for financial statement validation. Financial architecture ownership remains with the cost governance authority.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Stabilizing Material Ledger impact requires structured valuation alignment. 1. CO functional lead reviews price determination settings and valuation variance. 2. CO functional lead executes controlled actual costing simulations. 3. MM functional lead validates material price control and inventory integration. 4. Finance controller reconciles inventory valuation with financial statements.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed production for cost spikes in orders. 2. Blamed migration project for unexpected valuation changes. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for valuation architecture. 4. Root cause, mandatory Material Ledger activation under S/4HANA.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead aligns price control strategies across materials. 2. CO functional lead configures actual costing parameters properly. 3. MM functional lead validates integration with goods movement valuation. 4. Finance controller approves reconciled inventory and variance postings.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Switching off actual costing after go live without impact analysis. 2. Forcing manual inventory adjustments to hide valuation gaps. 3. Ignoring price difference categories assuming they are temporary. 4. Blaming production execution without reviewing valuation configuration. Material Ledger cannot be bypassed. It must be governed.
Follow-up 1. Why is material ledger mandatory in S/4HANA?
Answer: because S/4HANA integrates valuation and financial reporting within the Universal Journal. Material ledger ensures consistent multi-currency and multi-valuation compliance.
Follow-up 2. Does this affect only manufacturing companies?
Answer: primarily yes, but any organization with inventory valuation is impacted. Production environments feel it more strongly due to settlement and variance integration.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do cost differences sometimes appear months later?
Answer: because actual costing and settlement logic aggregate data over time. Structural configuration gaps may not surface until sufficient production volume accumulates.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first productive month-end close, run multiple simulated actual costing cycles in quality environment. Validate valuation impact early to avoid executive-level surprises.
Scenario 83. Activity price calculation diff.
After ECC to S/4HANA conversion, activity prices assigned to work centers behave differently during production order confirmations and settlement. Companies observe unexpected production variances because activity rate calculations no longer align with historical ECC logic.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high costing and variance impact. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first cost roll-up. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How activity price inconsistencies surface during execution and settlement. 1. Symptom: production orders show higher or lower activity costs than expected. 2. Red flag: work center cost center actual postings differ from planned allocations. 3. Business impact: manufacturing variances increase and distort product margin analysis. 4. Detection: cost center reports show unexpected rate recalculations after migration. 5. Technical proof: KP26 activity price settings do not align with updated controlling area configuration. Insight: when production cost shifts without quantity change, activity pricing is usually the cause.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA enforces tighter integration between controlling and production planning. 2. Activity type configuration may have changed during controlling area realignment. 3. Work center formulas and cost center assignments were not fully validated. 4. Historical ECC rates were manually maintained without structured governance. Migration does not change the mathematics. It exposes structural inconsistencies.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated loosely aligned activity rate and work center assignments. 2. S/4HANA strengthens financial integration and validation rules. 3. Rate inconsistencies surface only when orders settle under new architecture. 4. Universal Journal consolidation makes variance visibility immediate. Cost structure governance becomes transparent under S/4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI structure. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who performs the configuration and validation. 1. Accountable: CO functional lead for activity rate governance. 2. Responsible: CO functional lead for maintaining activity type pricing. 3. Consulted: PP functional lead for work center and routing impact. 4. Informed: finance controller for margin and variance validation. Cost governance remains a controlling responsibility even when execution is in production.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Correcting activity pricing requires structured financial validation. 1. CO functional lead recalculates and validates activity prices. 2. CO functional lead ensures correct cost center and activity type integration. 3. PP functional lead validates routing times and work center formulas. 4. Finance controller reviews variance reports after adjustments.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed: production for inefficient execution. 2. Blamed: migration team for cost increases. 3. Actual owner: CO functional lead for activity pricing alignment. 4. Root cause: misaligned rate configuration during conversion.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead recalculates activity prices using updated cost center planning. 2. CO functional lead validates price control strategy before cost roll-up. 3. PP functional lead confirms routing durations and capacity formulas. 4. Finance controller approves corrected variance postings.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting order variances without correcting activity rates. 2. Blaming shop floor performance without cost validation. 3. Ignoring cost center plan data inconsistencies. 4. Running settlement repeatedly without root cause analysis. Surface corrections do not fix structural pricing misalignment.
Follow-up 1. Why are activity prices more sensitive in S/4HANA?
Answer: because S/4HANA integrates financial and operational data in real time. Variances become visible immediately during settlement and reporting.
Follow-up 2. Should activity prices be recalculated before go live?
Answer: yes. Simulating cost center planning and activity rate calculation before productive cutover reduces post-go-live variance surprises.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do some plants show impact while others do not?
Answer: because rate configuration and work center integration often differ by plant. Migration exposes these inconsistencies when centralized reporting is activated.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first production cost roll-up, validate activity types and routing integration in a controlled simulation. Activity pricing errors compound quickly across large production volumes.
Scenario 84. Standard cost roll-up diff.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, standard cost roll-up results differ from historical values even though BOM and routing quantities appear unchanged. Product cost estimates show unexpected increases or decreases, creating confusion before release of new fiscal year standards.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical inventory valuation impact. 2. Phase, pre-go-live costing simulation and first standard costing run. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How standard cost inconsistencies surface during costing runs. 1. Symptom: CK11N and CK40N results differ from ECC baseline values. 2. Red flag: cost component split shows unexpected material or activity shifts. 3. Business impact: inventory valuation changes and margin forecasts shift before go live. 4. Detection: test cost roll-ups in sandbox show deviations compared to ECC closing figures. 5. Technical proof: quantity structure explosion logs show alternate BOM or routing selections. Insight: when cost changes without structural quantity change, configuration alignment is usually the cause.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Production versions now control BOM and routing selection strictly. 2. Activity prices or cost component structures were adjusted during migration. 3. Material ledger mandatory activation affects valuation logic. 4. Alternative BOM strategies were not aligned across plants. S/4HANA enforces structured quantity and valuation integration.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed flexible quantity structure derivation without strict production version enforcement. 2. S/4HANA tightly integrates costing with planning architecture. 3. Universal journal transparency makes valuation deviations immediately visible. 4. Material ledger mandatory activation changes standard costing behavior. Cost discipline becomes mandatory under the S/4HANA financial model.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI structure. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who executes the configuration and costing run. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead for standard cost governance. 2. Responsible, CO functional lead for executing cost roll-up and validation. 3. Consulted, PP functional lead for BOM and routing structure alignment. 4. Informed, finance controller for valuation approval. Cost ownership remains within controlling even when master data influences the result.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting cost roll-up differences requires structural validation. 1. CO functional lead reviews cost component structure configuration. 2. CO functional lead validates material ledger and price control settings. 3. PP functional lead confirms production version and routing alignment. 4. Finance controller validates revised standard costs before release.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed migration team for valuation spikes. 2. Blamed production for inefficiency. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for costing structure alignment. 4. Root cause, quantity, and valuation governance gaps exposed by S/4HANA.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead revalidates costing variant and cost component structure. 2. CO functional lead simulates cost roll-up across representative materials. 3. PP functional lead confirms BOM and routing selection consistency. 4. Finance controller approves revised standards after reconciliation.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing manual cost adjustments without structural validation. 2. Ignoring material ledger impact on standard price calculation. 3. Releasing standard costs without cross-plant reconciliation. 4. Blaming data migration without analyzing configuration drift. Cost integrity must be validated before financial year closure.
Follow-up 1. Why does S/4HANA make cost differences more visible?
Answer: because financial postings and valuation are integrated into a single journal. Deviations that were previously masked by reconciliation processes now appear immediately in reporting.
Follow-up 2. Can we reuse ECC standard costs in S/4HANA?
Answer: technically yes, but not recommended without validation. Structural changes such as production version enforcement and material ledger activation may invalidate historical assumptions.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do some materials show correct cost while others drift?
Answer: because materials with consistent production versions and clean quantity structures remain stable. Materials with alternate BOM strategies or missing governance show immediate variance.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before releasing new fiscal year standards, run parallel cost simulations in ECC and S/4HANA and reconcile structural differences at material level.
Scenario 85. Order settlement timing.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, production orders settle at unexpected times or remain unsettled despite technical completion. Month-end closing shows open balances even though operations confirm that orders are finished.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high financial closing impact. 2. Phase, first month-end close after go-live. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting basis lead jobs. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How settlement timing inconsistencies surface during financial closing. 1. Symptom: orders marked technically complete still show WIP or balance. 2. Red flag: settlement job variants behave differently than in ECC. 3. Business impact: month-end closing is delayed due to unresolved production balances. 4. Detection: CO88 simulation results differ between test and production environments. 5. Technical proof: background settlement jobs show scheduling or variant inconsistencies. Insight: settlement timing is a governance and job control issue, not a posting bug.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Background job scheduling was altered during migration. 2. Settlement profiles were adjusted without regression validation. 3. Material ledger mandatory activation affects settlement logic. 4. Technical completion status was not aligned with settlement variant logic. Settlement is driven by configuration and job control alignment.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC job schedules were stable and rarely revisited. 2. S/4HANA migration restructures batch job frameworks. 3. Material ledger integration modifies settlement calculation behavior. 4. Universal journal transparency exposes unsettled balances immediately. Migration changes both timing and visibility of financial postings.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI structure. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person executing the job and configuration alignment. 1. Accountable CO functional lead for settlement governance. 2. Responsible basis lead for batch job scheduling and execution. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for order status validation. 4. Informed. Finance controller for closing sign-off. Financial governance requires coordination between configuration and technical execution.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing settlement timing requires coordination between controlling and technical scheduling. 1. CO functional lead reviews settlement profiles and order status dependencies. 2. Basis lead validates background job variance and execution timing. 3. PP functional lead ensures technical completion status is correctly applied. 4. Finance controller approves corrected month-end settlement results.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed IT operations for failed settlement jobs. 2. Blamed SAP system for posting inconsistencies. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for settlement configuration. 4. Root cause misalignment between batch scheduling and settlement governance.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead revalidates settlement profiles and variants. 2. Basis lead restructures background job scheduling and dependencies. 3. PP functional lead aligns order status logic with financial expectations. 4. Finance controller reruns simulation before final settlement execution.
What not to do. Common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing manual settlement postings without variant review. 2. Ignoring background job scheduling changes post-migration. 3. Closing periods without reconciling unsettled production balances. 4. Blaming system performance without reviewing configuration. Settlement timing is controlled, not random.
Follow-up 1. Why does settlement timing change after migration?
Answer: because migration often restructures background job frameworks and integrates material ledger logic. Even small changes in job sequencing or configuration can shift settlement timing significantly.
Follow-up 2. Can we keep ECC settlement variants unchanged?
Answer: variants can be reused, but their execution context changes in S/4HANA. Validation and simulation in the new environment are mandatory before relying on historical behavior.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do some plants settle correctly while others fail?
Answer: because job scheduling, settlement profiles, or order status governance may differ by plant. Migration exposes configuration inconsistencies that were previously hidden.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first month-end close in S/4HANA, simulate full settlement cycles in a controlled test environment and reconcile plant-level differences.
Scenario 86. Parallel valuation impact.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, production order costs differ between legal and group valuation views. Financial teams observe inconsistencies in inventory valuation and production variances when comparing ledger-based reports.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical financial statement risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first financial consolidation. 3. Primary ownership, FI functional lead. 4. Supporting CO functional lead. 5. Business ownership, group finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How valuation differences appear in reporting and financial reconciliation. 1. Symptom: production order balances differ between legal and group ledger views. 2. Red flag: inventory valuation differs when switching ledger or currency type. 3. Business impact: consolidated financial statements show unexplained variances. 4. Detection: ledger-specific reports display inconsistent cost component splits. 5. Technical proof: ACDOCA entries show different valuation layers for the same production order. Insight: parallel valuation logic changes financial transparency and exposes configuration gaps.
Why this happens. Scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Parallel valuation is activated differently in S/4HANA compared to ECC. 2. Material ledger integration enforces multi-valuation accounting logic. 3. Ledger-specific settings were not fully aligned during migration. 4. Transfer pricing and valuation variants were not harmonized across company codes. S/4HANA increases valuation transparency and enforces multi-ledger discipline.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC parallel valuation was often inactive or simplified. 2. S/4HANA mandates material ledger activation across plants. 3. Migration activates ledger views that previously did not exist. 4. Financial reporting now exposes valuation discrepancies immediately. What was hidden in ECC becomes visible in S/4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountability follows a RACI structure. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person executing configuration and validation work. 1. Accountable, FI functional lead for financial valuation governance. 2. Responsible, CO functional lead for cost structure and settlement alignment. 3. Consulted, MM functional lead for inventory valuation configuration. 4. Informed, group finance controller for consolidation sign-off. Parallel valuation governance spans finance and controlling workstreams.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting valuation inconsistencies requires cross-ledger configuration alignment. 1. FI functional lead validates ledger configuration and parallel valuation settings. 2. CO functional lead reviews costing variance and settlement structures. 3. MM functional lead verifies inventory valuation consistency across plants. 4. Group finance controller confirms consolidated reporting alignment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed SAP system for inconsistent reporting. 2. Blamed CO team for variance postings. 3. Actual owner FI functional lead for valuation architecture. 4. Root cause parallel valuation configuration misalignment.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FI functional lead harmonizes ledger and valuation configurations. 2. CO functional lead aligns costing and settlement variance. 3. MM functional lead validates material price control and valuation class. 4. Group finance controller approves reconciled financial statements.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting balances without correcting ledger configuration. 2. Ignoring material ledger implications during migration. 3. Blaming reporting tools without reviewing valuation logic. 4. Closing periods without reconciling ledger differences. Parallel valuation errors cannot be corrected with manual postings.
Follow-up 1. Why did ECC not show these valuation differences?
Answer: ECC often operated with simplified or inactive parallel valuation structures. S/4HANA mandates material ledger activation and ledger transparency, exposing multi-valuation differences clearly.
Follow-up 2. Can we deactivate parallel valuation to avoid complexity?
Answer: no. In S/4HANA, material ledger is mandatory and multi-valuation structures are embedded in financial architecture. Governance must adapt rather than revert.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does only group reporting show differences?
Answer: because group reporting consolidates ledger-specific valuations. Differences become visible only when consolidation layers aggregate multiple valuation views.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first group consolidation in S/4HANA, reconcile parallel valuation logic at plant and company code levels to prevent financial statement shocks.
Scenario 87. Production variance postings.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, production variances post to unexpected accounts or appear inflated compared to historical ECC results. Finance teams notice shifts in price difference, usage variance, or mix variance allocations during period-end closing.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high financial closing risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first period close. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, plant controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How production variance behavior changes after migration. 1. Symptom variance categories differ from ECC historical postings. 2. Red flag, unexpected price difference or quantity variance accounts receive postings. 3. Business impact, margin reporting becomes inconsistent across plants. 4. Detection, period-end variance reports show new or reclassified variance elements. 5. Technical proof. Settlement documents reveal updated variance calculation logic under material ledger. Insight, variance logic did not break. It evolved under S/4HANA valuation rules.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger integration changes variance split logic. 2. Cost component structures may differ from ECC configuration. 3. Settlement profiles were not harmonized before conversion. 4. Parallel valuation introduces additional variance layers. S/4HANA increases transparency in variance categorization.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed simplified variance calculation models. 2. S/4HANA mandates unified material ledger valuation. 3. Migration activates multidimensional cost component splits. 4. Variance visibility increases due to financial data model consolidation. The accounting model becomes stricter and more granular in S/4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA projects, accountability follows a RACI structure. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person executing the configuration and validation tasks. 1. Accountable CO functional lead for variance configuration governance. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for confirming production execution logic. 3. Consulted FI functional lead for financial reporting alignment. 4. Informed plant controller for operational impact. Variance behavior spans costing, production, and financial reporting workstreams.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting variance discrepancies requires cost structure alignment rather than manual postings. 1. CO functional lead reviews variance keys and settlement profiles. 2. PP functional lead validates production quantity structure integrity. 3. FI functional lead confirms account determination consistency. 4. Plant controller verifies margin reporting accuracy post-adjustment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed SAP system for unexpected variance behavior. 2. Blamed production team for efficiency issues. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for costing model configuration. 4. Root cause material ledger and cost component misalignment.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead realigns variance keys and cost component splits. 2. PP functional lead validates routing and BOM accuracy impacting quantities. 3. FI functional lead reconciles ledger postings for financial transparency. 4. Plant controller signs off after reconciliation and test period close.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual journal entries to mask variance differences. 2. Ignoring material ledger implications during cost review. 3. Blaming operational efficiency without analyzing costing logic. 4. Closing periods without root cause reconciliation. Variance anomalies require structural correction, not accounting patches.
Follow-up 1. Why do variance categories appear different from ECC?
Answer: S/4HANA introduces a unified material ledger environment that splits variances more transparently. ECC often aggregated variance categories differently.
Follow-up 2. Can variance configuration remain unchanged during migration?
Answer: technically yes, but validation is mandatory. Migration activates financial structures that may reinterpret existing keys differently.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do only certain plants show major variance shifts?
Answer: plants with inconsistent cost component structures or differing valuation classes experience amplified changes under material ledger enforcement.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first period close in S/4HANA, simulate variance calculation in a parallel test environment to identify structural costing differences early.
Scenario 88. Scrap cost allocation changes.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, scrap costs begin allocating differently across cost centers or variance categories. Controllers observe higher scrap absorption or unexpected postings during settlement, even though shop floor scrap quantities remain unchanged.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high cost transparency risk. 2. Phase post-go-live and first period close. 3. Primary ownership CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership plant controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How scrap allocation differences surface after migration. 1. Symptom scrap variance values differ from ECC historical patterns. 2. Red flag scrap posted to new or unexpected cost elements. 3. Business impact, product margin decreases due to higher apparent scrap absorption. 4. Detection, period-end scrap variance reports show category reclassification. 5. Technical proof. Settlement documents reveal updated cost component splits under material ledger. Insight, scrap quantity did not change. The allocation logic did.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger enforces unified valuation and scrap distribution. 2. Cost component structure differs from ECC configuration. 3. Scrap indicators in routing were not harmonized before migration. 4. Variance calculation logic applies enhanced transparency rules. S/4HANA exposes costing granularity that ECC masked.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed simplified scrap variance distribution. 2. S/4HANA integrates scrap directly into material ledger valuation. 3. Migration activates stricter variance categorization. 4. Enhanced reporting dimensions reveal previously hidden allocation differences. The costing architecture becomes more transparent and less forgiving.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person executing the correction work. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead for scrap allocation configuration. 2. Responsible, PP functional lead for validating routing scrap indicators. 3. Consulted, FI functional lead for financial statement impact. 4. Informed, plant controller for operational and margin reporting validation. Scrap allocation crosses costing, execution, and reporting governance.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting scrap allocation requires cost structure alignment rather than transactional corrections. 1. CO functional lead reviews scrap variance keys and cost component mapping. 2. PP functional lead validates routing scrap percentages and confirmation logic. 3. FI functional lead reconciles scrap postings in financial ledgers. 4. Plant controller verifies margin stabilization after correction.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed production team for increased scrap. 2. Blamed system upgrade for cost inflation. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for variance configuration governance. 4. Root cause, material ledger and cost component split realignment.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead realigns scrap variance keys and account determination. 2. PP functional lead confirms routing scrap values reflect operational reality. 3. FI functional lead validates ledger postings and reporting alignment. 4. Plant controller signs off after simulated period close validation.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual financial adjustments to offset scrap differences. 2. Ignoring routing scrap indicator inconsistencies. 3. Blaming shop floor efficiency without cost structure review. 4. Closing periods without reconciliation testing. Scrap cost issues are structural, not operational.
Follow-up 1. Why does scrap allocation change if scrap quantity stays constant?
Answer: because S/4HANA integrates scrap directly into the material ledger valuation model. Even if physical scrap remains unchanged, cost allocation logic becomes more granular and transparent.
Follow-up 2. Is this purely a costing configuration issue?
Answer: primarily yes, but routing and confirmation logic influence scrap calculation. Both PP and CO alignment are required to stabilize postings.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do controllers detect this only at period close?
Answer: because scrap allocation differences accumulate silently during production. The financial impact becomes visible only when settlement and variance analysis run at month end.
Exclusive pro tip.
Simulate scrap variance behavior in a controlled closing cycle before first production month in S/4HANA to avoid margin surprises.
Scenario 89. Overhead calculation differences.
After migration to S/4HANA, overhead costs applied to production orders begin deviating from ECC historical patterns. Controllers observe higher or lower absorption rates even though costing sheets appear unchanged, creating confusion during the first settlement cycle.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high margin and cost structure risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first costing run. 3. primary ownership CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How overhead allocation changes become visible in production costing. 1. Symptom, production order actual costs exceed or fall below planned overhead absorption. 2. Red flag cost component split shows unexpected overhead distribution. 3. Business impact product margin analysis becomes inconsistent compared to ECC baseline. 4. Detection, costing run comparison between ECC historical data and S/4HANA simulation. 5. Technical proof, settlement documents reveal revised overhead keys under material ledger integration. Insight, overhead logic did not disappear. It recalculated under a stricter valuation model.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger enforces unified costing and parallel valuation logic. 2. Costing sheet configuration interacts differently with order categories. 3. Cost element mapping was not fully harmonized before migration. 4. Settlement profiles apply enhanced transparency and valuation splits. S/4HANA recalculates overhead under a consolidated financial architecture.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated loosely aligned costing sheet structures. 2. S/4HANA integrates overhead allocation into material ledger framework. 3. Migration activates stricter validation for cost component splits. 4. The financial consolidation model changes overhead absorption visibility. Overhead transparency increases, exposing structural costing gaps.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person executing the correction work. 1. Accountable CO functional lead for overhead configuration governance. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating order type and routing alignment. 3. Consulted FI functional lead for financial reporting impact. 4. Informed finance controller for margin validation. Overhead allocation is a financial governance topic, not just operational costing.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing overhead differences requires structural cost sheet review rather than transactional corrections. 1. CO functional lead reviews costing sheet and overhead keys. 2. PP functional lead validates order types and production process alignment. 3. FI functional lead reconciles overhead postings across ledgers. 4. Finance controller approves revised cost absorption after simulation.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed system upgrade for cost inflation. 2. Blamed production team for inefficiency. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for overhead governance. 4. Root cause costing sheet interaction with material ledger.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead revalidates overhead keys and cost component structure. 2. PP functional lead confirms operational parameters influencing overhead base. 3. FI functional lead verifies ledger postings and reconciliation alignment. 4. Finance controller signs off after comparative costing simulations.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting financial postings to offset overhead variance. 2. Ignoring cost component inconsistencies. 3. Blaming production performance without structural costing review. 4. Proceeding with settlement without reconciliation testing. Overhead deviations are architectural signals, not operational mistakes.
Follow-up 1. Why do overhead rates appear unchanged but absorption differs?
Answer: because S/4HANA calculates overhead within the material ledger framework, which integrates parallel valuation and cost component splits. Even identical rates can yield different allocations under unified valuation logic.
Follow-up 2. Can this be corrected through master data alone?
Answer: not entirely. While routing and order type parameters influence overhead base, the primary correction lies within costing sheet configuration and settlement structure.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this often detected only after first financial close?
Answer: because overhead allocation differences accumulate during execution, but become visible only when settlement and variance analysis finalize financial results at period end.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before first production month in S/4HANA, Simulate settlement and overhead allocation across multiple order types to stabilize margin expectations.
Scenario 90. Work Center and Cost Center integration issues.
After migration to S/4HANA, production orders begin posting activity costs to incorrect cost centers or fail during confirmation with account assignment errors. What worked silently in ECC now creates financial inconsistencies due to stricter integration between work centers and cost centers.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical financial and operational integration risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first activity confirmation. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How integration gaps between work centers and cost centers become visible. 1. Symptom, production order confirmations fail with cost center or activity type errors. 2. Red flag, activity postings hit unexpected cost centers. 3. Business impact, financial reporting becomes unreliable and margin analysis is distorted. 4. Detection, comparison of work center master data between ECC and S/4HANA reveals cost center misalignment. 5. Technical proof, CO document logs show activity allocation inconsistencies during confirmation. Insight, production execution is technically correct, but financial integration is misaligned.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Work center to cost center assignments were loosely governed in ECC. 2. Material ledger and universal journal enforce stricter financial consistency. 3. Activity types were not fully harmonized during migration. 4. Organizational realignments were not synchronized across PP and company. S/4HANA increases financial transparency across operational postings.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed indirect cost center inconsistencies without immediate failure. 2. S/4HANA integrates production activity postings directly into the universal journal. 3. Migration activates stricter validation during confirmations. 4. Financial harmonization exposes dormant integration gaps. The migration did not create the issue. It revealed structural misalignment.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In ECC to S/4HANA programs, accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person executing the correction work. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead for cost center governance and financial integrity. 2. Responsible, PP functional lead for validating work center master data alignment. 3. Consulted, FI functional lead for reporting implications. 4. Informed, finance controller and production manager. Financial ownership remains with CO even when symptoms appear in production.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting this issue requires synchronized PP and CO master data validation. 1. CO functional lead reviews cost center and activity type assignments. 2. PP functional lead validates work center configuration and capacity links. 3. FI functional lead confirms universal journal impact. 4. Finance controller signs off after reconciliation testing.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed shop floor users for incorrect confirmations. 2. Blamed system configuration instability. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for cost integration governance. 4. Root cause, misaligned work center and cost center master data.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead harmonizes activity types and cost center assignments. 2. PP functional lead revalidates work center master data consistency. 3. FI functional lead ensures correct ledger postings. 4. Business stakeholders validate operational and financial alignment.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Creating temporary cost centers to bypass errors. 2. Manually adjusting financial postings without correcting master data. 3. Disabling validation checks in confirmations. 4. Ignoring minor mismatches assuming they are rounding issues. Integration errors compound over time if not structurally resolved.
Follow-up 1. Why did confirmations work in ECC but fail in S/4HANA?
Answer: ECC validation layers were less strict and allowed indirect inconsistencies. S/4HANA integrates operational and financial postings in real time, enforcing tighter controls.
Follow-up 2. Can this be solved only in PP?
Answer: no. While work centers are maintained in PP, financial integrity depends on CO master data. The correction requires coordinated cross-module validation.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this sometimes appear only after month-end?
Answer: because activity allocation discrepancies accumulate during execution and become visible only when settlement and reporting consolidate financial data.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, execute full cycle confirmations and simulate financial postings across multiple plants to ensure work center and cost center harmony.
Category 5. Wrap-up. Costing, WIP and settlement impact.
Category 5 exposed one of the most underestimated risk zones in ECC to S/4HANA migration: financial valuation integrity. Production may look stable on the shop floor, but if WIP variance, settlement, cost component splits, or material ledger behavior shift, the damage surfaces at month-end close. This is where CFO escalations begin.
What Category 5 truly revealed?
1. Planning correctness does not guarantee financial correctness. 2. Material ledger activation fundamentally changes valuation logic. 3. Settlement timing and variance calculation become more transparent in S/4HANA. 4. Costing architecture must be validated before go live, not after first close. If production planning is the engine, costing is the audit trail. In S/4HANA, that audit trail is unforgiving.
Transition from financial impact to integration impact.
Now we move from financial valuation to cross-module integration. Because once costing stabilizes, the next wave of incidents usually comes from integration boundaries. This is where PP meets MM, SD, QM, EWM, Finance, IBP, MES, and external planning systems. And this is where migration projects either stabilize or spiral.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem-solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Category 6. Cross-module integration failures.
Focus end-to-end processes. In ECC, modules were tightly coupled but often tolerant. In S/4HANA, integration is stricter, real-time, and financially transparent. Any misalignment between modules now surfaces immediately. This category covers the integration incidents that typically explode during cutover or first live production cycle.
Scenarios covered in Category 6.
Scenario 91, PPMM stock mismatch. Primary owner MM functional lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 92, PPSD delivery block availability issues. Primary owner SD functional lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 93, PPQM inspection lot creation failure. Primary owner QM functional lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 94. PPEWM staging inconsistency. Primary owner EWM functional lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 95. PPFI posting timing mismatch. Primary owner FI functional lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 96. PPCO allocation differences. Primary owner CO functional lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 97. PP-IBP integration drift. Primary owner IBP lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 98. PP-MES interface breaks. Primary owner integration lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 99. PP third-party manufacturing misalignment. Primary owner subcontracting lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 100. PP batch management integration failure. Primary owner batch management lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 101. PP external APS integration failure. Primary owner integration lead. Supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 102. PPME or MII shop floor integration gaps. Primary owner MII lead. Supporting PP functional lead.
Scenario 91. PPMM stock mismatch after confirmation.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, production order confirmations post successfully, but stock levels in inventory do not reflect the expected consumption or receipt. Shop floor reports completion, yet MMBE or stock overview shows inconsistent quantities, triggering operational confusion.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high inventory integrity risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership inventory controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this integration failure appears operationally and how to identify it quickly. 1. Symptom confirmed production orders do not reduce component stock correctly. 2. Red flag material document quantities differ from expected backflush values. 3. Business impact inventory discrepancies lead to urgent recounts and production stoppages. 4. Detection compare confirmation logs with material documents and accounting entries. 5. Technical proof. Goods movement postings show inconsistent movement type behavior under S/4HANA logic. If confirmations look correct but stock is wrong, the integration boundary is broken.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Backflush configuration differs under S/4HANA enforcement logic. 2. Movement type determination behaves differently after migration. 3. Automatic goods receipt settings were not aligned during conversion. 4. Material ledger or valuation updates introduce posting timing differences. Integration did not break randomly. Configuration discipline was incomplete.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated loosely aligned backflush and movement logic. 2. S/4HANA enforces stricter integration between PP and stock postings. 3. Material ledger mandatory activation changes valuation posting behavior. 4. Real-time integration exposes timing gaps that ECC buffered silently. S/4HANA makes stock and accounting consistency non-negotiable.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In cross-module integration failures, accountability and execution are separated across work streams. 1. Accountable functional lead because inventory integrity belongs to and this is the person who gets fired if it fails. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for confirmation logic alignment and execution correction. 3. Consulted CO functional lead for valuation and financial impact validation. 4. Informed plant operations manager due to operational disruption. Accountable defines who owns the outcome. Responsible defines who performs the corrective work.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
This is not fixed by restarting jobs. It requires cross-module alignment. 1. functional lead validates movement type configuration and stock determination logic. 2. PP functional lead reviews backflush and confirmation control key settings. 3. CO functional lead reconciles accounting impact and material ledger postings. 4. Inventory controller validates corrected stock behavior through controlled testing.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed PP because confirmations were executed. 2. Blamed basis because postings appear delayed. 3. Actual owner functional lead for inventory configuration governance. 4. Root cause misaligned PP and configuration after migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Functional lead corrects movement type and stock posting configuration. 2. PP functional lead standardizes backflush and automatic goods receipt settings. 3. CO functional lead validates accounting document consistency after adjustments. 4. Business stakeholders execute regression testing to confirm end-to-end integration stability.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual inventory adjustments without root cause analysis. 2. Disabling backflush temporarily to mask configuration gaps. 3. Blaming material ledger without validating configuration alignment. 4. Ignoring discrepancies assuming they are one-time posting delays. Inventory mismatches compound quickly. Temporary corrections create audit exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why did this not happen in ECC?
Answer: ECC buffered certain integration behaviors and did not enforce real-time valuation consistency as strictly. S/4HANA integrates PP, and accounting logic more tightly, exposing configuration gaps immediately.
Follow-up 2. Can material ledger alone cause this issue?
Answer: material ledger amplifies posting visibility, but rarely acts alone. Most mismatches originate from movement type configuration or backflush logic that was not harmonized during migration.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. If stock is correct after manual adjustment, is the issue solved?
Answer: no. Manual corrections hide systemic integration flaws. Without correcting configuration and process logic, future confirmations will reproduce the discrepancy under load.
Exclusive pro tip.
If PP and stock disagree after migration, do not start with inventory adjustment. Start with configuration alignment. S/4HANA exposes integration gaps instantly and repeatedly.
Scenario 92. PPSD delivery block availability drift.
After migration to S/4HANA, production orders are created and confirmed correctly, yet sales orders remain blocked due to availability check inconsistencies. SD reports delivery block issues even though PP shows stock and planned receipts aligned.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high customer delivery risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership SD functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership sales operations manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this cross-module drift appears and how to detect it early. 1. Symptoms: sales orders show delivery block due to failed availability check. 2. Red flag: available stock exists but ATP check returns partial confirmation. 3. Business impact: customer commitments are missed despite sufficient production output. 4. Detection: compare ATP result with MRP stock and receipt elements. 5. Technical proof: availability check log shows rule-based substitution or scope of check differences. If stock exists but delivery is blocked, the issue lies in availability logic, not production.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Classic ATP logic in ECC is replaced or reconfigured under advanced ATP. 2. Scope of check settings differ from ECC configuration. 3. Availability group or checking rule was not harmonized during migration. 4. Planning elements are visible in PP but excluded in availability calculation. Planning and availability are related but governed by different configuration layers.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. S/4HANA introduces advanced ATP replacing classic logic. 2. Availability check behavior changes when rule-based logic is activated. 3. Migration may not fully map classic scope of check settings. 4. Real-time confirmation exposes misalignment instantly. Availability drift is not a bug. It is configuration evolution.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In customer-facing availability failures, accountability and execution are clearly separated across work streams. 1. Accountable SD functional lead because customer commitment belongs to sales, and this is the person who gets fired if it fails. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for ensuring planning elements feed availability correctly. 3. Consulted MM functional lead for stock category configuration validation. 4. Informed sales operations manager due to customer impact. Accountable owns the delivery promise. Responsible performs the corrective alignment.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing this issue requires alignment between availability logic and planning configuration. 1. SD functional lead validates scope of check and advanced ATP configuration. 2. PP functional lead confirms planned receipts and production orders are correctly categorized. 3. MM functional lead reviews stock type inclusion in availability. 4. Sales operations manager validates corrected confirmation results.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because production completed on time. 2. Blamed IT due to system blocking deliveries. 3. Actual owner SD functional lead for availability configuration governance. 4. Root cause scope of check or advanced ATP configuration misalignment.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. SD functional lead harmonizes availability scope and rule configuration. 2. PP functional lead ensures planning elements are visible and categorized properly. 3. MM functional lead validates stock categories and special stock treatment. 4. Cross-functional testing confirms end-to-end order to delivery consistency.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually overriding delivery block without fixing availability logic. 2. Reducing safety stock artificially to force confirmation. 3. Blaming production delays without analyzing scope of check settings. 4. Disabling advanced ATP features without structured impact assessment. Manual overrides solve the symptom. Configuration alignment solves the cause.
Follow-up 1. Why does stock show available but ATP blocks delivery?
Answer: availability check may exclude certain stock categories or planned receipts depending on scope of check configuration. Physical stock visibility does not guarantee confirmation eligibility.
Follow-up 2. Is advanced ATP always the root cause?
Answer: not always. Even without advanced ATP, incorrect checking group or rule configuration during migration can create similar delivery blocks.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. If confirmation works in test but fails in production, what changed?
Answer: production data volume and real stock categories may differ. Configuration transport alignment and real-time rule execution can behave differently under load.
Exclusive pro tip.
When availability blocks delivery after migration, do not start with production. Start with scope of check validation. In S/4HANA, delivery commitment is configuration-driven.
Scenario 93. PPQM inspection lot creation differences.
After migration to S/4HANA, production orders confirm successfully, but inspection lots are either not generated or generated with unexpected parameters. Quality teams report missing inspection triggers, even though the material and routing settings appear correct.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high compliance and quality risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, QM functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, quality manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How inspection lot inconsistencies appear and how to detect them early. 1. Symptom: production confirmations occur but no inspection lot is created. 2. Red flag: inspection type settings appear active but no lot number is generated. 3. Business impact: quality checks are skipped, creating compliance exposure. 4. Detection: review material inspection type activation and control key settings. 5. Technical proof: confirmation log shows no inspection trigger due to control key configuration mismatch. If confirmation posts but inspection does not trigger, configuration alignment is broken.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Inspection type settings may not be fully migrated or reactivated. 2. Control keys in routing do not include quality inspection trigger. 3. Order type dependent parameters differ from ECC configuration. 4. Status management changes affect inspection lot generation timing. Inspection logic depends on both master data and execution parameters.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated certain inspection inconsistencies without blocking execution. 2. S/4HANA enforces tighter integration between production and quality. 3. Data model simplification exposes incomplete inspection configuration. 4. Real-time confirmation logic behaves differently in S/4HANA. Migration reveals silent quality control gaps.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In quality-related failures, accountability sits with the functional stream responsible for compliance. 1. Accountable QM functional lead because compliance failures fall under quality governance, and this is the person who gets fired if it fails. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for ensuring routing control keys trigger inspection correctly. 3. Consulted CO functional lead if scrap or rework costing is affected. 4. Informed quality manager due to operational compliance risk. Accountable owns compliance. Responsible ensures technical execution aligns.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Resolving inspection lot inconsistencies requires configuration alignment, not manual lot creation. 1. QM functional lead validates inspection type configuration and activation. 2. PP functional lead reviews routing control keys and order parameters. 3. Master data team confirms material master inspection views are complete. 4. Quality manager validates corrected inspection flow through regression testing.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because confirmation triggered no inspection. 2. Blamed system configuration for missing lot creation. 3. Actual owner QM functional lead for inspection governance. 4. Root cause incomplete inspection type or routing configuration alignment.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. QM functional lead reactivates and validates inspection type settings. 2. PP functional lead aligns routing control keys with quality triggers. 3. Master data team corrects inspection view inconsistencies in material master. 4. Cross-functional testing confirms inspection lot creation at confirmation.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually creating inspection lots to bypass configuration gaps. 2. Disabling inspection types to avoid runtime issues. 3. Blaming production timing without reviewing routing control keys. 4. Ignoring inspection inconsistencies assuming they are minor. Manual corrections create audit exposure. Configuration fixes create compliance.
Follow-up 1. Why would inspection types deactivate during migration?
Answer: during conversion, some inspection types may require reactivation or alignment with new order type parameters. Data migration and configuration simplification can expose inconsistencies that were tolerated in ECC.
Follow-up 2. Can routing changes alone prevent lot creation?
Answer: yes. If routing control keys are missing the quality inspection flag, inspection lot creation may not trigger even if inspection type is active in the material master.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. If lots are created but with wrong quantities, what is the cause?
Answer: quantity derivation logic may have changed due to confirmation parameter differences or yield configuration. Cross-check routing operation settings and inspection type quantity controls.
Exclusive pro tip.
Inspection lot failures are rarely system bugs. They are almost always control key or inspection type misalignments surfaced by stricter S/4HANA integration.
Scenario 94. PPEWM staging inconsistency.
After migration to S/4HANA, production orders are released correctly, but warehouse staging does not occur as expected in embedded EWM. Components remain in warehouse stock and are not moved to production supply areas, causing shop floor delays.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical shop floor blocking. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership EWM functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership warehouse manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How staging failures appear operationally and how to identify them quickly. 1. Symptom: production orders released but no warehouse task is generated. 2. Red flag: stock remains in storage bin without staging document creation. 3. Business impact: production lines stopped due to missing components despite available inventory. 4. Detection, monitor warehouse request and task creation logs in embedded EWM. 5. Technical proof. Queue or integration logs show missing production supply area determination. If stock exists but staging does not trigger, integration logic is broken.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Production supply area mapping was not aligned with embedded EWM. 2. Control cycle configuration differs from ECC WM logic. 3. PP staging indicators were not synchronized during migration. 4. Queue or integration settings between PP and EWM were not activated. Staging depends on both PP control cycles and EWM warehouse determination.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC WM and S4 embedded EWM use different staging mechanisms. 2. Control cycle logic must be revalidated during conversion. 3. Integration layers behave differently under real-time architecture. 4. Legacy WM enhancements no longer trigger automatically. What worked in ECC WM must be redesigned for embedded EWM.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In cross-module warehouse failures, accountability lies with the warehouse architecture owner. 1. Accountable EWM functional lead because warehouse execution integrity is their domain, and this is the person who gets fired if it fails. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating production supply area and control cycle configuration. 3. Consulted basis lead if queue or integration performance is involved. 4. Informed warehouse manager due to operational disruption risk. Accountable owns warehouse stability. Responsible ensures configuration alignment.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Staging failures require configuration alignment between PP and EWM, not manual picking. 1. EWM functional lead validates warehouse process type and staging determination. 2. PP functional lead reviews production supply area and control cycle setup. 3. Basis lead monitors and corrects queue processing if integration is delayed. 4. Warehouse manager validates successful staging through end-to-end testing.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because components are not available at the line. 2. Blamed warehouse team for not staging material. 3. Actual owner, EWM functional lead for staging process configuration. 4. Root cause, misalignment between production supply areas and warehouse process types.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. EWM functional lead redesigns staging process determination and warehouse task configuration. 2. PP functional lead aligns control cycle and supply area settings. 3. Basis lead ensures queue stability and integration performance. 4. Cross-functional testing validates automated staging end-to-end.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually transferring stock to production supply area daily. 2. Blaming warehouse staff without reviewing configuration. 3. Disabling integration queues to bypass errors. 4. Creating temporary staging workarounds without structural correction. Manual staging hides configuration defects and creates long-term instability.
Follow-up 1. Why does stock show available but not staged?
Answer: availability in inventory does not automatically trigger staging. Production supply area determination and warehouse task configuration must align correctly. Without that mapping, no warehouse request is generated.
Follow-up 2. Can queue delays cause temporary staging failures?
Answer: yes. Integration queues between PP and EWM may delay or block warehouse task creation. Monitoring queue health is critical during post-go-live stabilization.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this issue appear only under high load?
Answer: under real production volume, integration queues and warehouse process types are stressed. Configuration gaps that seemed minor in testing become critical when order volume increases.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, production staging is not just a warehouse activity. It is a tightly integrated cross-module process that must be validated under real operational load.
Scenario 95. PPFI posting timing mismatch.
After migration, production confirmations and goods movements update inventory and order status correctly, but financial postings in FI appear delayed or inconsistent. Finance reports show missing accounting documents or unexpected posting dates, creating reconciliation gaps between logistics and finance.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical financial reconciliation risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization and first month-end close. 3. Primary ownership, FI functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How financial posting mismatches appear and how to detect them early. 1. Symptom, production order shows confirmed but no corresponding FI document exists. 2. Red flag, inventory values update but general ledger remains unchanged. 3. Business impact, financial statements become unreliable and month-end close is delayed. 4. Detection, reconcile material documents with accounting documents using standard reports. 5. Technical proof, accounting interface logs show posting blocks or timing inconsistencies. If logistics moves but finance does not, integration timing is broken.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger activation changes posting logic timing. 2. Background jobs controlling accounting interface were rescheduled or misaligned. 3. New parallel valuation settings affect posting triggers. 4. Custom enhancements interfere with accounting document creation. Financial posting is tightly dependent on valuation and job control logic.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. S/4HANA introduces universal journal consolidation impacting posting timing. 2. Material ledger becomes mandatory and changes valuation flow. 3. Parallel ledgers create new posting dependencies. 4. Migration modifies background job scheduling and integration sequencing. Financial timing shifts are structural changes introduced by S/4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Financial mismatches demand strict accountability because they impact statutory reporting. 1. Accountable FI functional lead because this is the person who gets fired if financial reporting is wrong. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating production posting triggers and integration points. 3. Consulted CO functional lead for valuation and order settlement dependencies. 4. Informed finance controller due to month-end reporting impact. Accountable owns the financial truth. Responsible ensures operational triggers align.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing posting mismatches requires cross-module validation, not manual journal entries. 1. FI functional lead validates posting configuration and ledger setup. 2. PP functional lead reviews goods movement and confirmation integration logic. 3. CO functional lead validates valuation and settlement rules. 4. Basis lead reviews background job scheduling for accounting interfaces.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because confirmations triggered the issue. 2. Blamed IT for system instability. 3. Actual owner FI functional lead for financial posting governance. 4. Root cause, valuation and integration timing misalignment after migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. FI functional lead corrects ledger configuration and posting settings. 2. PP functional lead revalidates integration triggers between logistics and finance. 3. CO functional lead confirms settlement and valuation logic alignment. 4. Basis lead stabilizes and synchronizes accounting interface background jobs.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Posting manual journal entries to force reconciliation. 2. Ignoring discrepancies until month-end close. 3. Blaming material ledger without reviewing configuration. 4. Adjusting posting dates without root cause analysis. Manual financial corrections hide systemic integration defects.
Follow-up 1. Why does this surface only during month-end close?
Answer: daily operations may not reveal timing differences immediately. During month-end, reconciliation reports expose gaps between material movements and accounting documents. Volume and valuation aggregation amplify small misalignments.
Follow-up 2. Is material ledger always the root cause?
Answer: not always. While material ledger changes valuation logic, background job timing and posting configuration also play major roles. Root cause analysis must examine both configuration and integration sequencing.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do logistics users think everything is fine?
Answer: because confirmations and goods movements complete successfully from an operational standpoint. The issue lies in financial integration timing, which is invisible to shop floor users until finance reports highlight discrepancies.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never validate production integration without reconciling FI postings in the same test cycle. In S/4HANA, logistics and finance are inseparable.
Scenario 96. PPCO allocation differences.
After migration, production orders settle successfully, but controlling reports show unexpected activity allocations or missing cost distributions. Cost centers reflect different values than expected, creating confusion between production and controlling teams during financial review.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high financial allocation risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live and first settlement cycle. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, controlling manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How allocation differences surface and how to detect them early. 1. Symptom: production orders show different actual costs compared to cost center reports. 2. Red flag: activity allocations differ between ECC baseline and S/4HANA reports. 3. Business impact: margin analysis becomes unreliable and variance explanations increase. 4. Detection: compare activity type postings before and after migration in controlled test cycles. 5. Technical proof: settlement logs show altered cost element distribution patterns. If activity prices look correct but totals drift, allocation logic changed.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger integration alters cost flow timing. 2. Parallel valuation or ledger configuration changes settlement logic. 3. Cost component split behavior differs in S/4HANA. 4. Activity type configuration was not fully aligned during migration. Allocation drift is rarely transactional, it is structural.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. S/4HANA Universal Journal consolidates cost and financial postings. 2. Material ledger mandatory activation changes valuation transparency. 3. Parallel currencies increase allocation complexity. 4. Migration reinterprets settlement dependencies across modules. S/4HANA increases financial transparency, exposing misaligned configuration.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Allocation issues affect profitability reporting and therefore require strict ownership clarity. 1. Accountable CO functional lead, because this is the person who gets fired if financial allocations are wrong. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating production order cost flow triggers. 3. Consulted FI functional lead for ledger and currency alignment. 4. Informed controlling manager for reporting and analysis impact. Accountable owns financial truth. Responsible ensures operational cost drivers align.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting allocation differences requires coordinated cross-module validation. 1. CO functional lead reviews activity price calculation and settlement profiles. 2. PP functional lead validates routing, work center, and confirmation integration. 3. FI functional lead confirms ledger and valuation configuration consistency. 4. Basis lead verifies background job execution for cost calculations.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP because production orders triggered the cost flow. 2. Blamed CO because reports look different. 3. Actual owner CO functional lead for allocation architecture. 4. Root cause, structural valuation and settlement shift after migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead recalibrates activity type and settlement configuration. 2. PP functional lead revalidates routing and work center costing drivers. 3. FI functional lead confirms currency and valuation consistency. 4. Basis lead stabilizes cost calculation job scheduling.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting cost center postings. 2. Overriding activity prices without root cause validation. 3. Ignoring minor variances assuming rounding differences. 4. Blaming production volume without analyzing valuation settings. Manual cost adjustments create audit exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why do allocations appear correct in test but drift in production?
Answer: production environments process higher volumes and multiple currencies simultaneously. Small configuration inconsistencies amplify under load. Testing environments often lack the full financial complexity of real operations.
Follow-up 2. Does material ledger always change allocations?
Answer: material ledger increases transparency and changes cost flow timing, but allocation shifts usually stem from configuration or settlement profile alignment. Both valuation and activity logic must be validated together.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this more dangerous than a runtime error?
Answer: because the system technically works while financial interpretation shifts silently. Allocation drift undermines margin analysis and management decisions without triggering immediate system alerts.
Exclusive pro tip.
If cost allocation logic changes after migration, treat it as a financial architecture review, not a reporting glitch.
Scenario 97. PPIBP integration drift.
After migration, integration between production planning and integrated business planning begins to drift. Planning proposals generated in S/4HANA no longer align with supply or demand plans maintained in IBP. Forecast adjustments do not fully reflect in MRP live results.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical strategic planning risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership IBP lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership supply chain director.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How integration drift becomes visible across planning layers. 1. Symptom supply plans in IBP do not match planned orders in S/4HANA. 2. Red flag forecast updates reflect in IBP but not fully in MRP live results. 3. Business impact production capacity decisions are based on inconsistent demand signals. 4. Detection compare integration timestamps and key figure transfers between systems. 5. Technical proof. Integration logs show partial or delayed replication of planning objects. If strategic and operational plans diverge, integration timing is usually the cause.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Integration models were redesigned during migration. 2. Data structures between ECC and S/4HANA differ from previous integration logic. 3. MRP live planning logic does not fully mirror IBP planning parameters. 4. Mapping or filter criteria changed during interface redesign. Strategic planning alignment depends on precise integration governance.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC integration models were built around older planning assumptions. 2. S/4HANA simplifies planning structures and modifies replication models. 3. Migration often redefines planning horizons and integration frequency. 4. The shift in architecture exposes synchronization gaps. When planning architecture changes, integration discipline must increase.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Strategic planning integration impacts executive supply chain decisions. 1. Accountable IBP lead because this is the person who gets fired if strategic planning fails. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating operational planning consistency. 3. Consulted integration lead for interface monitoring and mapping validation. 4. Informed supply chain director for business alignment decisions. Strategic alignment requires both architectural ownership and technical discipline.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting planning drift requires coordinated system validation. 1. IBP lead reviews integration models and key figure mapping. 2. PP functional lead validates MRP live configuration and planning parameters. 3. Integration lead verifies replication schedules and data filters. 4. Supply chain director approves revised planning governance if required.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed IT for integration delays. 2. Blamed planning teams for inaccurate forecasts. 3. Actual owner IBP lead for integration model governance. 4. Root cause architectural shift in planning synchronization logic.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. IBP lead recalibrates integration model and key figure mapping. 2. PP functional lead aligns planning horizons and lot size settings. 3. Integration lead validates full-cycle replication and monitoring. 4. Business leadership signs off on synchronized planning outputs.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting planned orders to match IBP. 2. Ignoring forecast mismatches assuming minor variance. 3. Increasing integration frequency without analyzing root cause. 4. Blaming user error without checking replication logic. Manual alignment hides structural drift.
Follow-up 1. Why does planning drift worsen over time?
Answer: because small synchronization gaps accumulate across planning cycles. Each cycle amplifies minor mismatches until operational divergence becomes visible. Without governance checkpoints, drift compounds silently.
Follow-up 2. Can integration frequency alone solve the issue?
Answer: no. Increasing replication frequency may reduce delay but does not correct mapping or structural misalignment. Planning logic alignment is more important than timing alone.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this often escalated to executives?
Answer: because strategic supply chain planning directly impacts revenue and capacity decisions. When IBP and S/4HANA disagree, executive dashboards become unreliable.
Exclusive pro tip.
If IBP and S/4HANA disagree, assume integration architecture before blaming forecasting accuracy.
Scenario 98. PPMES interface breaks.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, integration between production planning and manufacturing execution systems begins to fail. Confirmations, goods movements, or order status updates from MES no longer synchronize correctly with S/4HANA, creating discrepancies between shop floor execution and ERP visibility.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical execution blocking. 2. Phase, cutover, and post-go live. 3. Primary ownership integration lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership manufacturing operations manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How interface failure becomes visible at the shop floor level. 1. Symptom: confirmations processed in MES do not update production orders in S/4HANA. 2. Red flag: order status differs between MES dashboard and ERP transaction. 3. Business impact: inventory inaccuracies and delayed financial postings. 4. Detection: interface monitoring shows failed IDOCs or API payload rejections. 5. Technical proof: integration logs highlight structural mapping errors or authorization failures. When shop floor and ERP disagree, integration governance is usually broken.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Data structures changed in S/4HANA affecting interface mapping. 2. Order status logic differs from ECC configuration. 3. Authorization objects were restructured during migration. 4. Custom enhancements in ECC were not re-implemented in S/4HANA. Integration stability depends on structural alignment, not just connectivity.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC-based interfaces relied on legacy table structures. 2. S/4HANA enforces new document and status models. 3. Migration replaces underlying integration assumptions. 4. Compatibility layers do not fully protect custom MES interfaces. Technical continuity does not guarantee logical continuity.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Execution integration directly affects operational continuity. 1. Accountable integration lead, because this is the person who gets fired if shop floor integration fails. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating order and status configuration. 3. Consulted ABAP lead for custom enhancement reimplementation. 4. Informed manufacturing operations manager for operational impact awareness. Execution governance requires architectural clarity and technical precision.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Stabilizing MES integration requires coordinated remediation. 1. Integration lead reviews interface mapping and structural payload alignment. 2. PP functional lead validates production order status and confirmation configuration. 3. ABAP lead reimplements missing enhancements and exit logic. 4. Manufacturing operations manager validates reconciliation between systems.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed shop floor operators for incorrect confirmations. 2. blamed SAP system for inconsistent updates. 3. Actual owner integration lead overseeing interface redesign. 4. Root cause architectural shift in ERP data structures.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Integration lead realigns message mapping with S/4HANA data structures. 2. PP functional lead validates order lifecycle and confirmation logic. 3. ABAP lead rebuilds or adapts required custom enhancements. 4. Operations team performs controlled end-to-end regression testing.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting order quantities to compensate for interface errors. 2. Restarting interfaces without analyzing mapping discrepancies. 3. Ignoring minor synchronization delays assuming self-correction. 4. Blaming operator behavior without checking technical logs. Interface instability multiplies quickly in high-volume production.
Follow-up 1. Why do some confirmations update while others fail?
Answer: because only certain order types or plants may rely on custom logic affected by migration. Structural or authorization differences can impact specific scenarios while others continue functioning.
Follow-up 2. How can teams validate stability before full production load?
Answer: by conducting volume-based integration testing with real production scenarios. Simulation under realistic throughput is critical to reveal mapping or timing issues.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is MES integration riskier than planning integration?
Answer: because execution errors directly affect inventory and financial postings. Unlike planning drift, execution mismatches immediately disrupt operational flow.
Exclusive pro tip.
If shop floor confirmations and ERP statuses disagree, treat it as an architectural integration gap, not a user training issue.
Scenario 99. PP third-party manufacturing misalignment.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, third-party or subcontract manufacturing processes behave differently. Planned orders, purchase requisitions, and subcontract stock postings no longer align as expected, causing supply planning confusion and financial inconsistencies.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high supply chain disruption. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership subcontracting lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership supply chain manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How subcontract manufacturing drift appears in operations. 1. Symptom: planned orders unexpectedly convert into purchase requisitions. 2. Red flag: subcontract stock components are not reserved correctly. 3. Business impact: delayed vendor deliveries and stock shortages. 4. Detection: MRP run shows unexpected procurement type behavior. 5. Technical proof: special procurement key logic differs from ECC configuration. Subcontracting logic depends heavily on correct procurement configuration.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Special procurement keys behave differently under S/4HANA enforcement. 2. Material ledger activation impacts subcontract valuation logic. 3. MRP Live interprets procurement type more strictly. 4. Legacy shortcuts in ECC configuration were exposed during migration. Procurement architecture must align with planning logic.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated loosely maintained procurement settings. 2. S/4HANA enforces valuation and planning consistency. 3. MRP Live changes interpretation of subcontract planning elements. 4. Material ledger mandatory activation exposes valuation gaps. Subcontract drift rarely appears before conversion.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Subcontract misalignment affects both planning and financial reporting. 1. Accountable subcontracting lead, because this is the person who gets fired if vendor procurement logic collapses. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating planning configuration. 3. Consulted CO functional lead for valuation and settlement implications. 4. Informed supply chain manager for operational risk visibility. Procurement governance requires both configuration control and financial validation.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Resolving subcontract misalignment requires cross-functional correction. 1. subcontracting lead reviews special procurement key and valuation setup. 2. PP functional lead validates MRP planning behavior. 3. CO functional lead ensures correct cost and settlement configuration. 4. Supply chain manager confirms vendor delivery synchronization.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed vendors for delivery delays. 2. Blamed MRP live for incorrect procurement proposals. 3. Actual owner subcontracting lead for configuration misalignment. 4. Root cause procurement logic reinterpretation during migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Subcontracting lead standardizes special procurement key configuration. 2. PP functional lead revalidates planning strategies for subcontract materials. 3. CO functional lead confirms correct valuation and account determination. 4. Business team performs scenario-based regression testing with vendors.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Changing procurement type without analyzing valuation impact. 2. Forcing manual purchase requisitions to bypass planning logic. 3. Ignoring material ledger implications. 4. Blaming vendor performance without reviewing system configuration. Quick fixes in procurement create long-term financial exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why did subcontracting work in ECC but fail in S4HANA?
Answer: ECC allowed more flexible interpretation of procurement types and valuation settings. S4HANA enforces tighter alignment between planning, valuation, and accounting.
Follow-up 2. Does material ledger always affect subcontracting?
Answer: yes. Since material ledger is mandatory in S4HANA, subcontract valuation and price differences are more tightly controlled and exposed.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do only certain materials show this issue?
Answer: because only materials with inconsistent special procurement keys or valuation settings are impacted. Uniform governance prevents selective failures.
Exclusive pro tip.
If subcontract planning suddenly shifts from planned orders to purchase requisitions, review special procurement configuration before blaming MRP logic.
Scenario 100. PP batch management integration breakdown.
After ECC to S4HANA migration, production orders process correctly but batch-managed materials behave inconsistently. Batch determination, classification linkage, or stock segregation logic changes unexpectedly, leading to incorrect component consumption and traceability risks.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical compliance and traceability risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, batch management lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, quality and compliance manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How batch integration issues surface during production execution. 1. Symptom: production order consumes incorrect batch or no batch is determined automatically. 2. Red flag: batch determination analysis shows missing or inactive strategy records. 3. Business impact: traceability gaps and compliance exposure in regulated industries. 4. Detection: batch determination log displays strategy not found or classification mismatch. 5. Technical proof: inconsistencies between batch class configuration and material master setup. Batch logic failures are compliance risks, not minor configuration issues.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Batch classification data was not harmonized before migration. 2. S4HANA enforces stricter integration between classification and production processes. 3. Legacy ECC batch strategy records were inconsistently maintained. 4. Changes in valuation and stock segmentation logic impact batch handling. S4HANA increases traceability enforcement across modules.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated partial or inconsistent batch strategies. 2. S4HANA integrates batch logic more tightly with inventory and production. 3. Material ledger and valuation integration expose batch inconsistencies. 4. Enhanced compliance expectations surface structural data gaps. What worked loosely in ECC fails under integrated S4HANA governance.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Batch failures impact compliance, quality, and financial reporting simultaneously. 1. Accountable batch management lead because this is the person who gets fired if traceability fails during audit. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating production integration logic. 3. Consulted quality management lead for inspection and compliance validation. 4. Informed compliance manager and operations head for regulatory visibility. In regulated environments, batch governance is executive-level accountability.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Batch integrity must be restored structurally, not transactionally. 1. Batch management lead corrects batch class and strategy configuration. 2. PP functional lead validates batch determination in production orders. 3. Quality management lead verifies inspection and compliance alignment. 4. Business process owner conducts end-to-end traceability testing.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed production users for selecting wrong batch. 2. Blamed system for incorrect automatic determination. 3. Actual owner batch management lead for strategy governance. 4. Root cause inconsistent classification and valuation setup post-migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Batch management lead standardizes strategy records and class assignments. 2. PP functional lead revalidates automatic batch determination during confirmations. 3. Quality management lead performs inspection scenario testing. 4. Compliance team validates regulatory traceability reports.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Allowing manual batch overrides without root cause correction. 2. Disabling automatic batch determination. 3. Ignoring valuation and stock segregation impacts. 4. Postponing compliance validation testing. Batch shortcuts today become audit failures tomorrow.
Follow-up 1. Why does batch determination fail only in certain plants?
Answer: because strategy records and classification data are plant-dependent. Inconsistent governance across plants leads to selective failures.
Follow-up 2. Does material ledger influence batch logic?
Answer: indirectly yes. Valuation and stock segmentation changes impact how batches are financially tracked and reported.
Exclusive pro tip.
If batch-managed materials behave differently after migration, review classification and strategy consistency before modifying execution processes.
Please check description or comments section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Scenario 101. PP External APS Integration Drift.
After ECC to S4 HANA migration, integration between production planning and an external advanced planning system behaves inconsistently. Planned orders, capacity constraints, or scheduling results no longer align between systems, causing planning instability across the enterprise landscape.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical enterprise planning disruption. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership integration lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership global supply chain planning head.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How APS integration misalignment surfaces after migration. 1. Symptom: planned orders generated externally do not match S4 HANA MRP results. 2. Red flag: interface logs show successful transmission but inconsistent data interpretation. 3. Business impact: capacity plans differ across systems leading to execution conflicts. 4. Detection: reconciliation reports show quantity and date variances between systems. 5. Technical proof: mapping structures changed due to data model simplification in S4 HANA. When planning systems disagree, execution reliability collapses.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S4 HANA data model simplification alters integration field mappings. 2. External APS still references legacy ECC structures. 3. Custom middleware logic was not fully revalidated post-migration. 4. Planning algorithm parameters differ between systems. Integration logic must evolve alongside core ERP architecture.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC interfaces were built around legacy tables and structures. 2. S4 HANA introduces structural and semantic data changes. 3. Advanced planning systems expect historical data behavior. 4. Migration exposes silent integration dependencies. External systems amplify migration risk if not realigned.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Enterprise integrations require clear separation of authority and execution. 1. Accountable integration lead, because this is the person who gets fired if cross-system planning fails. 2. Responsible technical integration team for correcting mappings and interface logic. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for validating planning semantics. 4. Informed global supply chain planning head for operational alignment. Cross-system planning governance is executive-level risk management.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Interface correction must restore semantic consistency, not just data transfer. 1. Integration lead revalidates end-to-end interface architecture. 2. Technical integration team adjusts mapping and transformation rules. 3. PP functional lead validates planning results against business expectations. 4. Business process owner approves final reconciliation outcomes.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed S4 HANA for planning differences. 2. Blamed external APS vendor for misalignment. 3. Actual owner integration governance for interface redesign. 4. Root cause unaligned semantic mapping during migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Integration lead conducts cross-system reconciliation workshops. 2. Technical integration team rebuilds mapping based on S4 HANA structures. 3. PP functional lead validates planning logic through scenario testing. 4. Supply chain leadership signs off on harmonized planning outputs.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing one system to blindly accept the other's output. 2. Ignoring semantic field changes introduced by migration. 3. Adjusting planning parameters without root cause analysis. 4. Skipping reconciliation testing under real load. Planning drift compounds daily if integration is not structurally corrected.
Follow-up 1. Why do integration issues appear weeks after go-live?
Answer: because complex planning cycles and data volumes reveal inconsistencies gradually. Initial smoke tests often miss deep algorithmic drift.
Follow-up 2. Is middleware always the problem?
Answer: not always. Often the semantic meaning of fields changes in S4 HANA, requiring both technical and functional alignment.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can we rely solely on interface success logs?
Answer: no. Technical success does not guarantee business correctness. Reconciliation validation is mandatory.
Exclusive pro tip.
If APS and S4 HANA disagree, do not tune algorithms immediately. First, validate semantic mapping and structural alignment introduced during migration.
Scenario 102. PPME or MII shop floor gaps.
After ECC to S4 HANA migration, integration between production planning and manufacturing execution systems such as ME or MII shows unexpected behavioral gaps. Shop floor confirmations, order downloads, or status feedback no longer synchronize accurately, causing operational confusion.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical shop floor execution risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership MII lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership manufacturing operations head.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How shop floor integration gaps become visible after migration. 1. Symptom production orders do not download correctly to shop floor terminals. 2. Red flag confirmation postings from MES fail or create duplicate entries. 3. Business impact operators lose trust in system data and revert to manual tracking. 4. Detection interface monitoring shows status mismatches between S/4HANA and ME or MII. 5. Technical proof IDOC or web service payload structures differ from legacy ECC format. When shop floor data loses synchronization, operational control deteriorates rapidly.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA simplifies production order data structures compared to ECC. 2. Custom enhancements in ECC were not fully revalidated in the new environment. 3. MES interfaces depend on legacy field mappings that change during migration. 4. Real-time confirmation behavior differs due to system performance improvements. Interface payload consistency is as critical as transactional accuracy.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC interfaces were built around legacy table structures. 2. S/4HANA introduces structural and semantic changes in order processing. 3. Compatibility views mask structural differences but do not guarantee integration stability. 4. Migration activates stricter validation logic in shop floor confirmations. Migration exposes technical debt embedded in execution interfaces.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In manufacturing integration scenarios, authority and execution must be clearly separated across work streams. 1. Accountable MII lead because this is the person who gets fired if shop floor integration fails. 2. Responsible integration and MES technical team for correcting interface logic. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for validating production order behavior. 4. Informed manufacturing operations head for operational alignment. Clear accountability prevents operational blame cycles during stabilization.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing shop floor gaps requires both technical correction and functional validation. 1. MII lead reviews and redesigns integration architecture with S/4HANA structures. 2. Integration team updates payload mappings and confirmation logic. 3. PP functional lead validates order lifecycle and status synchronization. 4. Manufacturing operations validates real-time execution accuracy on the shop floor.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed S/4HANA for altering order behavior. 2. Blamed MES system for inconsistent confirmations. 3. Actual owner integration governance and interface redesign. 4. Root cause legacy interface assumptions not aligned with new architecture.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. MII lead conducts end-to-end integration validation workshops. 2. Integration team refactors mapping logic and tests under real shop floor load. 3. PP functional lead validates order confirmations and goods movements. 4. Manufacturing leadership signs off after parallel run verification.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Applying quick patches without full lifecycle testing. 2. Ignoring subtle payload field differences after migration. 3. Relying only on technical success logs without operational validation. 4. Allowing manual workarounds to become permanent processes. Temporary interface fixes create long-term execution instability.
Follow-up 1. Why does this issue sometimes appear only under real production load?
Answer: because test environments rarely simulate full transactional concurrency and shop floor complexity. Real-time execution exposes synchronization timing gaps.
Follow-up 2. Can compatibility views solve this problem?
Answer: compatibility views help legacy code but do not guarantee interface semantic alignment. Integration payload redesign is often required.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do teams underestimate MES integration risk?
Answer: because integration may appear technically successful while operational behavior drifts subtly. Execution systems demand near-perfect synchronization.
Exclusive pro tip.
If shop floor confirmations behave inconsistently after migration, audit payload semantics before tuning production parameters.
Category 6 wrap-up. Cross-module integration failures.
Category 6 proved a hard truth about ECC to S/4HANA migration. No module fails alone. When PP interacts with MM, SD, QM, EWM, Finance, IBP, MES, or external planning systems, integration assumptions built in ECC are stress-tested. Most post-go-live escalations originate at these integration boundaries.
What Category 6 exposed?
1. Interface logic built around ECC structures rarely survives S/4HANA unchanged. 2. Stock, availability, financial posting, and inspection timing are tightly coupled across modules. 3. Most integration failures are semantic, not purely technical. 4. Without clear accountability, cross-module blame cycles delay stabilization. Integration is not a technical detail. It is the backbone of end-to-end process integrity.
Transition from integration stability to system stability.
Once cross-module integration stabilizes, the next layer of risk surfaces: performance and parallelism. S/4HANA on HANA changes how data is processed, how jobs execute, and how concurrency behaves. What looked fast in ECC can behave unpredictably under HANA.
Category 7 HANA Performance and Parallelism.
This category focuses on system speed, runtime behavior, locking patterns, and algorithmic performance under S/4HANA. Many teams assume HANA automatically means faster. In reality, improper custom code, parallel execution, and heavy planning loads can introduce new instability patterns.
Scenarios covered in Category 7.
Scenario 103, MRP Live Runtime Spikes. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting ABAP Lead HANA. Scenario 104, Parallel Processing Race Conditions. Primary Owner ABAP Lead HANA, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 105, Capacity Evaluation CPU Overload. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 106, Background Planning Job Blocks. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 107, Custom Select Star Regression. Primary Owner ABAP Lead HANA, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 108, Lock Escalation and Confirmations. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting ABAP Lead. Scenario 109, Scheduling Algorithm Drift. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 110, Order Mass Processing Timeout. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 111, Index Changes or PP Reports Behavior. Primary Owner ABAP Lead HANA, supporting PP Functional Lead. Scenario 112, Real-Time Analytics Slowdown. Primary Owner Basis Lead, supporting Analytics Lead in S/4HANA. Performance issues are rarely hardware problems. They are architectural.
Scenario 103, MRP Live Runtime Spikes.
After Go Live, MRP Live runs that previously completed in acceptable timeframes begin exceeding batch windows. Planning jobs extend into business hours, creating system slowdowns and operational disruptions.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high system stability risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting ABAP Lead HANA. 5. Business ownership planning manager BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How performance instability appears and how to detect it early. 1. Symptom, MD01N jobs exceed planned runtime windows. 2. Red flag, system CPU utilization spikes during planning runs. 3. Business impact, planning results are delayed and order releases postponed. 4. Detection, SD03N and job monitoring show abnormal runtime growth after conversion. 5. Technical proof. HANA expensive statements trace highlights heavy read operations on large tables. Insight, HANA speed depends on optimized logic, not just hardware.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. MRP Live executes directly on HANA using in-memory processing. 2. Custom code or unoptimized logic amplifies data reads. 3. Large unarchived datasets increase processing load. 4. Parallel execution without proper tuning increases contention. Performance issues in S/4HANA are usually design-driven.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC used different planning execution logic. 2. HANA processing patterns differ from traditional database behavior. 3. Custom developments written for ECC are not optimized for HANA. 4. Migration exposes inefficient logic previously masked by batch timing. What ran slowly in ECC becomes unstable in S/4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise programs, accountability and execution are clearly separated across work streams. 1. Accountable basis lead, meaning the person who gets fired if performance fails. 2. Responsible ABAP lead HANA, meaning the person who analyzes and optimizes custom logic. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for planning logic validation. 4. Informed planning manager for business timing impact. RACI clarifies authority and prevents performance blame cycles.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Performance correction requires both technical and architectural alignment. 1. Basis lead analyzes workload, memory consumption, and job configuration. 2. ABAP lead HANA optimizes inefficient select statements and AMDP logic. 3. PP functional lead validates planning scope and data volume relevance. 4. Planning manager confirms acceptable runtime targets.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed infrastructure team for insufficient hardware. 2. Blamed HANA platform for instability. 3. Actual owner basis and ABAP leads for runtime optimization. 4. Root cause legacy logic not adapted for HANA processing.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. Basis lead adjusts job parallelization and memory parameters. 2. ABAP lead HANA refactors inefficient database access patterns. 3. PP functional lead reduces unnecessary planning scope. 4. Analytics lead validates system monitoring thresholds.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Increasing hardware capacity without code optimization. 2. Reducing planning frequency without analyzing root cause. 3. Blaming HANA performance generically. 4. Ignoring expensive statement traces. Throwing hardware at bad logic is not optimization.
Follow-up 1. Why was performance acceptable in ECC?
Answer: ECC relied on different execution logic and database structures. Inefficiencies were often hidden within overnight batch windows. HANA executes logic faster, but also exposes inefficiencies immediately under real load.
Follow-up 2. Can hardware upgrades alone solve this?
Answer: hardware may reduce symptoms temporarily, but inefficient logic will still consume excessive resources. Sustainable resolution requires code and configuration optimization aligned with HANA best practices.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do performance issues appear months after go live?
Answer: initial data volumes are smaller and user concurrency is limited during stabilization. As transactional data grows and parallel activity increases, architectural weaknesses surface progressively.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, performance is a design responsibility. If HANA is slow, the architecture is wrong.
Scenario 104. Parallel processing race condition.
After S/4HANA conversion, parallel execution of confirmations or mass order processing begins creating inconsistent updates. Some orders update correctly, while others show partial postings or locking conflicts due to concurrency collisions.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical data integrity risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead HANA. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production operations lead.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Concurrency problems often appear randomly until traced carefully. 1. Symptom: orders intermittently fail during confirmation or goods movement. 2. Red flag: SM12 lock entries spike during peak processing windows. 3. Business impact: production delays and inconsistent stock postings. 4. Detection: SD22 short dumps or update terminations during parallel runs. 5. technical proof. Custom programs lack proper enqueue and dequeue handling. Insight, parallel speed without concurrency control creates instability.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA enables high parallel execution by default. 2. Legacy ECC programs were written assuming sequential execution. 3. Custom enhancements lack proper lock management. 4. High concurrency magnifies architectural weaknesses. Parallelism exposes assumptions embedded in old code.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC systems often limited parallel execution by hardware constraints. 2. HANA architecture promotes concurrent processing. 3. Custom ECC logic was never designed for aggressive parallelism. 4. Migration introduces runtime conditions never previously encountered. S/4HANA speed amplifies concurrency design flaws.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Clear authority separation prevents finger pointing during data integrity incidents. 1. Accountable ABAP lead HANA, the person who gets fired if race conditions corrupt data. 2. Responsible ABAP lead HANA development team implementing proper enqueue logic. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for transactional validation. 4. Informed production operations lead for impact awareness. Accountability defines authority. Responsibility defines execution.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Race conditions require architectural correction, not temporary throttling. 1. ABAP lead HANA implements proper enqueue and dequeue logic. 2. ABAP team redesigns programs for idempotent execution. 3. PP functional lead validates transactional consistency postfix. 4. Basis lead monitors system locks after concurrency optimization.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed basis team for lock escalation. 2. Blamed end users for simultaneous processing. 3. Actual owner ABAP lead for missing concurrency controls. 4. Root cause sequential code assumptions exposed by HANA parallelism.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead HANA redesigns update logic with proper locking mechanisms. 2. ABAP team validates commit behavior and rollback scenarios. 3. Basis lead reviews system parallelization parameters. 4. PP functional lead performs controlled regression testing.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reducing user concurrency without fixing code logic. 2. Disabling parallel execution globally. 3. Blaming HANA locking behavior generically. 4. Ignoring lock monitoring transactions. Concurrency problems are solved in code, not by restricting users.
Follow-up 1. Why did this never happen in ECC?
Answer: ECC systems often process transactions sequentially due to hardware limitations. Concurrency levels were lower, so flawed locking logic did not surface visibly. HANA parallelism exposes these weaknesses immediately.
Follow-up 2. Can adjusting job scheduling fix this?
Answer: scheduling changes may reduce symptoms temporarily, but they do not resolve underlying race conditions. Proper enqueue logic and transactional redesign are required for long-term stability.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why are race conditions considered high-risk audit issues?
Answer: because inconsistent postings can create hidden data corruption. Financial and inventory inconsistencies may not surface immediately, but they undermine system integrity and audit reliability.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, concurrency is a feature. If your code assumes sequence, it will eventually fail.
Scenario 105. Capacity evaluation CPU overload.
After go-live, capacity planning transactions begin consuming excessive CPU resources. CM01, CM21, or mass leveling runs that were stable in ECC now spike database usage in S/4HANA, slowing down the entire production system.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high performance degradation. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production planning manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Capacity overload often appears as system slowness rather than an obvious functional error. 1. Symptom: capacity planning transactions run significantly slower than expected. 2. Red flag CPU usage spikes during peak planning runs. 3. Business impact planners experience delays impacting daily scheduling decisions. 4. Detection SD03 workload analysis shows heavy load from capacity evaluation programs. 5. Technical proof. HANA expensive statement trace identifies large unoptimized capacity queries. Insight. When planning slows down, the root cause is often data volume and query design.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA processes larger data sets due to unified tables. 2. Capacity evaluation logic reads more granular scheduling data. 3. Custom reports or enhancements use inefficient selection logic. 4. Historical data was not archived before conversion. Higher performance hardware does not compensate for inefficient logic.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC databases limited data growth through aggregation. 2. HANA allows real-time access to full historical data sets. 3. Migration often retains years of unarchived capacity data. 4. Performance assumptions built in ECC collapse under HANA scale. Migration exposes hidden performance debt.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Performance incidents require clarity on who owns system stability. 1. Accountable basis lead, the person who gets fired if the system becomes unstable. 2. Responsible basis team performing workload and performance optimization. 3. Consulted PP functional lead validating planning logic accuracy. 4. Informed production planning manager regarding system availability. Infrastructure accountability ensures performance stability.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Stability requires coordinated tuning and validation. 1. Basis lead analyzes workload and optimizes HANA parameters. 2. ABAP lead reviews expensive statements and adjusts query logic. 3. PP functional lead reduces unnecessary capacity planning scope. 4. Data governance team archives obsolete historical planning data.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA performance for being unstable. 2. Blamed end users for running heavy reports. 3. Actual owner basis lead for infrastructure oversight. 4. Root cause data volume and inefficient capacity logic.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead performs HANA performance tuning and index optimization. 2. ABAP lead refactors heavy selection statements. 3. PP functional lead narrows planning horizons where possible. 4. Data governance team implements structured archiving policies.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Ignoring CPU spikes assuming they are temporary. 2. Restricting planners from executing necessary transactions. 3. Adding more hardware without analyzing root cause. 4. Overlooking historical data cleanup. Performance tuning must address both logic and data volume.
Follow-up 1. Why does HANA struggle despite being faster?
Answer: HANA is optimized for columnar processing, but poorly designed queries or massive unarchived data can overwhelm resources. Speed amplifies inefficiencies rather than eliminating them.
Follow-up 2. Is archiving mandatory before conversion?
Answer: while not technically mandatory, it is strategically essential. Retaining excessive historical data directly impacts runtime performance after go-live.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do performance issues appear weeks after go-live?
Answer: initial loads may be low, but once real production volumes accumulate, planning runs intensify. Performance degradation often surfaces only under realistic operational load.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, performance is a shared responsibility between infrastructure, code, and data governance.
Scenario 106. Background planning job blocks.
After migration, background planning jobs such as MRP Live or mass rescheduling begin blocking other transactions. Users report frozen sessions, delayed confirmations, and system-wide slowness during peak planning hours.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high system stability risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production planning manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Planning blocks rarely appear as errors. They manifest as system congestion. 1. Symptom: users experience frozen screens during planning runs. 2. Red flag: SM37 shows long-running MRP live background jobs. 3. Business impact: shop floor confirmations and goods movements are delayed. 4. Detection: SD22 and SM50 reveal lock weights and work process congestion. 5. Technical proof: high NQ lock entries during planning job execution. Insight: planning jobs should optimize flow, not block it.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. MRP Live runs in parallel and consumes multiple work processes. 2. Background jobs overlap with business-critical operational transactions. 3. Job scheduling was not re-optimized for HANA behavior. 4. System sizing assumptions were based on ECC load patterns. Migration changes workload distribution across processes.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC planning jobs were mostly sequential. 2. S/4HANA enables aggressive parallelization. 3. Conversion activates new runtime behavior without redesigning job schedules. 4. Legacy job timing assumptions collapse post-migration. Faster planning can destabilize operations if not governed.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Blocking jobs demand clear separation of accountability and execution. 1. Accountable basis lead: the person who gets fired if system stability collapses. 2. Responsible basis team adjusting job scheduling and work process allocation. 3. Consulted PP functional lead validating planning batch scope and timing. 4. Informed production planning manager regarding system availability windows. System stability is an infrastructure accountability.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Fixing congestion requires workload redesign, not complaint handling. 1. Basis lead reschedules heavy planning jobs to off-peak hours. 2. Basis team adjusts parallel processing parameters. 3. PP functional lead reduces unnecessary full plant planning runs. 4. Capacity planners validate performance after adjustments.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed: users running planning at the wrong time. 2. Blamed: HANA system for instability. 3. Actual owner basis lead for workload governance. 4. Root cause: unmanaged parallelization during migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead restructures background job calendar. 2. PP functional lead narrows planning scope and segmentation. 3. ABAP lead reviews job logic for heavy database operations. 4. Operations team monitors performance metrics post-adjustment.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Canceling planning jobs without root cause analysis. 2. Blaming end users for heavy usage. 3. Increasing hardware without workload optimization. 4. Ignoring lock conflicts during stabilization. Hardware cannot fix scheduling design flaws.
Follow-up 1. Why does parallel planning cause blocking?
Answer: parallel planning consumes multiple work processes and database threads simultaneously. Without proper resource allocation, it competes with operational transactions, creating lock contention.
Follow-up 2. Should MRP always run overnight?
Answer: not necessarily, but heavy planning should align with business transaction patterns. Strategic job scheduling prevents system congestion.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why did this never happen in ECC?
Answer: ECC used more sequential job execution and had smaller real-time data volumes. S/4HANA accelerates execution, amplifying concurrency risks.
Exclusive pro tip.
In S/4HANA, job scheduling strategy is as critical as functional configuration.
Scenario 107. Custom select star regression.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, custom PP reports and planning programs that previously ran within seconds begin consuming excessive memory and runtime. What worked efficiently on ECC suddenly degrades under HANA, especially during high-volume planning cycles.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity: high performance degradation risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead HANA. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production planning manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Performance regression rarely throws dumps, it silently slows the system. 1. Symptom: custom planning reports take significantly longer to execute. 2. Red flag SD05 trace shows full table scans on large HANA tables. 3. Business impact planning cycles extend, delaying production decisions. 4. Detection SQL monitor highlights high data transfer volume from select star statements. 5. Technical proof. Code inspection reveals select star without field restriction. Insight. HANA rewards precision and penalizes lazy data access.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. ECC databases tolerated broad field selection due to row-based storage. 2. HANA uses columnar storage where unnecessary fields increase memory load. 3. Custom programs were never optimized for HANA performance principles. 4. Migration exposes inefficient legacy coding patterns. What was acceptable in ECC becomes inefficient in S/4HANA.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. Custom code was designed for row-based database logic. 2. S/4HANA enforces performance standards aligned with HANA architecture. 3. Code remediation is mandatory during migration projects. 4. The regression appears only when legacy code runs on HANA. Migration shifts database philosophy, not just platform.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Performance regression requires strict accountability between technical and functional streams. 1. Accountable ABAP lead HANA, the person who gets fired if custom code destabilizes performance. 2. Responsible ABAP development team rewriting inefficient queries. 3. Consulted PP functional lead validating report logic after optimization. 4. Informed production planning manager regarding report runtime changes. In S/4HANA, performance ownership lies within the technical stream.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing regression requires architectural code redesign, not hardware upgrades. 1. ABAP lead replaces select star with field-specific selections. 2. ABAP team applies HANA-optimized SQL and indexing strategies. 3. PP functional lead validates report output accuracy. 4. Performance testing team benchmarks improvements post-remediation.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA for being slow. 2. Blamed basis for poor system tuning. 3. Actual owner ABAP lead HANA for inefficient code. 4. Root cause legacy database access logic incompatible with columnar storage.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead redesigns database access to minimize data footprint. 2. Development team uses performance analysis tools such as SQL Monitor. 3. PP functional lead revalidates functional consistency of optimized reports. 4. Technical team executes load testing before redeployment.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adding more hardware without code optimization. 2. Ignoring code remediation during migration. 3. Blaming database migration without reviewing custom logic. 4. Running full table queries during peak hours. Performance is engineered, not purchased.
Follow-up 1. Why does select star hurt performance in HANA?
Answer. HANA stores data in columns, meaning each additional field retrieved increases memory and processing overhead. Selecting only required fields drastically reduces data transfer and improves runtime efficiency.
Follow-up 2. Should all custom code be reviewed during migration?
Answer. Yes. Code remediation is a mandatory migration workstream. Programs optimized for ECC databases often require redesign to align with HANA principles.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why did performance look fine during testing?
Answer. Testing environments often contain limited data volumes. Production-scale datasets amplify inefficiencies that remain invisible in controlled test conditions.
Exclusive pro tip.
If a custom report runs slower in S/4HANA than in ECC, suspect code design before blaming the database.
Scenario 108. Lock escalation in confirmations.
After go live, multiple shop floor users confirm production orders simultaneously. What worked smoothly in ECC suddenly results in lock conflicts, update terminations, or hanging confirmations. The system appears unstable under parallel execution.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high operational blocking. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting ABAP lead. 5. Business ownership, shop floor supervisor.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Concurrency exposes weaknesses that single-user testing never reveals. 1. Symptom, order confirmations freeze or terminate unexpectedly. 2. Red flag SM12 shows excessive lock entries on production order objects. 3. Business impact, shop floor execution slows, operators retry confirmations manually. 4. Detection, SD22 dumps indicating queue lock conflicts during peak hours. 5. Technical proof, parallel confirmation processes attempt to update the same order data. Insight, HANA Parallelism increases throughput but also magnifies locking flaws.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S4 HANA processes confirmations faster, increasing parallel update collisions. 2. Legacy custom enhancements were not designed for high concurrency. 3. Lock granularity in custom code is too broad. 4. Background jobs overlap with manual confirmations. Performance gains without concurrency design create instability.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC processing speed limited simultaneous update conflicts. 2. HANA architecture enables high parallelism. 3. Migration increases system throughput without redesigning locking logic. 4. Concurrency flaws surface only under S4 HANA execution speed. S4 HANA accelerates both performance and exposure of weak design.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Concurrency issues require strict separation of accountability and execution. 1. Accountable basis lead, the person who gets fired if system stability collapses. 2. Responsible ABAP lead, analyzing and refining in queue logic. 3. Consulted PP functional lead, validating confirmation process design. 4. Informed shop floor supervisor regarding operational impact. Enterprise governance separates system stability ownership from business validation.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Stability requires technical redesign, not user retraining. 1. ABAP lead refines lock scope and ensures idempotent update logic. 2. Basis lead reviews in queue server configuration and parallel job settings. 3. PP functional lead reviews confirmation workflow timing. 4. Technical team executes stress testing with production-level concurrency.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed shop floor users for simultaneous confirmations. 2. Blamed S4 HANA performance tuning. 3. Actual owner, technical design of locking and update logic. 4. Root cause, legacy concurrency assumptions incompatible with HANA speed.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead narrows in queue objects to reduce collision scope. 2. Basis lead adjusts parallel processing parameters. 3. PP functional lead validates revised confirmation sequence. 4. Performance testing validates stability under simulated peak load.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Restricting user confirmations manually to avoid concurrency. 2. Blaming hardware limitations without code analysis. 3. Disabling parallel processing entirely. 4. Ignoring lock statistics during stabilization. Concurrency must be engineered, not suppressed.
Follow-up 1. Why did ECC not show this lock issue?
Answer: ECC processing speed limited the number of simultaneous update requests. S4 HANA executes transactions faster, increasing the probability of overlapping updates and exposing latent locking weaknesses.
Follow-up 2. Can this be solved purely by basis tuning?
Answer: no. While basis configuration helps manage system resources, locking logic is defined at application level. Proper code refinement and process redesign are required.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this appear only during real production load?
Answer: test systems rarely simulate real concurrency levels. Only full-scale production activity generates enough parallel transactions to trigger lock escalation conflicts.
Exclusive pro tip.
If lock conflicts appear after migration, analyze concurrency design before scaling hardware.
Scenario 109. Scheduling algorithm drift.
After ECC to S4 HANA migration, detailed scheduling results begin to differ subtly. Production orders are scheduled earlier or later than expected, capacity leveling produces different sequences, and planners report that finite scheduling logic feels inconsistent compared to ECC.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high planning accuracy risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Algorithmic behavior changes are subtle but operationally significant. 1. Symptom production orders shift dates without obvious master data change. 2. Red flag capacity leveling produces different sequence compared to ECC baseline. 3. Business impact plan start dates fluctuate, causing coordination issues on the shop floor. 4. Detection. Side-by-side comparison between ECC scheduling logs and S/4HANA planning results. 5. Technical proof. HANA execution plan shows optimized processing order of scheduling logic. Insight, faster calculation, can alter sequence priority under complex capacity constraints.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. HANA processes scheduling logic in parallel rather than strictly sequential order. 2. Optimization routines behave differently under new database execution plans. 3. Capacity evaluation timing differs due to runtime improvements. 4. Minor configuration inconsistencies are amplified by new processing logic. The algorithm did not change entirely, but its execution context did.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC scheduling relied on traditional database processing order. 2. S/4HANA leverages in-memory parallel execution. 3. Migration changes execution engine behavior even with identical configuration. 4. Subtle runtime shifts create visible planning drift only after conversion. Execution context changes can produce functional drift.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Scheduling drift impacts production commitments and requires clear accountability. 1. Accountable basis lead, the person who gets fired if performance or stability causes business disruption. 2. Responsible PP functional lead, analyzing scheduling configuration and capacity settings. 3. Consulted ABAP lead for database execution optimization review. 4. Informed business planner regarding planning accuracy changes. Enterprise projects, separate system runtime accountability from functional scheduling validation.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Resolution requires functional validation combined with runtime analysis. 1. PP functional lead revalidates scheduling parameters and capacity configuration. 2. Basis lead analyzes database execution plans and performance statistics. 3. ABAP lead reviews custom scheduling enhancements if applicable. 4. Business planner performs controlled scenario testing to confirm alignment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed planning team for incorrect dates. 2. Blamed S/4HANA claiming algorithm changed. 3. Actual owner execution environment and configuration validation. 4. Root cause runtime behavior shift under HANA processing.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PP functional lead revalidates detailed scheduling and capacity settings. 2. Basis lead analyzes and tunes performance parameters. 3. ABAP lead adjusts any custom enhancements affecting scheduling logic. 4. Cross-functional regression testing validates scheduling stability.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Rebuilding all master data without root cause analysis. 2. Assuming algorithm changed completely without evidence. 3. Ignoring minor drift assuming it is negligible. 4. Blaming users for date fluctuations. Small scheduling drift compounds into major operational instability.
Follow-up 1. Did SAP change the scheduling algorithm in S/4HANA?
Answer: not fundamentally. However, the execution context and runtime behavior under HANA can alter sequence evaluation and processing order, resulting in different outcomes under complex capacity conditions.
Follow-up 2. Should we revert to classic MRP to avoid drift?
Answer: no. The objective is to align configuration and validate scheduling logic under the new architecture, rather than reverting to legacy execution methods.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is the drift visible only for high-volume plants?
Answer: high transaction volume increases concurrency and optimization complexity. Under heavy load, Subtle execution differences become more visible than in low-volume scenarios.
Exclusive pro tip.
When scheduling drift appears after migration, compare not only configuration, but also runtime behavior and performance statistics.
Scenario 110. Order mass processing timeout.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, mass processing of production orders such as release, TCO, or rescheduling begins to timeout. Jobs that previously completed in ECC now exceed runtime thresholds, locking resources and delaying operational execution.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high execution stability risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production operations manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Mass activities amplify runtime weaknesses that were hidden during unit testing. 1. Symptom, cove, or mass release jobs terminate with timeout errors. 2. Red flag background job logs show extended runtime and in-queue waits. 3. Business impact order releases are delayed, affecting shop floor execution. 4. Detection SM37 job monitoring shows abnormal runtime spikes post-migration. 5. Technical proof. SD22 dumps or database timeout logs during high-volume processing. Insight. Individual transactions may work fine. Mass execution exposes scalability gaps.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. HANA parallel processing increases lock contention during mass updates. 2. Custom enhancements are not optimized for large volume execution. 3. Indexes or database statistics were not properly adjusted after migration. 4. Background job parameters differ from ECC configuration. Performance architecture matters more in mass processing than in single transactions.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC database handled sequential mass updates differently. 2. S/4HANA runtime executes operations in parallel, increasing contention. 3. Legacy custom code was never stress-tested under HANA scale. 4. Migration shifts from disk-based to in-memory processing behavior. Scale exposes architectural weaknesses.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Mass processing failures affect operational continuity and require clear accountability. 1. Accountable basis lead, the person who gets fired if system stability collapses during mass execution. 2. Responsible PP functional lead validating mass processing scope and job design. 3. Consulted ABAP lead for performance optimization of custom logic. 4. Informed production operations manager regarding execution delays. In enterprise programs, runtime stability ownership sits with infrastructure leadership.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing mass timeouts requires performance engineering, not quick retries. 1. Basis lead analyzes job runtime, work process utilization, and log statistics. 2. ABAP lead optimizes custom enhancements for bulk execution. 3. PP functional lead restructures mass processing scope into manageable batches. 4. Operations team validates throughput after optimization.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed end users for scheduling too many orders at once. 2. Blamed system performance generically. 3. Actual owner infrastructure tuning and mass job design. 4. Root cause lack of scalability validation under S/4HANA runtime.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead optimizes background work processes and database parameters. 2. ABAP lead redesigns heavy logic to support bulk processing efficiently. 3. PP functional lead divides processing into phased execution waves. 4. Performance testing team conducts stress tests before reopening mass jobs.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Restarting failed jobs repeatedly without root cause analysis. 2. Increasing timeout parameters blindly. 3. Disabling important validation checks to speed execution. 4. Ignoring lock contention warnings. Scaling without optimization leads to systemic instability.
Follow-up 1. Why did mass jobs work fine in ECC?
Answer: ECC used different database processing patterns and lower parallel execution intensity. The new architecture handles workload differently, revealing scalability gaps in custom or configuration design.
Follow-up 2. Is increasing background processes a solution?
Answer: increasing processes without optimization can worsen lock contention. Performance tuning must be balanced with architectural review.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does the issue appear only during month-end?
Answer: month-end combines high transaction volume, settlements, confirmations, and planning jobs simultaneously. Concurrency amplifies performance bottlenecks.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always conduct controlled stress testing of mass order activities before declaring system stability after go live.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Scenario 111. Index changes impacting PP reports.
After ECC to S4 HANA migration, classic PP reports that previously executed within seconds begin to slow down significantly. The root cause is not always volume growth, but database index redesign and data model simplification affecting report access paths.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity medium reporting performance risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead HANA. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production planner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Report performance degradation is often structural rather than transactional. 1. Symptom, custom, or standard PP reports take significantly longer to execute. 2. Red flag SD05 SQL trace shows full table scans instead of index reads. 3. Business impact planners wait longer for availability and capacity insights. 4. Detection performance trace tools show changed execution plans after migration. 5. Technical proof database optimizer selects different access paths compared to ECC. Insight HANA does not automatically optimize poorly designed queries.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S4 HANA simplified tables and removed certain secondary indexes. 2. Custom reports rely on legacy table structures and index assumptions. 3. CDS-based models replace classic reporting logic. 4. Database statistics were not refreshed after large data loads. The database engine is smarter, but it expects modern query design.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC index design supported older reporting patterns. 2. S4 HANA in-memory architecture changes access strategies. 3. Legacy select statements assume disk-based performance characteristics. 4. Migration alters the execution plan landscape entirely. What worked on ECC's database may not scale on HANA without redesign.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Reporting slowdowns require clear differentiation between architectural accountability and technical execution. 1. Accountable, ABAP lead HANA, the person who gets fired if reporting performance collapses. 2. Responsible, ABAP development team optimizing SQL logic and CDS design. 3. Consulted, basis lead for database statistics and performance parameters. 4. Informed, production planner impacted by delayed reporting insights. In enterprise governance, reporting logic accountability belongs to application architecture leadership.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing report performance requires redesign, not hardware upgrades. 1. ABAP lead redesigns queries using optimized CDS views. 2. Basis lead refreshes database statistics and reviews index strategy. 3. PP functional lead validates business correctness after report redesign. 4. Analytics team tests execution plans under production data volumes.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA performance. 2. Blamed system size or hardware. 3. Actual owner query design and index optimization. 4. Root cause legacy reporting patterns not aligned to S/4HANA architecture.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead rewrites inefficient select logic using modern HANA techniques. 2. Basis lead ensures optimal memory allocation and statistics updates. 3. PP functional lead validates report outputs for business accuracy. 4. Testing team performs load simulation to validate runtime stability.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adding hardware without code optimization. 2. Creating redundant indexes without architectural review. 3. Ignoring SQL trace analysis. 4. Copying ECC reporting logic unchanged into S/4HANA. Performance tuning starts with design, not infrastructure.
Follow-up 1. Why are some reports fast while others are slow?
Answer: reports built using CDS or optimized SQL align with HANA architecture. Legacy reports using generic select patterns rely on outdated access assumptions.
Follow-up 2. Should all classic reports be converted to CDS?
Answer: not always. But critical and high-volume reports should be redesigned to leverage in-memory capabilities effectively.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does performance degrade only after a few months?
Answer: as data volume grows post-go-live, execution plans change. What was marginally efficient at low volume becomes inefficient at scale.
Exclusive pro tip.
Run SQL trace analysis for all high-frequency PP reports immediately after go-live to prevent long-term performance debt.
Scenario 112. Real-time analytics slowdown.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, embedded analytics and real-time dashboards begin to slow down production transactions. What was expected to improve decision speed, instead, starts impacting operational throughput due to resource contention between analytics and core planning processes.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high system stability risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, basis lead. 4. Supporting analytics lead. 5. Business ownership, operations head.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Real-time visibility can unintentionally compete with transactional stability. 1. Symptom, production order processing slows during heavy dashboard usage. 2. Red flag, CPU and memory spikes during analytics refresh cycles. 3. Business impact, delays in confirmations, MRP runs, or shop floor postings. 4. Detection, HANA workload monitor shows resource contention between OLTP and analytics queries. 5. Technical proof. Expensive SQL statements linked to CDS-based analytical views. Insight, real-time analytics is powerful, but it must be governed.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Embedded analytics runs complex aggregations on live production tables. 2. High-frequency dashboard refresh intervals overload memory. 3. CDS views are not optimized for production-scale data volumes. 4. Concurrency between planning runs and analytics increases system strain. S/4HANA unifies analytics and transactions, but that unification must be controlled.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC typically separated transactional and analytical systems. 2. S/4HANA combines both workloads in a single in-memory platform. 3. Real-time CDS analytics replaces batch-based reporting. 4. Migration shifts architecture from decoupled to unified execution. Integration improves visibility but raises architectural responsibility.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In real enterprise programs, analytics governance must be clearly assigned to prevent performance degradation. 1. Accountable basis lead, the person who gets fired if system stability collapses. 2. Responsible analytics lead, optimizing CDS models and refresh logic. 3. Consulted ABAP lead, HANA for query tuning and performance adjustments. 4. Informed operations head, impacted by production slowdowns. Enterprise governance requires balance between analytical insight and transactional resilience.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Stability must take priority over visualization intensity. 1. Basis lead monitors and redistributes system workload priorities. 2. Analytics lead redesigns heavy CDS views for optimized aggregation. 3. ABAP lead performs SQL tuning and indexing improvements. 4. PP functional lead validates that planning processes remain stable.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA performance limitations. 2. Blame too much data volume. 3. Actual owner analytics governance and workload management. 4. Root cause real-time analytics competing with core transactional execution.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Analytics lead reduces refresh frequency and optimizes CDS view logic. 2. Basis lead configures workload classes and resource limits. 3. ABAP lead rewrites inefficient analytical queries. 4. Operations leadership prioritizes mission-critical transactions over dashboards.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Disabling analytics entirely without root cause analysis. 2. Adding hardware before optimizing queries. 3. Ignoring workload monitoring tools. 4. Allowing unrestricted dashboard refresh cycles. Visibility is powerful, but stability is non-negotiable.
Follow-up 1. Why does analytics impact production directly in S/4HANA?
Answer: because S/4HANA runs analytics and transactions on the same in-memory database. Heavy analytical queries can compete with operational processes for CPU and memory.
Follow-up 2. Should analytics be moved to a separate system?
Answer: not necessarily, but governance through workload management and optimized design is essential to prevent resource contention.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do slowdowns often appear months after go-live?
Answer: as user adoption grows, dashboard usage increases. Data volume expands and query complexity rises, exposing architectural inefficiencies.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat embedded analytics as a controlled workload. Monitor resource classes weekly during the first 6 months after go-live to avoid silent performance degradation.
Category 7 wrap-up. Performance is not a bug. It is architecture.
HANA performance incidents are rarely random. They are architectural reflections of design, concurrency, indexing, and workload governance decisions. In S/4HANA, speed is guaranteed only if custom logic, analytics, and planning are engineered responsibly.
Transition from performance to extensibility risk.
Now we move from system speed to something even more dangerous: custom code and enhancements. Because in S/4HANA, what worked for 15 years in ECC can disappear overnight.
Category 8. Extensibility and modifications.
Focus, custom code, and Fiori. This category covers user exits, baddies, Z reports, workflow triggers, CDS replacements, and clean core enforcement. These are the incidents that shock technical teams after conversion because the code still compiles, but the logic no longer behaves the same.
Scenarios covered in Category 8.
Scenario 113, user exits no longer trigger. Primary owner ABAP lead classic, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 114, baddie implementation order changes. Primary owner ABAP lead classic, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 115, implicit enhancements lost. Primary owner ABAP lead classic, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 116, Z production reports fail. Primary owner ABAP lead classic, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 117, Fiori versus GUI behavior differences. Primary owner PP functional lead, supporting Fiori developer. Scenario 118, embedded analytics show different results. Primary owner analytics lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 119, CDS views replace classic tables. Primary owner ABAP lead HANA, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 120, Clean Core enforcement removes custom hooks. Primary owner solution architect, supporting ABAP lead. Scenario 121, workflow trigger differences. Primary owner ABAP and workflow lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 122, PPDS baddies not migrating. Primary owner PPDS lead, supporting ABAP lead. Scenario 123, Fiori adoption and training gaps. Primary owner change management lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 124, external PP interfaces removed. Primary owner integration lead, supporting PP functional lead.
Scenario 113. User exits no longer trigger.
After ECC to S/4HANA conversion, legacy user exits that controlled production order validation, confirmations, or backflush logic stop triggering consistently. The code exists, transports are fine, but the enhancement framework behaves differently under the new data model and Clean Core enforcement.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high silent logic failure. 2. Phase during conversion and post-go live. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead classic. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this failure manifests and how to detect it early. 1. Symptom production orders allow postings that were previously blocked in ECC. 2. Red flag custom validation logic no longer executes during order release or confirmation. 3. Business impact incorrect postings bypass governance controls and create financial discrepancies. 4. Detection technical trace shows enhancement spot not triggered during runtime. 5. Technical proof. Debug session confirms user exit include is not called under S/4HANA execution flow. Insight, if validation disappears, do not assume it was removed. Assume the trigger framework changed.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA replaces or restructures certain classic enhancement points. 2. Clean Core principles discourage direct modifications. 3. Execution sequence of user exits changes under new framework layers. 4. Legacy code was tightly coupled to ECC table structures that are simplified in S/4HANA. S/4HANA modernizes enhancement architecture. Legacy hooks may no longer align.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC enhancement spots were stable for years without change. 2. S/4HANA introduces new baddie frameworks and deprecates some classic exits. 3. SPDD and SBAU adjustments during upgrade may disable enhancements. 4. The change only becomes visible after technical conversion. The code did not break. The trigger mechanism changed.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise S/4HANA programs, ownership follows a RACI model separating authority from execution. 1. Accountable, ABAP lead who signs off enhancement architecture and is responsible if governance fails. 2. Responsible, ABAP developer who analyzes and reimplements enhancement logic. 3. Consulted PP functional lead to confirm business rule correctness. 4. Informed, production business process owner for operational impact awareness. Accountable means the person who owns the outcome. Responsible means the person who performs the technical remediation.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Restoring enhancement behavior requires architectural review, not patching. 1. ABAP lead analyzes deprecated user exits and identifies replacement baddies. 2. ABAP developer reimplements logic using released S/4HANA enhancement frameworks. 3. PP functional lead validates business logic alignment with production processes. 4. Business process owner confirms governance rules are enforced operationally.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed basis because behavior changed after upgrade. 2. Blamed SAP for removing exits. 3. Actual owner ABAP lead for enhancement redesign. 4. Root cause framework modernization under S/4HANA.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead maps classic exits to S/4HANA baddie equivalents. 2. ABAP developer refactors logic using released APIs and enhancement spots. 3. PP functional lead performs end-to-end validation of production order flows. 4. Solution architect ensures clean core compliance going forward.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reinserting obsolete implicit enhancements directly into core code. 2. Commenting out logic temporarily to allow order processing. 3. Ignoring SPDD and SBAU adjustment impacts. 4. Assuming identical runtime behavior between ECC and S/4HANA. Shortcuts here compromise clean core and future upgrades.
Follow-up 1. Why did the user exit work perfectly in ECC?
Answer: ECC had stable and predictable enhancement points that remained unchanged for years. S/4HANA restructures many frameworks to align with modern architecture principles. This shift alters execution sequences and invalidates some classic enhancement hooks.
Follow-up 2. Can we force legacy exits to work again?
Answer: technically, you could attempt workaround modifications, but that violates clean core principles. The recommended approach is to redesign using supported baddies and released APIs to ensure future upgrade compatibility.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do these failures often go unnoticed during testing?
Answer: because testing focuses on transaction completion rather than validation enforcement. If orders process successfully, teams assume logic executed. Only detailed validation scenarios reveal missing governance controls.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat every classic user exit as suspect during migration. If it controls governance or validation, redesign it using S/4HANA supported enhancement frameworks before go live.
Scenario 114. Baddie implementation order changes.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, multiple baddie implementations that previously executed in a predictable order now trigger in a different sequence. Business validations fire too early or too late, and custom logic conflicts silently, producing inconsistent production order behavior.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high logic conflict. 2. Phase during conversion and post-go live. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead classic. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this sequencing issue manifests and how to detect it early. 1. Symptom: production orders pass one validation but fail another unexpectedly. 2. Red flag: identical test cases behave differently across environments. 3. Business impact: inconsistent order release behavior and compliance risks. 4. Detection: runtime traces show multiple baddie implementations triggered in altered sequence. 5. Technical proof: debugging reveals implementation order differs from ECC execution flow. Insight: when logic conflicts appear randomly, execution order is often the root cause.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA introduces new enhancement frameworks and implicit ordering rules. 2. Multiple active baddie implementations were never harmonized in ECC. 3. Clean core adjustments during upgrade re-register enhancement priorities. 4. Transport sequencing differences across systems amplify ordering conflicts. S/4HANA did not create conflicting logic. It exposed uncontrolled implementation layering.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC execution order remains stable for years. 2. Upgrade resets internal enhancement registration order. 3. Multiple baddie implementations accumulate over time without governance. 4. Only migration changes the runtime evaluation priority. Stable legacy sequencing collapses under architectural modernization.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise migrations, enhancement governance must follow a RACI structure with clear authority and execution ownership. 1. Accountable, ABAP lead who signs off enhancement architecture and is responsible if sequencing fails. 2. Responsible, ABAP developer who consolidates and refactors conflicting baddie implementations. 3. Consulted PP functional lead to validate functional sequencing requirements. 4. Informed, production business process owner for awareness of behavioral change. Accountable means the person who owns the outcome. Responsible means the person who performs the technical remediation.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting execution order requires architectural harmonization, not isolated patches. 1. ABAP lead reviews all active BADI implementations and eliminates redundancies. 2. ABAP developer consolidates logic into controlled enhancement structures. 3. PP functional lead defines required validation sequence from business perspective. 4. Solution architect ensures clean core compliance for long-term stability.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed SAP for changing execution behavior. 2. Blamed basis for transport inconsistencies. 3. Actual owner ABAP lead for unmanaged enhancement layering. 4. Root cause lack of enhancement governance before migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead documents and standardizes enhancement priority rules. 2. ABAP developer merges duplicate logic into a single controlled implementation. 3. PP functional lead validates business-critical validation order. 4. Architecture team defines enhancement governance standards moving forward.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adding additional BADI implementations to override sequence issues. 2. Deactivating one implementation without analyzing dependency impact. 3. Ignoring transport sequence inconsistencies across systems. 4. Assuming random failures are performance-related. Layering more logic on unstable sequencing multiplies risk.
Follow-up 1. Why was this not visible in ECC?
Answer: ECC maintains stable enhancement registration sequences over long periods. As long as no structural changes occurred, execution order appeared deterministic. Migration reshuffles framework internals, exposing unmanaged layering.
Follow-up 2. Can execution order be manually controlled?
Answer: yes, through explicit prioritization and controlled implementation design. However, it requires architectural review rather than incremental fixes. Governance must define sequencing standards to avoid future conflicts.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do multiple baddies exist in the first place?
Answer: over years of ECC support, different projects implemented logic independently. Each solved a local problem without a global enhancement strategy. Migration consolidates these hidden layers and reveals architectural fragmentation.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before migration, perform a full enhancement inventory. If more than one baddie controls the same business rule, consolidation is mandatory before S/4HANA conversion.
Scenario 115. Implicit enhancements lost.
During ECC to S/4HANA conversion, implicit enhancements embedded inside standard SAP programs are removed, overwritten, or skipped due to code remediation and clean core adjustments. After go-live, certain production validations or automation logic silently stop executing.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high silent logic loss. 2. Phase during conversion and post-go-live. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead classic. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How missing enhancements manifest and how to detect them early. 1. Symptom custom validations or automatic field updates no longer occur. 2. Red flag no runtime error appears but expected business behavior disappears. 3. Business impact production orders bypass critical control checks. 4. Detection code comparison tools show missing implicit enhancement blocks. 5. Technical proof. SPDD or SPAU adjustments overwrite embedded custom logic. Insight. If logic disappears silently, enhancement remediation must be reviewed.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Implicit enhancements were inserted directly inside standard SAP code. 2. Upgrade activities modify standard programs, removing embedded logic. 3. Clean core enforcement discourages modification-based enhancements. 4. SPDD or SPAU adjustments during upgrade override previous custom insertions. Implicit logic inside standard code is always vulnerable during upgrades.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed implicit enhancements without governance enforcement. 2. S/4HANA upgrades replace standard code segments aggressively. 3. Conversion resets modified objects requiring reimplementation. 4. Only during upgrade do overwritten code segments become visible. Migration is the moment when hidden modifications are exposed.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Enhancement governance during migration must clearly separate accountability from execution. 1. Accountable, ABAP lead who signs off modification strategy and owns code stability. 2. Responsible, ABAP developer who reimplements enhancements using approved frameworks. 3. Consulted, PP functional lead to confirm business validation requirements. 4. Informed, production business process owner for awareness of process impact. Accountable means the person who answers for the failure. Responsible means the person who performs the technical correction.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Recovering lost logic requires architectural redesign, not direct reinsertion. 1. ABAP lead performs enhancement inventory before and after conversion. 2. ABAP developer reimplements logic using explicit baddies or enhancement spots. 3. PP functional lead validates that business rules are correctly restored. 4. Solution architect ensures compliance with clean core principles.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed SAP for removing custom logic. 2. Blamed basis for upgrade handling. 3. Actual owner ABAP lead for unmanaged modification strategy. 4. Root cause, reliance on implicit enhancements instead of extensibility frameworks.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead migrates implicit enhancements to released enhancement frameworks. 2. ABAP developer rewrites modification logic into compliant baddies. 3. PP functional lead retests end-to-end production processes. 4. Architecture team enforces a no modification policy going forward.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reinserting implicit enhancements back into standard code. 2. Ignoring SPDD and SBAU reconciliation steps. 3. Assuming logic loss is user error. 4. Avoiding documentation of enhancement dependencies. Restoring lost logic incorrectly creates upgrade debt for the next cycle.
Follow-up 1. Why are implicit enhancements risky in upgrades?
Answer: because they sit inside SAP standard programs. When those programs are replaced during upgrade, embedded logic can be overwritten. Unlike explicit baddies, implicit modifications lack structural protection.
Follow-up 2. How can teams prevent this before migration?
Answer: by running custom code analysis tools and documenting all enhancement spots. Teams should refactor implicit logic into supported extensibility frameworks before conversion begins.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do companies still use implicit enhancements?
Answer: because they offer quick solutions and immediate results in ECC. Over time, projects accumulate shortcuts without governance. Migration forces accountability for those shortcuts.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your ECC system contains heavy implicit enhancements, treat migration as a mandatory code modernization program, not just a technical upgrade.
Scenario 116. Z production reports fail.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, custom Z production reports that previously read classic tables such as AFKO, AFPO, RESP, or MSEG begin returning incorrect data, short dumps, or performance bottlenecks. Although the transactions exist, the underlying data model has changed.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high reporting integrity risk. 2. Phase during conversion and post-go live. 3. Primary ownership, ABAP lead classic. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, production reporting owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How broken custom reports surface and how to identify them early. 1. Symptom: custom production reports show missing or duplicated records. 2. Red flag: short dumps referencing removed or compatibility views. 3. Business impact: shop floor decisions rely on inaccurate production data. 4. Detection: custom code analysis flags direct table reads replaced by CDS views. 5. Technical proof: SD22 dumps show invalid field or table structure references. Insight: if a Z report was built on direct table logic, migration will expose it.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA simplifies data models and replaces physical tables with compatibility views. 2. Custom reports often use direct select statements without abstraction layers. 3. Field length changes and table restructuring alter data retrieval behavior. 4. HANA execution plans behave differently from classical database logic. S/4HANA optimizes the data model, but custom code must evolve with it.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tables remained physically stable for years. 2. S/4HANA introduces structural simplifications and universal journal logic. 3. Compatibility views allow code to compile but alter semantics. 4. Migration exposes dependency on outdated data access patterns. Reports that worked for 10 years can fail overnight after conversion.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Reporting redesign during migration requires clear accountability between functional logic and technical execution. 1. Accountable, ABAP lead who signs off custom code remediation strategy. 2. Responsible, ABAP developer who refactors reports to CDS-based logic. 3. Consulted, PP functional lead to validate business reporting semantics. 4. Informed, production reporting owner to approve output changes. Accountable means the person who answers for report accuracy. Responsible means the person who rewrites the logic.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correcting reporting failures requires architectural adaptation, not patch fixes. 1. ABAP lead replaces direct table reads with released CDS views. 2. ABAP developer optimizes queries for HANA performance. 3. PP functional lead validates output against business requirements. 4. Analytics team verifies aggregation and reconciliation accuracy.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA performance for report slowdown. 2. Blamed SAP for changing table structures. 3. Actual owner, ABAP lead for legacy data access strategy. 4. Root cause, hard-coded ECC table logic not aligned with S/4 architecture.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead redesigns reports using CDS and HANA-optimized queries. 2. ABAP developer eliminates select star patterns and redundant joins. 3. PP functional lead validates semantic correctness of production KPIs. 4. Basis team monitors runtime and index optimization post-deployment.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Adding additional joins to replicate ECC behavior. 2. Reloading data without correcting logic. 3. Ignoring performance testing under production volume. 4. Treating compatibility views as permanent solutions. Short-term patches in reporting create long-term audit exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why do some reports work while others fail?
Answer: reports that rely on released CDS views or APIs often remain stable. Reports that directly access simplified tables encounter semantic changes. The level of abstraction determines resilience during migration.
Follow-up 2. Can compatibility views be used permanently?
Answer: compatibility views are transitional aids, not long-term architecture. They maintain structural continuity, but do not guarantee semantic correctness. SAP expects customers to redesign reports on released interfaces.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why are Z reports often ignored during readiness checks?
Answer: because they are perceived as business convenience tools rather than architectural dependencies. However, production and costing decisions often rely on them. Migration reveals how critical they truly are.
Exclusive pro tip.
Every Z production report should be treated as part of the core planning architecture. If it reads tables directly, it must be modernized before conversion.
Scenario 117. Fiori versus GUI behavior differences.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, users notice that Fiori applications behave differently compared to classic SAP GUI transactions. Fields appear in different sequences, validation logic triggers earlier, and some status flows do not mirror the old screens, creating confusion on the shop floor.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, medium user adoption risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, PP functional lead. 4. Supporting Fiori developer. 5. Business ownership, production business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How interface differences surface and how to identify adoption gaps early. 1. Symptom: users report that confirmations or order releases behave differently in Fiori. 2. Red flag, increased manual workarounds or fallback to SAP GUI transactions. 3. Business impact, shop floor efficiency drops due to hesitation and confusion. 4. Detection, usage analytics show low adoption of new Fiori apps. 5. Technical proof, functional comparison reveals validation logic triggered at UI layer. Insight, behavior change in the interface is often mistaken for process change.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Fiori apps are designed on OData services and CDS logic rather than classic Dimpro screens. 2. Validation and default logic may shift from backend to frontend layers. 3. Clean core principles remove certain implicit GUI behaviors. 4. Users expect identical behavior without understanding UX redesign. The backend process is stable. The user interaction layer has evolved.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC relied on SAP GUI for transaction execution. 2. S/4HANA introduces role-based Fiori applications. 3. Migration changes the interaction layer while keeping core processes intact. 4. The shift in user experience is unique to S/4 transformation. The logic did not break. The interaction model changed.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
User adoption issues require structured governance between functional design and technical delivery. 1. Accountable PP functional lead for confirming process integrity. 2. Responsible Fiori developer for aligning UI behavior with backend logic. 3. Consulted ABAP lead for service validation and data consistency. 4. Informed production business process owner for adoption readiness. Accountable means the one who signs off process correctness. Responsible means the one implementing UI alignment.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Interface discrepancies must be resolved through controlled alignment, not user bypass. 1. PP functional lead validates business process behavior across both interfaces. 2. Fiori developer adjusts field sequencing and validation triggers. 3. ABAP lead ensures OData services reflect correct backend logic. 4. Change management lead coordinates user training and communication.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed Fiori for confusing users. 2. Blamed SAP for redesigning screens. 3. Actual owner PP functional lead for ensuring process clarity. 4. Root cause insufficient UX validation during migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PP functional lead performs side-by-side process validation between GUI and Fiori. 2. Fiori developer refines UI logic and field configuration. 3. ABAP lead tests backend consistency across services. 4. Change management lead executes structured user training sessions.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing users to revert permanently to SAP GUI. 2. Ignoring UX complaints assuming resistance to change. 3. Customizing Fiori excessively without governance. 4. Allowing shadow processes to develop outside system control. User adoption gaps become governance risks if left unmanaged.
Follow-up 1. Is Fiori mandatory in S/4HANA?
Answer: Fiori is strategically positioned as the primary user interface in S/4HANA. While GUI remains available for many transactions, SAP invests primarily in Fiori for innovation. Long-term adoption planning is therefore essential.
Follow-up 2. How can teams reduce resistance?
Answer: early user involvement, structured demos, and realistic scenario testing significantly reduce resistance. Training focused on business outcomes rather than screens helps users understand the value of the new interface.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do experienced users struggle more with Fiori?
Answer: because experienced users rely heavily on muscle memory from GUI transactions. Fiori shifts navigation patterns and screen layout. The issue is behavioral adaptation, not functional capability.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never treat Fiori adoption as a cosmetic change. In S/4HANA, user experience directly influences process compliance and data accuracy.
Scenario 118. Embedded analytics results differ.
After ECC to S/4HANA migration, production supervisors notice that embedded analytics dashboards in Fiori show quantities, confirmations, or variances that differ slightly from classic reports used in ECC. Trust in reporting begins to decline because the numbers no longer appear identical.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high executive reporting risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, analytics lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, production business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How reporting inconsistencies surface and how to detect semantic differences early. 1. Symptom, embedded analytics tiles show different totals compared to classic ECC reports. 2. Red flag management questions which report is correct during review meetings. 3. Business impact, loss of confidence in production performance metrics. 4. Detection, side-by-side comparison of CDS-based reports and legacy ALV outputs. 5. Technical proof, CDS views use new data models such as EMA-TDOC instead of legacy tables. Insight, reporting differences are often caused by data model evolution, not transactional errors.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA replaces classic tables with simplified data structures. 2. Embedded analytics rely on CDS views with predefined calculation logic. 3. ECC reports often contained custom logic embedded in ABAP programs. 4. Aggregation and timing logic may differ between real-time analytics and batch reports. S/4HANA unifies data models but changes reporting semantics.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC reporting was heavily dependent on custom ABAP and table reads. 2. S/4HANA shifts to CDS-based real-time analytics. 3. The reporting engine changes during migration even if processes remain identical. 4. Semantic differences surface only after embedded analytics activation. The numbers are calculated differently, not incorrectly.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Analytics governance must clearly separate architectural accountability from technical implementation. 1. Accountable, analytics lead for report semantic integrity. 2. Responsible, ABAP lead HANA for CDS view validation and correction. 3. Consulted, PP functional lead for business rule confirmation. 4. Informed, production business process owner for reporting acceptance. Accountable means the one who signs off reporting logic. Responsible means the one implementing data model corrections.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Resolving analytics discrepancies requires semantic reconciliation, not cosmetic adjustments. 1. Analytics lead validates reporting definitions against business KPIs. 2. ABAP lead HANA adjusts CDS views or calculation logic if required. 3. PP functional lead confirms quantity structure and confirmation logic. 4. Business process owner approves final report alignment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA database for incorrect numbers. 2. Blamed SAP for changing reports. 3. Actual owner analytics lead for reporting governance. 4. Root cause misalignment between legacy custom reports and new CDS semantics.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Analytics lead performs detailed report mapping between ECC and S/4HANA. 2. ABAP lead HANA validates CDS calculations and aggregation logic. 3. PP functional lead tests production scenarios for consistency. 4. Executive stakeholders approve reconciled KPI definitions.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Rebuilding old ECC reports without understanding new data models. 2. Hard coding manual adjustments to match historical totals. 3. Ignoring semantic differences assuming rounding errors. 4. Allowing multiple unofficial reports to circulate in management meetings. Report governance prevents strategic confusion.
Follow-up 1. Are CDS reports always more accurate?
Answer: CDS reports provide real-time data access and unified semantics. However, they must be validated against business definitions to ensure alignment with organizational KPIs.
Follow-up 2. Can we keep legacy reports in S/4HANA?
Answer: technically yes, but they must be reviewed for compatibility with the simplified data model. Blind reuse may create performance or semantic inconsistencies.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do executives react strongly to small reporting changes?
Answer: because KPIs influence strategic decisions. Even minor differences create doubt about data reliability. Trust in analytics must be rebuilt during migration.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, reconcile your top 10 executive production KPIs between ECC and S/4HANA. Reporting alignment is as critical as transactional stability.
Scenario 119. CDS views replace classic tables.
After migration to S/4HANA, custom production reports that previously read directly from classic tables such as AFKO, AFPO, or MSEG start failing or delivering incomplete data. The underlying data model has shifted to CDS-based virtual data models, making direct table access unreliable.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high data model disruption. 2. Phase, conversion, and post-go live. 3. Primary ownership ABAP lead HANA. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership reporting business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How data model changes surface in custom reporting and how to identify structural incompatibility. 1. Symptom, custom Z reports dump or return incomplete production data. 2. Red flag, select statements against deprecated tables show inconsistent results. 3. Business impact, production reporting delays and manual Excel reconciliation. 4. Detection, custom code analysis reveals direct table reads instead of CDS consumption. 5. Technical proof, simplification list indicates replaced or deprecated tables in S/4HANA. Insight, S/4HANA does not remove data. It virtualizes and restructures it.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S/4HANA introduces a simplified data model with consolidated tables. 2. CDS views abstract complex joins and calculations. 3. Legacy reports relied on physical table structures from ECC. 4. Direct database access logic becomes incompatible with virtual data models. Data access architecture changes fundamentally in S/4HANA.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC allowed unrestricted table-level access for custom programs. 2. S/4HANA enforces clean core principles and CDS-based consumption. 3. The data model transformation occurs only during migration. 4. Legacy select logic fails under the new architecture. The issue is architectural, not transactional.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise S/4HANA programs, architectural integrity follows RACI governance where accountability and execution are clearly separated. 1. Accountable ABAP lead HANA for data model compliance. 2. Responsible ABAP development team for redesigning custom reports. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for business logic validation. 4. Informed reporting business process owner for final approval. Accountable means the person who signs off architectural correctness. Responsible means the team implementing the technical redesign.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
This issue cannot be patched with minor adjustments. It requires architectural redesign. 1. ABAP lead HANA redesigns reports using CDS views and released APIs. 2. ABAP developers refactor select statements to align with S/4HANA data models. 3. PP functional lead validates data semantics and business rule accuracy. 4. Business process owner confirms reporting output matches operational needs.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA database for report failures. 2. Blamed SAP for removing classic tables. 3. Actual owner ABAP lead HANA for technical adaptation. 4. Root cause direct database dependency in legacy custom code.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. ABAP lead HANA defines CDS-based redesign strategy. 2. Development team implements performance-optimized data access logic. 3. PP functional lead performs scenario-based regression testing. 4. Analytics governance approves standardized reporting framework.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reactivating deprecated tables through unsupported workarounds. 2. Hard coding joins to mimic old ECC structures. 3. Ignoring clean core principles for short-term fixes. 4. Deploying untested performance-heavy select statements. Shortcuts in data architecture create long-term instability.
Follow-up 1. Are classic tables completely removed in S/4HANA?
Answer: some tables are replaced, some are compatibility views, and others are consolidated. Direct table reliance must be reviewed carefully against the simplification list.
Follow-up 2. Why is CDS preferred over direct table access?
Answer: CDS views encapsulate business logic, ensure performance optimization on HANA, and support clean core compliance.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Will all custom reports need redesign?
Answer: not all. But any report relying on deprecated tables or heavy joins must be technically assessed and adapted to S/4HANA architecture.
Exclusive pro tip.
Run custom code analysis early in your conversion project. Data model refactoring is one of the most underestimated efforts in S/4HANA migration.
Scenario 120. Clean core enforcement removes custom hooks.
During ECC to S/4HANA migration, long-standing implicit enhancements, table updates, and modification-based logic are blocked under clean core principles. After go-live, certain production behaviors no longer trigger because the enhancement points no longer exist or are technically restricted.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical architectural compliance risk. 2. Phase, conversion, and post-go-live. 3. Primary ownership, solution architect. 4. Supporting ABAP lead. 5. Business ownership, PP functional lead.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How clean core enforcement exposes legacy customizations and how to detect architectural violations. 1. Symptom, custom validations or automatic postings stop triggering after conversion. 2. Red flag, SPDD and SBAU adjustments remove modifications during technical upgrade. 3. Business impact, shop floor users report missing automation or unexpected manual steps. 4. Detection, custom code analysis flags modifications and unreleased enhancement usage. 5. Technical proof, upgrade logs show deleted or reset modification objects. Insight, clean core is not optional in S/4HANA. It is enforced architecture.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. ECC environments often relied on implicit enhancements and direct modifications. 2. S/4HANA promotes extensibility through released APIs and baddies only. 3. Technical upgrade removes non-compliant modification logic. 4. Migration activates stricter extension governance. Custom freedom in ECC becomes governed extensibility in S/4HANA.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated deep core modifications for years. 2. S/4HANA introduces clean core compliance standards. 3. Upgrade tools reset modified objects during conversion. 4. Architectural discipline is enforced only during migration. The enforcement occurs during upgrade, not during daily ECC operations.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Enterprise S/4HANA programs follow RACI governance where authority and execution are clearly defined across work streams. 1. Accountable, solution architect for clean core compliance. 2. Responsible ABAP lead for redesigning custom enhancements. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for validating functional behavior. 4. Informed business process owner for process impact awareness. Accountable means the person who gets fired if governance fails. Responsible means the team that rebuilds compliant logic.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
This is not a bug fix. It is an architectural redesign effort. 1. Solution architect defines the clean core extension strategy. 2. ABAP lead refactors enhancements using released baddies and APIs. 3. PP functional lead validates redesigned logic against production scenarios. 4. Governance board approves compliant extensibility model.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed upgrade process for removing enhancements. 2. Blamed SAP for enforcing restrictions. 3. Actual owner solution architect for extensibility governance. 4. Root cause, years of direct core modification in ECC.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Solution architect defines compliant enhancement framework. 2. ABAP lead implements released baddies and enhancement spots. 3. PP functional lead executes regression testing across production flows. 4. Change management lead documents and governs future extension standards.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reapplying old modifications without redesign. 2. Creating new implicit enhancements outside governance. 3. Ignoring simplification item documentation. 4. Treating clean core as optional best practice. Non-compliant shortcuts guarantee future upgrade instability.
Follow-up 1. Why is Clean Core emphasized in S4HANA?
Answer: Clean Core ensures upgrade stability, cloud readiness, and standardized extensibility. It reduces technical debt accumulated over years of uncontrolled modifications.
Follow-up 2. Can old enhancements be technically restored?
Answer: technically possible but strategically risky. SAP recommends redesigning enhancements using released APIs to remain upgrade safe.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Does Clean Core mean no customization?
Answer: no. It means customization must use approved extension points and released frameworks. The difference is governance, not restriction.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before conversion, perform a deep modification inventory. Clean Core redesign requires architectural planning, not emergency patching after go live.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Scenario 121. Workflow trigger differences.
After ECC to S4HANA conversion, approval workflows for production orders, master data changes, or engineering changes stop triggering or trigger at unexpected stages. Technically, the workflow engine is active, but the event linkage and trigger points behave differently under S4HANA architecture.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high governance and compliance risk. 2. Phase, conversion and post-go live. 3. Primary ownership, ABAP and workflow lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, business process owner.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How workflow inconsistencies appear and how to detect trigger misalignment early. 1. Symptom: production orders bypass approval or remain stuck in pending status. 2. Red flag: workflow logs show missing or unmatched event linkages. 3. Business impact: governance controls weaken, audit trails become incomplete. 4. Detection: event linkage transaction and workflow log analysis reveal inactive bindings. 5. Technical proof: changed documents generate but workflow event linkage is not firing. Insight: if approvals disappear, it is not a user issue. It is event architecture.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. S4HANA introduces new business object frameworks. 2. Legacy workflow triggers referenced obsolete tables or events. 3. Event linkage was not adjusted during conversion. 4. Technical object IDs change in S4HANA environment. Workflow depends on events. When events shift, governance breaks silently.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC workflow triggers were tightly bound to classic tables. 2. S/4HANA uses updated business object frameworks. 3. Conversion changes underlying event architecture. 4. The issue surfaces only when new logic becomes active. It is not a workflow bug. It is an architectural event shift.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Enterprise governance separates authority and execution clearly across work streams. 1. Accountable, ABAP and workflow lead for event architecture integrity. 2. Responsible workflow technical team for event linkage correction. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for approval logic validation. 4. Informed business process owner for compliance confirmation. Accountable means the person who answers to audit. Responsible means the team that reconfigures event linkage.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Resolving workflow issues requires both technical and functional validation. 1. ABAP and workflow lead reviews and rebinds event linkages. 2. PP functional lead validates approval logic scenarios. 3. Basis lead ensures workflow engine services are active. 4. Business process owner revalidates governance checkpoints.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed end users for bypassing approvals. 2. Blamed SAP for workflow instability. 3. Actual owner ABAP and workflow lead. 4. Root cause event architecture shift not validated during conversion.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. ABAP and workflow lead remaps event linkage to new S/4HANA objects. 2. PP functional lead redefines approval scenarios where required. 3. Testing team executes end-to-end workflow regression testing. 4. Governance board signs off workflow audit compliance.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually approving orders to bypass workflow gaps. 2. Reusing obsolete event IDs without validation. 3. Ignoring workflow logs after conversion. 4. Assuming workflow will self-correct post-go-live. Approval governance must be validated, not assumed.
Follow-up 1. Why do workflows fail silently?
Answer: because workflow depends on event linkage. If event binding is inactive, no runtime error occurs. The system simply never triggers the approval process.
Follow-up 2. Can we detect this before go-live?
Answer: yes, through structured workflow regression testing and event linkage validation. Technical monitoring must complement functional scenario testing.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors notice this before IT?
Answer: because missing approvals appear during compliance reviews and document trace analysis. Operational teams may not notice until governance reports expose gaps.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never certify go-live without executing full workflow event regression. Governance failures surface during audits, not during testing.
Scenario 122. PPDS baddies not migrating.
After ECC and APO to S/4HANA migration, custom PPDS enhancements and heuristics do not trigger an embedded PPDS. Planning behaves differently, even though configuration appears correct. Custom logic built in APO does not automatically migrate to the S/4HANA embedded PPDS framework.
Scenario classification. 1.
Complexity, very high advanced planning logic risk. 2. Phase, conversion, and post-go-live. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting ABAP lead. 5. Business ownership advanced planning manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How missing PPDS enhancements manifest and how to detect logic gaps early. 1. Symptom planning results differ significantly from APO despite identical master data. 2. Red flag custom heuristics or enhancement implementations do not trigger. 3. Business impact finite scheduling becomes inaccurate and capacity commitments drift. 4. Detection enhancement framework shows inactive or unmapped baddie implementations. 5. Technical proof. Planning logs lack execution trace of custom enhancement logic. Insight. Embedded PPDS is not a one-to-one technical copy of a PO.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. APO baddies are technically different from S/4HANA embedded PPDS baddies. 2. Custom logic may rely on obsolete objects or deprecated enhancement spots. 3. Enhancement activation was not revalidated during migration. 4. Transport and activation sequences differ in embedded environment. Advanced planning logic must be re-engineered, not assumed portable.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC with APO allowed custom heuristics within separate technical stack. 2. S/4HANA embedded PPDS consolidates planning within core system. 3. Migration removes APO technical layer where enhancements originally ran. 4. The issue appears only after APO decommissioning. When APO disappears, hidden enhancement dependencies surface.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise programs, authority and execution must be clearly defined for advanced planning logic. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for advanced planning architecture integrity. 2. Responsible ABAP lead for re-implementing enhancement logic. 3. Consulted business planner for validation of heuristic behavior. 4. Informed solution architect for landscape alignment. Accountable means the person who answers for planning integrity. Responsible means the developer who rebuilds the enhancement.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing this issue requires technical re-implementation and functional validation. 1. PPDS lead documents legacy enhancement logic from APO. 2. ABAP lead re-implements baddies in embedded PPDS framework. 3. Business planner validates finite scheduling and resource commitments. 4. Solution architect reviews transport sequencing and activation consistency.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed S/4HANA for inaccurate scheduling. 2. Blamed master data inconsistencies. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead and ABAP lead. 4. Root cause custom logic not re-engineered for embedded PPDS.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead analyzes legacy APO enhancement design. 2. ABAP lead redesigns enhancements using embedded baddie framework. 3. Basis lead validates performance and runtime impact. 4. Planning team performs controlled regression planning cycles.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming APO enhancements migrate automatically. 2. Copying old code without adapting to new framework. 3. Blaming scheduling heuristics without reviewing enhancement logs. 4. Ignoring planning log discrepancies during testing. Embedded planning requires embedded redesign.
Follow-up 1. Why is this issue common in advanced planning landscapes?
Answer: because many APO systems relied heavily on custom heuristics and baddies. When migrating to embedded PPDS, teams underestimate the architectural differences.
Follow-up 2. Can this be identified before go live?
Answer: yes, through detailed enhancement inventory and technical impact analysis during planning conversion phase.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why does this surface only under real production load?
Answer: because simplified test scenarios may not trigger advanced heuristics. Full-scale data and capacity complexity expose missing enhancement behavior.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before decommissioning APO, create a complete enhancement catalog and map each logic element to its embedded PPDS equivalent.
Scenario 123. Fiori adoption and training gaps.
After migration to S/4HANA, production planners and shop floor users struggle with Fiori-based applications, replacing classic SAP GUI transactions. Even when configuration is correct, productivity drops because users are unfamiliar with new navigation, field behavior, and embedded analytics.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, medium operational efficiency risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership change management lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production manager BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How user adoption gaps surface and how to identify them early. 1. Symptom: users revert to old transaction codes or request GUI access. 2. Red flag: high number of support tickets for basic navigation or missing fields. 3. Business impact: planning cycles slow down and shop floor confirmations are delayed. 4. Detection: user analytics show low Fiori app utilization rates. 5. Technical proof: no configuration errors found, but productivity metrics decline. Insight: System correctness does not guarantee user effectiveness.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. ECC users relied heavily on SAP GUI transaction codes. 2. Fiori apps introduce role-based and simplified interfaces. 3. Training focused on technical go-live, not behavioral adoption. 4. Embedded analytics and new field logic changed decision workflows. Technology changed. Behavior did not.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC environments did not require Fiori adoption. 2. S/4HANA positions Fiori as primary user interface. 3. Classic transactions may remain, but strategic direction shifts to Fiori. 4. The usability shift occurs only during S/4HANA transformation. Migration transforms not only systems but also user experience.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
User adoption issues require governance clarity between system design and behavioral change. 1. Accountable change management lead for adoption success. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for functional enablement and training content. 3. Consulted Fiori developer for UI configuration and personalization. 4. Informed production business process owner for operational sign-off. Accountable means the leader responsible for adoption outcomes. Responsible means the role executing training and system enablement.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing adoption gaps requires structured enablement, not system reconfiguration. 1. Change management lead designs structured Fiori adoption roadmap. 2. PP functional lead aligns business processes with Fiori apps. 3. Fiori developer adjusts layouts and roles based on user feedback. 4. Production manager validates improved operational efficiency.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed Fiori interface for being confusing. 2. Blamed IT team for removing classic transactions. 3. Actual owner change management lead and functional workstream. 4. Root cause insufficient behavioral transition planning.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Change management lead deploys targeted Fiori training programs. 2. PP functional lead maps legacy transactions to Fiori equivalents. 3. Fiori developer configures role-based tiles and catalogs. 4. Business process owner monitors adoption KPIs post-training.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reverting fully to SAP GUI to avoid resistance. 2. Assuming users will adapt without structured training. 3. Blaming technical configuration for behavioral issues. 4. Ignoring usage analytics post-go-live. User adoption is a strategic transformation, not a technical bug.
Follow-up 1. Why do experienced planners resist Fiori?
Answer: because they are optimized for speed using classic transaction codes. Fiori introduces visual and analytical layers that initially slow experienced users.
Follow-up 2. Is this purely a training problem?
Answer: not entirely. It requires process redesign, role alignment, and leadership reinforcement in addition to training.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Can poor adoption impact system performance?
Answer: indirectly yes. Users may execute inefficient workarounds or excessive background jobs, increasing system load.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat Fiori adoption as a change management initiative with measurable KPIs, not just a technical deployment.
Scenario 124. External PP interfaces removed.
During ECC to S/4HANA migration, legacy external PP interfaces such as custom RFCs, LPO, CBP, or shop floor connectors are deprecated or technically incompatible. After go-live, MES or third-party manufacturing systems fail to exchange production order, confirmation, or capacity data.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical integration blocking. 2. Phase during conversion and post-go-live. 3. Primary ownership integration lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership manufacturing IT manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How interface removal surfaces in operations and how to detect it early. 1. Symptom production confirmations do not reach S/4HANA from MES. 2. Red flag interface job logs show RFC destination or API failures. 3. Business impact shop floor execution becomes disconnected from planning and costing. 4. Detection, pre-conversion simplification, and custom code analysis identify obsolete interface calls. 5. Technical proof, deprecated function modules, or IDOCs, are no longer supported in S/4HANA. Insight: if integration breaks immediately after go-live, it is usually a deprecated interface design.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. ECC allowed custom RFC and direct table integration approaches. 2. S/4HANA enforces clean core principles and API-based integration. 3. Legacy interfaces were never refactored to supported standards. 4. Custom function modules used in ECC are removed or restricted in S/4HANA. S/4HANA removes technical shortcuts tolerated in ECC.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. Interfaces function correctly in ECC without architectural enforcement. 2. S/4HANA introduces strict API governance and simplification rules. 3. Deprecated objects are eliminated during technical conversion. 4. Integration disruption appears only when legacy objects are removed. The system upgrade becomes an integration architecture audit.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise brownfield programs, integration ownership follows a RACI structure to separate architectural accountability from technical execution. 1. Accountable integration lead for end-to-end interface continuity. 2. Responsible ABAP lead or middleware team for redesigning technical connectors. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for production process validation. 4. Informed manufacturing IT manager for operational impact awareness. Accountable means the leader who answers for integration stability. Responsible means the technical team performing the redesign.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing interface failures requires architectural redesign aligned with S/4HANA Clean Core principles. 1. Integration lead defines supported API or IDOC-based redesign strategy. 2. ABAP lead refactors deprecated RFC or custom interface logic. 3. PP functional lead validates production order and confirmation data mapping. 4. Manufacturing IT manager approves end-to-end interface testing results.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed S/4HANA upgrade for breaking interfaces. 2. Blamed basis for system conversion. 3. Actual owner integration architecture workstream. 4. Root cause unsupported legacy integration design.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Integration lead defines standardized API framework. 2. ABAP lead implements supported BAPI or OData services. 3. Middleware team validates message transformation and monitoring. 4. PP functional lead conducts regression testing for production scenarios.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Reactivating deprecated function modules through implicit modifications. 2. Bypassing clean core guidelines to restore legacy behavior. 3. Skipping integration testing during cutover rehearsal. 4. Assuming interfaces will behave identically after technical conversion. Shortcuts in integration create long-term compliance and stability risks.
Follow-up 1. Why were these interfaces allowed in ECC?
Answer: ECC permitted direct RFC and table-based integration without strict API governance. S/4HANA enforces standardized and supported integration models.
Follow-up 2. Can compatibility packs solve this temporarily?
Answer: some compatibility views may temporarily assist, but they are not long-term solutions. Clean API-based redesign is required for sustainable architecture.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do integration failures often appear weeks after go-live?
Answer: because low-volume transactions may not trigger failures immediately. Under real operational load, deprecated or partially migrated interfaces begin to fail.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before conversion, run a full custom code and interface impact analysis. If an interface depends on deprecated objects, redesign it before cutover, not after production disruption.
Category 8 wrap-up. Custom code is not a side topic.
Extensibility failures prove that S/4HANA migration is not only about functional redesign. Clean core enforcement, BATI sequencing, CDS replacement, and interface removal expose every undocumented enhancement. What worked quietly in ECC becomes unstable under S/4HANA governance.
Transition, the system is live. Now the real test begins.
Conversion may be technically complete, but stabilization is where reputations are made or lost. Category 9 covers the ghost issues that appear only under real production load, real financial close, and real business pressure.
Category 9, post-go-live ghost issues.
Focus, stabilization, and maintenance. These incidents rarely appear in QA. They surface in production under volume, month-end pressure, or cross-module interaction. They are not migration blockers. They are credibility breakers.
Scenarios covered in Category 9.
Scenario 125, results correct in QA, wrong in prod. Primary owner PP functional lead, supporting basis lead cache. Scenario 126, orders stuck in REL, primary owner basis lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 127, cost diff at month end, primary owner CO functional lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 128, capacity overload real data, primary owner PP functional lead, supporting business planner BPO. Scenario 129, settlement diff after first close, primary owner CO functional lead, supporting FI functional lead. Scenario 130, stock correct but pegging wrong, primary owner PP functional lead, supporting ABAP lead HANA. Scenario 131, intermittent MRP drift load, primary owner basis lead, supporting ABAP lead HANA. Scenario 132, order TCO but financially open, primary owner CO functional lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 133, phantom planning gaps, primary owner PP functional lead, supporting master data lead. Scenario 134, performance stability prod versus test, primary owner basis lead, supporting PP functional lead. Scenario 135, PPPI-EBR compatibility expiry, primary owner PPPI lead, supporting solution architect. Scenario 136, PI sheet rendering issues, primary owner Fiori and web lead, supporting PPPI lead.
Scenario 125, results correct in QA, wrong in prod.
After go live, planners report that MRP results, capacity loads, or order proposals look correct in Q but behave differently in production. The same configuration, same master data transport, yet different planning outputs under real load.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical credibility risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, PP functional lead. 4. Supporting basis lead cache. 5. Business ownership, business planner, BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Why the same logic behaves differently under production reality. 1. Symptom, planned orders differ between QA and production for identical materials. 2. Red flag, no configuration differences found during transport comparison. 3. Business impact, planners lose trust in the system and revert to manual overrides. 4. Detection, compare HANA statistics, buffer settings, and runtime parameters across systems. 5. Technical proof, cache inconsistencies or outdated database statistics influence execution plans. When environments differ in performance tuning, planning logic execution also differs.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Production system carries higher data volume and parallel execution load. 2. HANA Optimizer chooses different execution paths based on real statistics. 3. Buffering and caching behavior differs between Q and production. 4. Runtime parameters and hardware scaling influence planning performance. Same configuration does not guarantee identical runtime behavior.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC batch logic masked runtime variability under smaller data volumes. 2. S/4HANA relies heavily on in-memory optimization and parallel execution. 3. Migration introduces new execution engines such as MRP Live. 4. Differences surface only when real production volume stresses the system. Production scale reveals algorithmic behavior not visible in controlled QA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise S/4HANA programs, accountability and execution are separated under a RACI structure. 1. Accountable, PP functional lead, the person who gets fired if planning logic fails in production. 2. Responsible basis lead the person who adjusts statistics, caching, and performance parameters. 3. Consulted ABAP lead HANA for execution plan and query optimization. 4. Informed business planner for validation of corrected planning output. Enterprise governance separates architectural ownership from runtime execution responsibility.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Resolving environment drift requires both functional validation and technical optimization. 1. PP functional lead validates planning logic consistency and test scenarios. 2. Basis lead refreshes database statistics and aligns runtime parameters. 3. ABAP lead HANA reviews execution plans for heavy queries. 4. Business planner performs regression validation after system tuning.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed functional team for incorrect configuration. 2. Blamed SAP for inconsistent planning engine. 3. Actual owner PP functional lead with basis runtime alignment. 4. Root cause, environment and performance configuration divergence.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead synchronizes system parameters and refreshes HANA statistics. 2. ABAP lead analyzes heavy queries and optimizes performance-sensitive logic. 3. PP functional lead validates planning scenarios under production-like load. 4. Business planner signs off after comparative planning validation.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Transporting configuration changes without verifying runtime root cause. 2. Blaming production users for incorrect master data. 3. Rerunning MRP without analyzing system statistics. 4. Ignoring performance tuning differences between environments. Environment alignment is not optional in S/4HANA.
Follow-up 1. Why does QA never reveal this issue?
Answer: QA typically runs with smaller datasets and fewer concurrent users. Execution plans generated by the HANA optimizer differ under low load conditions. Production volume exposes algorithmic paths not triggered during testing.
Follow-up 2. Is this purely a technical issue?
Answer: no. While runtime parameters play a major role, functional validation is required to confirm that logic is still correct. Performance issues can amplify minor configuration gaps into major production incidents.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this more dangerous than a functional bug?
Answer: because it undermines trust. When planners see inconsistent results across systems, confidence collapses. Even if technically explainable, perception damage is harder to repair than configuration errors.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, simulate production load. S/4HANA performance characteristics are part of functional validation, not just technical tuning.
Scenario 126. Orders stuck in REL.
After go live, production orders remain in REL status and do not progress to confirmation or technical completion. Shop floor users report that orders appear released but cannot move forward, even though no obvious lock or error message is displayed.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high execution blocking. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership production manager BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this hidden execution block surfaces in daily operations. 1. Symptom: orders remain in REL status despite shop floor activity. 2. Red flag: no visible application error but confirmations fail silently. 3. Business impact: production throughput slows and backlogs increase. 4. Detection: check SM12 locks, background job logs, and update task failures. 5. Technical proof: database locks or update termination logs reveal blocked processes. When status is REL but execution is frozen, look beneath the application layer.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Residual database locks remain after high parallel order processing. 2. Background jobs conflict with interactive confirmations. 3. Update task failures prevent status transitions from being committed. 4. Post-migration parameter changes affect lock handling behavior. The order is not frozen logically, it is blocked technically.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. S/4HANA increases parallel processing compared to ECC. 2. HANA commit behavior differs from traditional database handling. 3. Migration changes job scheduling and execution sequencing. 4. Higher data volume exposes race conditions not visible in ECC. Concurrency risk increases significantly after S/4HANA migration.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In enterprise S/4HANA governance, responsibility and accountability must be clearly separated. 1. Accountable basis lead the person who gets fired if system stability fails. 2. Responsible basis lead for lock analysis and parameter adjustment. 3. Consulted PP functional lead to validate order lifecycle logic. 4. Informed production manager for operational impact awareness. Infrastructure stability ownership sits with basis, validated by functional leadership.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Resolving stuck orders requires technical root cause analysis and functional validation. 1. Basis lead analyzes lock entries and update task logs. 2. Basis lead adjusts job parallelization and commit handling parameters. 3. PP functional lead validates order status integrity after correction. 4. Production manager confirms restored execution flow.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP team for incorrect status management. 2. Blamed end users for incorrect confirmations. 3. Actual owner basis lead for lock and update management. 4. Root cause post-migration parallel execution behavior.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead clears residual locks and corrects update task errors. 2. Basis lead optimizes background job scheduling. 3. PP functional lead revalidates order status transitions. 4. Business team retests order confirmations under supervision.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually resetting order status without resolving locks. 2. Restarting the system repeatedly without root cause analysis. 3. Blaming master data inconsistencies. 4. Ignoring update task failures in system logs. Clearing symptoms without addressing lock logic guarantees recurrence.
Follow-up 1. Why does this appear only under real production load?
Answer: production systems run significantly more parallel transactions and background jobs. Under high concurrency, race conditions and lock escalations become visible. QA rarely simulates this load accurately.
Follow-up 2. Is this a functional issue?
Answer: not primarily. The business logic is usually correct. The issue lies in transaction handling and database locking mechanisms introduced or amplified after migration.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this dangerous for audit compliance?
Answer: because stuck orders may remain financially open while appearing operationally processed. This creates discrepancies between logistics and accounting, increasing audit exposure during month-end closing.
Exclusive pro tip.
Post-migration stabilization must include lock monitoring dashboards. In S/4HANA, concurrency management is as critical as configuration accuracy.
Scenario 127. Cost diff at month-end.
During the first or second month-end close after go-live, finance reports unexpected cost differences in production orders. Variances appear higher or inconsistent compared to ECC historical trends, even though operational data looks correct.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, very high financial exposure. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How costing instability becomes visible during financial close. 1. Symptom: production order variances spike unexpectedly at month-end. 2. Red flag: settlement values differ from ECC historical patterns. 3. Business impact: financial statements appear inconsistent, management confidence drops. 4. Detection: compare variance reports before and after settlement runs. 5. Technical proof: settlement logs show differences in cost component split or valuation layers. When finance sees noise at close, the root cause is often configuration alignment.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger becomes mandatory in S/4HANA. 2. Parallel valuation and actual costing logic differ from ECC. 3. Cost component structures may have been redefined during migration. 4. Settlement profiles and allocation structures may not be fully aligned. S/4HANA financial integration is deeper and more granular than ECC.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. Material ledger is mandatory in S/4HANA but optional in ECC. 2. Valuation layers and cost roll-up behave differently. 3. Historical cost baselines do not automatically translate. 4. Month-end logic exposes configuration gaps only after go-live. The first real month-end close is the true test of migration accuracy.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Financial accuracy in S/4HANA requires strict RACI clarity. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead, the person who gets fired if financial valuation fails. 2. Responsible, CO functional lead for costing configuration and settlement validation. 3. Consulted, PP functional lead for quantity structure and execution validation. 4. Informed, finance controller and CFO for financial impact awareness. Financial module risks are owned by CO leadership under enterprise governance.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
This is not an operational issue. It is a financial configuration alignment issue. 1. CO functional lead reviews cost component split and settlement profile configuration. 2. CO functional lead validates material ledger settings and valuation areas. 3. PP functional lead confirms BOM and routing quantity structures are correct. 4. Finance team reruns controlled settlement after correction.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP team for incorrect production postings. 2. Blamed end users for scrap or confirmation entries. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for valuation configuration. 4. Root cause, material ledger enforcement and settlement alignment gaps.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead aligns settlement rules and cost component structures. 2. CO functional lead validates material ledger actual costing configuration. 3. PP functional lead confirms production quantity accuracy. 4. Finance performs parallel close simulation before final posting.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting variance postings without root cause analysis. 2. Blaming shop floor users for scrap differences. 3. Ignoring material ledger configuration impact. 4. Closing the period without reconciliation. Manual corrections create audit exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why does this surface only at month-end?
Answer: because settlement and variance calculations are executed during financial close. Until settlement runs, valuation inconsistencies remain hidden.
Follow-up 2. Can historical ECC data distort comparisons?
Answer: yes. ECC and S/4HANA may calculate cost roll-up differently due to mandatory material ledger and valuation structure changes.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this critical for audit compliance?
Answer: financial misstatements during migration year attract audit scrutiny. If costing logic is inconsistent, financial integrity becomes questionable.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always simulate at least 2 full month-end cycles in a controlled environment before declaring S/4HANA financially stable.
Scenario 128. Capacity overload under real data.
After go-live, capacity planning looks stable in quality systems but collapses in production. Work centers suddenly show overload situations, unrealistic scheduling dates, or infinite capacity behavior when real transactional volume hits the system.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high operational risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, PP functional lead. 4. Supporting business planner, BPO. 5. Business ownership, production manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How capacity instability becomes visible only under real production load. 1. Symptom: work centers show overloads exceeding 150% utilization. 2. Red flag: scheduling results differ significantly between queue and production. 3. Business impact: production delays increase and delivery commitments slip. 4. Detection: compare capacity evaluation reports before and after real order inflow. 5. Technical proof: CM reports show unexpected queue buildup and unrealistic available capacity. Capacity issues rarely appear in small test datasets. They surface under real operational stress.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Test systems do not replicate real production transaction volume. 2. Work center capacity formulas were never validated under peak load. 3. Parallel processing behavior in S/4HANA changes scheduling dynamics. 4. Historical shortcuts in routing times become amplified under real data. Production systems expose what test systems hide.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. S/4HANA processes planning calculations faster and in parallel. 2. Scheduling algorithms react differently under HANA optimization. 3. Capacity inconsistencies tolerated in ECC become magnified. 4. Real-time analytics add processing load during planning cycles. Migration changes runtime characteristics, not just configuration.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Capacity governance must be clearly defined under enterprise RACI standards. 1. Accountable PP functional lead, the person who gets fired if production capacity logic collapses. 2. Responsible PP functional lead for validating work center capacity configuration. 3. Consulted business planner for realistic load validation. 4. Informed production manager for operational adjustments. Capacity ownership lies within the planning architecture workstream.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Capacity overload is solved through configuration and master data correction, not by blaming system speed. 1. PP functional lead reviews work center capacity formulas and scheduling parameters. 2. PP functional lead validates routing standard times. 3. Business planner validates realistic demand simulation scenarios. 4. Production manager confirms operational feasibility after adjustment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed basis for system performance. 2. Blamed HANA optimization logic. 3. Actual owner PP functional lead for capacity configuration. 4. Root cause unrealistic master data amplified by S/4HANA runtime behavior.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PP functional lead recalibrates capacity formulas and scheduling margins. 2. PP functional lead adjusts routing times based on actual production data. 3. Business planner runs stress test simulations under peak demand. 4. Production manager validates shop floor feasibility before final sign-off.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Increasing work center capacity without validating physical constraints. 2. Ignoring overload warnings assuming system glitch. 3. Disabling detailed scheduling features. 4. Blaming HANA performance instead of configuration. Artificial capacity fixes create long-term operational chaos.
Follow-up 1. Why did QA not show this overload?
Answer: QA environments rarely contain full production order volume and realistic concurrency. Capacity issues surface only when actual transactional load is applied.
Follow-up 2. Can increasing system hardware solve this?
Answer: no. Hardware improves runtime speed, but does not correct incorrect capacity formulas or unrealistic routing times.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this considered a governance failure?
Answer: because capacity design is an architectural decision owned by the planning lead. If design assumptions are weak, real-world stress will expose them immediately.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before declaring go-live stable, run at least one simulated peak production cycle using real historical demand volumes.
Scenario 129. Settlement differences after first close.
The system appears stable after go-live. Production orders are confirmed, goods movements are posted, and inventory looks correct. But during the first month-end close, finance identifies unexpected settlement differences in production orders, variances, or WIP balances compared to ECC.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical financial reporting risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization, first month-end. 3. Primary ownership, CO functional lead. 4. Supporting FI functional lead. 5. Business ownership, finance controller.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How settlement instability becomes visible during financial close. 1. Symptom: production orders show unexpected variances or incomplete settlement. 2. Red flag: month-end WIP values do not match legacy ECC trends. 3. Business impact: financial statements show unexplained deviations in inventory valuation. 4. Detection: compare settlement logs and variance categories between ECC baseline and S/4HANA. 5. Technical proof: Order settlement log shows new valuation layers or account assignments triggered by S/4HANA logic. Operational stability does not guarantee financial alignment.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Material ledger is mandatory in S/4HANA and changes valuation flow. 2. Settlement profiles were migrated but not fully validated. 3. Parallel valuation or ledger-specific postings alter settlement distribution. 4. Variance calculation logic behaves differently under new accounting architecture. S/4HANA does not break settlement. It changes valuation logic depth.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. Material ledger activation is mandatory in S/4HANA. 2. Universal Journal consolidates FI and CO postings differently. 3. Legacy costing assumptions no longer align with real-time valuation. 4. Financial impacts surface only during first live close cycle. The real test of migration is the first month-end close.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Financial settlement ownership follows strict governance in enterprise migrations. 1. Accountable, CO functional lead the person who gets fired if financial settlement fails. 2. Responsible, CO functional lead for validating settlement profiles and variance logic. 3. Consulted, FI functional lead for ledger and accounting alignment. 4. Informed, finance controller for sign-off of financial accuracy. In S/4HANA programs, financial workstreams carry architectural accountability for valuation integrity.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Settlement differences are resolved through financial configuration validation, not operational changes. 1. CO functional lead reviews settlement profiles and variance categories. 2. CO functional lead validates material ledger configuration impact. 3. FI functional lead reconciles universal journal postings. 4. Finance controller approves adjusted valuation logic.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP for incorrect production confirmations. 2. Blamed IT for migration errors. 3. Actual owner, CO functional lead for settlement configuration. 4. Root cause, architectural valuation shifts introduced by S/4HANA.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead revalidates settlement rules and account assignments. 2. FI functional lead reconciles ledger-specific postings. 3. CO functional lead runs controlled settlement simulation before reclose. 4. Finance controller signs off after financial variance reconciliation.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting journal entries without correcting configuration. 2. Blaming production confirmations without settlement trace analysis. 3. Ignoring material ledger implications. 4. Rushing financial close without simulation testing. Financial shortcuts create audit risks.
Follow-up 1. Why do these issues appear only at month-end?
Answer: because settlement and variance calculations are executed during closing cycles. Day-to-day operations do not fully expose valuation logic inconsistencies.
Follow-up 2. Is this related to material ledger activation?
Answer: yes. Mandatory material ledger and S/4HANA changes cost flow and settlement distribution compared to ECC.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is finance often shocked during first close?
Answer: because operational testing focuses on transactions, not valuation architecture. Financial impacts become visible only when real settlement cycles are executed.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always simulate at least one full month-end settlement cycle in a production-like environment before declaring migration financially stable.
Scenario 130. Stock correct but pegging wrong.
After go live, inventory quantities are technically correct, but pegging relationships between requirements and receipts are inconsistent. Planned orders and production orders do not appear correctly linked to their originating demand, creating planning confusion.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high planning transparency risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, PP functional lead. 4. Supporting ABAP lead HANA. 5. Business ownership, business planner, BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How pegging inconsistencies appear in planning visibility. 1. Symptom MD04 shows receipts and requirements but without correct linkage. 2. Red flag exception messages indicate unexpected supply reassignment. 3. Business impact, planners lose confidence in requirement traceability. 4. Detection, compare pegging results between classic MRP and MRP live outputs. 5. Technical proof. HANA-based pegging logic produces different allocation sequences under load. Quantity accuracy does not guarantee demand linkage accuracy.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. MRP Live uses different pegging logic than classic ECC MRP. 2. Parallel processing alters supply assignment order. 3. Custom enhancements affecting pegging were not migrated. 4. Data inconsistencies in planning segments affect allocation logic. Pegging logic is algorithmic, not cosmetic.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. Classic ECC pegging behavior differed from HANA-based MRP Live. 2. Migration activates parallel execution planning algorithms. 3. Custom exit logic tied to classic MRP is ignored. 4. Algorithmic differences appear only after cutover. Planning transparency changes when the engine changes.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Planning integrity requires clear accountability under enterprise governance. 1. Accountable, PP functional lead, the person who gets fired if planning traceability fails. 2. Responsible, PP functional lead for validating pegging logic configuration. 3. Consulted, ABAP lead HANA for algorithmic behavior validation. 4. Informed business planner for operational impact review. Algorithmic shifts must be governed like configuration changes.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Pegging inconsistencies require validation of both logic and data structure. 1. PP functional lead reviews planning strategy and segmentation configuration. 2. ABAP lead HANA validates AMDP logic affecting allocation behavior. 3. PP functional lead executes controlled regression planning tests. 4. Business planner confirms traceability integrity.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed basis for performance-related behavior. 2. Blamed SAP for new planning logic. 3. Actual owner PP functional lead for planning configuration validation. 4. Root cause algorithmic differences introduced by MRP Live.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. PP functional lead revalidates planning strategy groups and segmentation. 2. ABAP lead HANA reviews and optimizes any custom planning logic. 3. PP functional lead executes stress testing under realistic demand loads. 4. Business planner validates pegging accuracy across multiple scenarios.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming quantity correctness means planning correctness. 2. Disabling MRP Live without root cause analysis. 3. Applying manual fixes to individual orders. 4. Ignoring algorithmic differences between ECC and S/4HANA. Pegging must be validated systematically, not transactionally.
Follow-up 1. Why does pegging change under parallel processing?
Answer: parallel processing alters execution sequence. Allocation priority can shift when supply assignment runs simultaneously across materials.
Follow-up 2. Is this a configuration issue or a performance issue?
Answer: it is primarily algorithmic and configuration related. Performance may influence visibility, but not core allocation logic.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do planners lose trust quickly?
Answer: because pegging is their visibility tool. When linkage is unclear, planning decisions become guesswork.
Exclusive pro tip.
Validate pegging under high-volume realistic scenarios before declaring MRP Live stable. Algorithmic correctness is as critical as quantity accuracy.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP extended warehouse management EWM, consultant jobs, SAP plant maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section. These questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
Scenario 131. Intermittent MRP drift load.
In the first weeks after go live, MRP results appear stable in low-volume test cycles, but drift under real production load. Planning proposals change between runs without master data modifications, creating confusion among planners.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical algorithmic stability risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting ABAP lead HANA. 5. Business ownership PP functional lead.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How algorithmic instability manifests under real-world load. 1. Symptom, MRP proposals differ between identical planning runs. 2. Red flag, runtime increases significantly during peak execution windows. 3. Business impact, planners lose trust in system determinism. 4. Detection, compare planning results across multiple high-load cycles. 5. Technical proof. HANA performance traces show thread contention and execution sequence variation. Stability in test volume does not guarantee stability under production load.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. MRP Live uses parallel processing with dynamic thread allocation. 2. Indexing or statistics were not optimized post-migration. 3. Custom AMDP logic behaves unpredictably under high concurrency. 4. Hardware sizing assumptions were based on ECC benchmarks. Parallelism introduces power and risk simultaneously.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC Classic MRP was sequential and more predictable. 2. S/4HANA leverages HANA-based in-memory parallel algorithms. 3. Migration activates concurrency patterns never tested in ECC. 4. Production load reveals performance thresholds hidden in QA. New architecture exposes scaling assumptions.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
System stability is governed by infrastructure and algorithm ownership. 1. Accountable basis lead, the person who gets fired if system stability collapses. 2. Responsible basis lead for performance tuning and system optimization. 3. Consulted ABAP lead HANA for reviewing custom AMDP and logic. 4. Informed PP functional lead for planning behavior validation. Infrastructure governance is critical in HANA-based planning.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing drift requires both infrastructure and logic validation. 1. Basis lead analyzes HANA thread allocation and indexing strategy. 2. ABAP lead HANA optimizes custom planning logic for concurrency. 3. Basis lead adjusts system parameters based on load testing results. 4. PP functional lead validates determinism through repeated regression runs.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed PP team for inconsistent planning. 2. Blamed SAP for unstable MRP live behavior. 3. Actual owner basis lead for performance configuration. 4. Root cause parallel processing behavior under real production load.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. Basis lead executes structured load and stress testing. 2. ABAP lead HANA refactors inefficient custom database logic. 3. Basis lead optimizes indexing and memory parameters. 4. PP functional lead validates planning repeatability under peak load.
What What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Assuming it is a functional configuration issue. 2. Disabling parallel processing without root cause analysis. 3. Comparing ECC runtime benchmarks directly to S/4HANA. 4. Ignoring HANA performance trace diagnostics. Performance drift is architectural, not cosmetic.
Follow-up 1. Why does drift appear only under load?
Answer: because concurrency behavior changes execution sequence and memory usage. Under low volume, execution remains predictable.
Follow-up 2. Can this be prevented before go live?
Answer: yes, through realistic performance testing and concurrency simulations. QA systems must mirror production load patterns.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do planners blame configuration first?
Answer: because planning results change. However, algorithm stability is infrastructure-driven, not configuration-driven.
Exclusive pro tip.
In HANA environments, deterministic planning requires performance engineering. Stability is not accidental, it is tuned.
Scenario 132. Order TCO but financially open.
After go live, production orders are technically completed and marked TCO, but financially they remain open. Settlement does not clear balances fully, WIP remains, or variance postings are incomplete. Operations believe the order is closed, but finance sees it as still active.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity: high financial closing risk. 2. Phase: post-go-live stabilization and first month end. 3. Primary ownership: CO functional lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership: FI functional lead.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this issue surfaces during operational and financial reconciliation. 1. Symptom: orders show TCO in production but still appear in WIP or variance reports. 2. Red flag: settlement jobs complete without fully clearing balances. 3. Business impact: month-end close delays and unexplained production cost variances. 4. Detection: compare order status in production with controlling line items and settlement logs. 5. Technical proof: CO documents show residual balances after settlement cycle execution. Technical completion does not guarantee financial completion.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. TCO status controls logistics completion but does not enforce settlement. 2. Settlement profiles or rules were not aligned during migration. 3. Material ledger or parallel valuation logic changed financial posting behavior. 4. Background settlement jobs were not scheduled correctly post-go live. Operational status and financial closure are governed by different engines.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. S/4HANA introduces mandatory material ledger and universal journal integration. 2. Settlement behavior can differ due to ledger and valuation redesign. 3. Conversion realigns cost elements and account determination. 4. Post-migration financial integration is stricter than ECC. Migration redefines how financial closure is calculated.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Financial closure follows strict ownership separation in enterprise projects. 1. Accountable: CO functional lead, the person who gets fired if settlement logic fails. 2. Responsible: CO functional lead for settlement configuration validation. 3. Consulted: PP functional lead for order status and execution alignment. 4. Informed: FI functional lead for financial statement accuracy. In S/4HANA, financial governance drives operational validation.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Resolving this issue requires cross-module financial alignment. 1. CO functional lead reviews settlement profile and allocation structures. 2. PP functional lead validates order status flow and TCO logic. 3. FI functional lead reconciles universal journal postings. 4. Basis lead ensures settlement background jobs execute consistently.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed: PP team because the order is technically closed. 2. Blamed: system because settlement seems inconsistent. 3. Actual owner: CO functional lead for financial settlement governance. 4. Root cause: misalignment between operational completion and financial closure logic.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. CO functional lead corrects settlement rules and validates cost element mapping. 2. PP functional lead confirms proper TCO and delivery status alignment. 3. FI functional lead verifies universal journal postings and reconciliation. 4. Basis lead revalidates settlement job scheduling and monitoring.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting balances without correcting settlement logic. 2. Reopening and reclosing orders repeatedly. 3. Ignoring residual balances assuming they will auto-clear. 4. Treating it as purely a production execution issue. Financial integrity must never rely on manual correction.
Follow-up 1. Why does TCO not automatically trigger financial closure?
Answer: because TCO controls operational completion only. Financial closure depends on settlement cycles and cost processing rules.
Follow-up 2. Why does this often appear during first month-end?
Answer: because month-end triggers full WIP and variance calculations. Migration changes in material ledger and valuation logic surface at that time.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do auditors focus heavily on this issue?
Answer: because financially open orders distort balance sheet accuracy. Audit scrutiny increases when operational and financial statuses diverge.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never assume technical completion equals financial completion. In S/4HANA, settlement logic defines the truth for financial reporting.
Scenario 133. Phantom planning gaps.
After go-live, certain phantom assemblies that previously exploded correctly in ECC are no longer planned as expected in S/4HANA. MRP Live skips lower-level components or generates incomplete procurement proposals, creating silent shortages in production.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high multi-level planning risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PP functional lead. 4. Supporting master data lead. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How phantom behavior inconsistencies become visible in production planning. 1. Symptom: lower-level components are not generated during MRP live execution. 2. Red flag: planned orders lack dependent requirements for phantom items. 3. Business impact: production shortages occur despite seemingly correct BOM structures. 4. Detection: compare multi-level BOM explosion in ECC versus S/4HANA MRP live results. 5. Technical proof: MRP live logs show exclusion or skipping of phantom assemblies. If components are missing without error, suspect phantom configuration drift.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Phantom assembly settings were inconsistently maintained across plants. 2. MRP Live interprets phantom indicators differently from classic MRP. 3. Special procurement keys or explosion types were not aligned during migration. 4. Master data dependencies between BOM and MRP type were not harmonized. Planning accuracy depends on consistent phantom configuration logic.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC tolerated flexible phantom explosion behavior. 2. S/4HANA MRP Live enforces structured multi-level planning rules. 3. Data inconsistencies that never surfaced before become visible. 4. Migration changes planning engines and execution algorithms simultaneously. Migration exposes hidden multi-level planning dependencies.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Multi-level planning governance must follow enterprise RACI discipline. 1. Accountable PP functional lead: the person who gets fired if planning logic fails. 2. Responsible master data lead for correcting phantom and procurement settings. 3. Consulted CO functional lead for valuation impact on multi-level cost roll-up. 4. Informed business planner for operational validation. Clear accountability prevents silent planning gaps from escalating.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Phantom planning issues require configuration and master data alignment. 1. PP functional lead standardizes phantom assembly configuration and explosion logic. 2. Master data lead corrects special procurement and BOM indicators. 3. CO functional lead validates costing impact after explosion correction. 4. Business planner validates full multi-level planning results.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed MRP Live engine for skipping components. 2. Blamed system performance assumptions. 3. Actual owner PP functional lead for configuration governance. 4. Root cause: phantom master data inconsistencies exposed by migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PP functional lead revalidates phantom assembly strategy across plants. 2. Master data lead cleans procurement type and explosion settings. 3. CO functional lead rechecks cost roll-up consistency. 4. Business planner executes controlled regression planning tests.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually creating missing dependent requirements. 2. Switching off phantom indicators without business validation. 3. Ignoring multi-level planning inconsistencies. 4. Treating the issue as a performance problem. Temporary manual fixes distort future planning accuracy.
Follow-up 1. Why did ECC handle phantom assemblies differently?
Answer: ECC Classic MRP used more flexible explosion logic and tolerated inconsistent procurement indicators. S4 HANA MRP Live applies stricter and more deterministic planning algorithms.
Follow-up 2. How can teams validate phantom consistency before go live?
Answer: by executing full multi-level MRP simulations and comparing results with ECC baselines. Structured validation of procurement types and explosion settings prevents surprises.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why are phantom gaps dangerous but hard to detect?
Answer: because planning runs without errors while silently skipping components. The system appears healthy until physical shortages occur on the shop floor.
Exclusive pro tip.
Phantom assemblies are invisible risks in planning. Always validate multi-level explosion logic after migration, not just single-level results.
Scenario 134. Performance stability, prod versus test.
After go live, production performance becomes unstable even though testing environments showed stable MRP runs and order processing. Planning jobs that completed in minutes during testing now take hours in production, causing operational bottlenecks.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical system-wide impact. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PP functional lead. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Why production behaves differently from testing. 1. Symptom: MRP live and background jobs take significantly longer in production. 2. Red flag: CPU spikes and long-running work processes during planning windows. 3. Business impact: delayed production proposals and missed planning cycles. 4. Detection: compare data volume and parallel job load between QA and production. 5. Technical proof: ST03N and DB statistics show higher data volume and lock contention. Test systems rarely simulate real production load.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Production data volume is significantly larger than testing data. 2. Parallel users and background jobs create concurrency pressure. 3. Indexes and statistics are not fully optimized post-conversion. 4. Custom code behaves differently under real production load. Performance problems rarely originate from one single cause.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. Testing environments often use limited data sets. 2. S4 HANA parallel processing exposes hidden inefficiencies. 3. HANA in-memory optimization requires updated indexing strategies. 4. Migration introduces new workload patterns not seen in ECC. Go Live is the first real stress test of the new architecture.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Performance ownership must follow strict accountability. 1. Accountable basis lead: the person who gets fired if system performance collapses. 2. Responsible basis lead for workload analysis and system tuning. 3. Consulted ABAP lead HANA for code-level performance optimization. 4. Informed PP functional lead and business planner for operational scheduling alignment. Clear RACI prevents finger pointing during production instability.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Stabilization requires coordinated technical and functional tuning. 1. Basis lead analyzes workload, adjusts parallel processing parameters, and optimizes database statistics. 2. ABAP lead HANA reviews custom code for inefficient database access. 3. PP functional lead aligns planning schedules to reduce peak load conflicts. 4. Business planner validates that planning cycles remain operationally feasible.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed S4HANA for being slower than ECC. 2. Blamed HANA database configuration. 3. Actual owner basis lead for performance governance. 4. Root cause real production load exposing incomplete optimization.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead performs workload analysis and parameter tuning. 2. ABAP lead HANA optimizes heavy queries and removes inefficient data access patterns. 3. PP functional lead reschedules planning jobs to balance system load. 4. Business planner confirms that adjusted planning windows support operations.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Blaming hardware without workload analysis. 2. Increasing server capacity without code review. 3. Running all planning jobs simultaneously. 4. Ignoring performance warnings during early stabilization. Throwing hardware at the problem rarely solves architectural inefficiencies.
Follow-up 1. Why did testing not reveal this instability?
Answer: testing environments typically use smaller datasets and fewer concurrent users. Production introduces real transaction volume, background job overlap, and peak load scenarios that cannot be fully simulated.
Follow-up 2. Is this a HANA sizing issue?
Answer: not always. While sizing can contribute, most post-go-live performance issues originate from inefficient code, unoptimized indexes, or workload scheduling conflicts.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do performance issues create governance crises?
Answer: because performance impacts every module simultaneously. When planning, execution, and reporting slow down, leadership pressure increases rapidly, often triggering reactive and poorly coordinated fixes.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never declare stabilization complete until production workload has been stress-tested under peak operational conditions.
Scenario 135. PPPIEBR compatibility expiry.
After go-live in S4HANA, process industry companies relying on electronic batch records through the compatibility pack suddenly face compliance risks as support deadlines approach. What worked during initial migration becomes legally risky when compatibility scope expires.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical compliance risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PPPI lead. 4. Supporting solution architect. 5. Business ownership quality and compliance head.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
Compliance issues rarely fail technically. They fail during audit. 1. Symptom: electronic batch record processes continue running but rely on compatibility components. 2. Red flag: SAP roadmap notes upcoming end of maintenance for PPPI compatibility scope. 3. Business impact: regulatory non-compliance exposure in pharmaceutical or chemical industries. 4. Detection: review SAP product availability matrix and compatibility pack deadlines. 5. Technical proof: system shows usage of legacy PPPI transactions within compatibility scope. Compliance risks are silent until the audit arrives.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Compatibility packs allow legacy PPPI functions to run temporarily in S4HANA. 2. Organizations postpone redesign of batch management and EBR processes. 3. Compliance ownership is often separated from technical migration planning. 4. Deadlines are documented but not operationally prioritized. Temporary compatibility becomes permanent dependency.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC supported legacy PPPI functionality without sunset deadlines. 2. S4HANA introduces compatibility scope with defined expiration timelines. 3. Migration often focuses on technical go-live, not long-term compliance architecture. 4. The issue surfaces only when compatibility deadlines approach. S4HANA enforces modernization timelines.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Compliance ownership must be explicit. 1. Accountable PPPI lead the person who gets fired if compliance fails. 2. Responsible PPPI lead for redesigning electronic batch record processes. 3. Consulted solution architect for strategic roadmap alignment. 4. Informed quality and compliance leadership for audit readiness. Governance gaps create regulatory exposure.
Ownership, who actually fixes it?
Modernization must replace compatibility reliance. 1. PPPI lead redesigns batch record architecture using supported S4 functionality. 2. Solution architect aligns roadmap with SAP support timelines. 3. Quality team validates regulatory compliance impact. 4. Project leadership prioritizes modernization before compatibility expiration.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed SAP for removing support. 2. Blamed IT for not extending compatibility. 3. Actual owner PPPI governance for long-term compliance planning. 4. Root cause deferred modernization after migration.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPPI lead migrates legacy EBR logic to supported S4 HANA solutions. 2. Solution architect ensures roadmap alignment with SAP maintenance strategy. 3. Quality leadership validates audit compliance under new architecture. 4. Project governance tracks compatibility deadlines proactively.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Ignoring compatibility deadlines until audit findings occur. 2. Requesting indefinite extensions without redesign. 3. Assuming technical stability equals regulatory compliance. 4. Treating compatibility pack as permanent functionality. Compliance debt compounds over time.
Follow-up 1. Why is this often ignored after go-live?
Answer: because compatibility packs function without immediate disruption. Operational teams focus on daily stability, not long-term compliance deadlines. The risk becomes visible only when audits or support deadlines approach.
Follow-up 2. Is this purely a technical issue?
Answer: no. This is a governance and compliance issue. While technical redesign is required, ownership and prioritization must come from functional and compliance leadership.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this more dangerous than runtime errors?
Answer: runtime errors disrupt operations and are fixed quickly. Compliance failures can result in legal penalties, regulatory action, and reputational damage that extend far beyond IT impact.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your PPPI solution relies on compatibility scope, you do not have a completed migration. You have a postponed redesign.
Scenario 136. PI sheet rendering issues.
After migration to S4 HANA, browser-based PI sheets and execution sheets begin displaying formatting issues, broken scripts, or missing embedded controls. While the underlying process instructions remain technically intact, operators experience execution disruptions on the shop floor.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high operational disruption. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, Fiori or web lead. 4. Supporting PPPI lead. 5. Business ownership, shop floor operations manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
User interface issues often look cosmetic but quickly become operational blockers. 1. Symptom: PI sheets display incorrectly in browsers with missing fields or layout distortions. 2. Red flag: custom HTML scripts or ActiveX components no longer supported in modern browsers. 3. Business impact: operators cannot execute process steps reliably, increasing manual interventions. 4. Detection: browser console logs show deprecated script warnings or rendering errors. 5. Technical proof: comparison between ECC GUI-based execution and S4 browser-based UI reveals incompatibilities. User interface instability directly impacts shop floor productivity.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. ECC PI sheets often relied on legacy browser technologies and custom HTML logic. 2. S4 HANA shifts execution to modern web-based environments with stricter security models. 3. Custom scripts or embedded components are incompatible with updated browser standards. 4. Migration testing focused on back-end logic but overlooked front-end execution behavior. Modern browser security breaks legacy UI assumptions.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC execution was tightly coupled with SAP GUI and older browser frameworks. 2. S4 HANA introduces web-first execution environments. 3. Legacy PI sheet customizations were never validated against modern UI standards. 4. The shift to browser-based execution occurs only during S4 transformation. The backend survives migration. The front-end assumptions do not.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Clear UI ownership prevents shop floor blame games. 1. Accountable Fiori or web lead the person who gets fired if user execution fails. 2. Responsible Fiori or web developer for correcting rendering logic and scripts. 3. Consulted PPPI lead for validating process instruction accuracy. 4. Informed shop floor operations manager for usability sign-off. User experience failures are governance failures, not just technical glitches.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
The fix requires both UI modernization and functional validation. 1. Fiori or web lead modernizes HTML and script logic for browser compatibility. 2. PPPI lead validates execution sequence and process integrity. 3. Shop floor team performs controlled usability testing. 4. Solution governance ensures UI standards align with long-term architecture.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed SAP for UI changes. 2. Blamed operators for incorrect usage. 3. Actual owner, web and UI governance for modernization gaps. 4. Root cause, legacy customizations incompatible with modern browser standards.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Fiori or web lead refactors PI sheet templates using supported web technologies. 2. PPPI lead revalidates process logic in updated UI format. 3. Basis team ensures browser and system compatibility alignment. 4. Operations team confirms shop floor usability before full rollout.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Forcing legacy browser versions to maintain old behavior. 2. Ignoring minor rendering issues assuming operators will adapt. 3. Hard-coding quick UI patches without architectural review. 4. Blaming training instead of fixing UI incompatibility. UI shortcuts create operational instability.
Follow-up 1. Why did PI sheets work in ECC but fail in S4HANA?
Answer: ECC relied heavily on SAP GUI and older browser frameworks that supported legacy scripts. S4HANA adopts modern web standards and stricter security controls. These differences expose unsupported customizations that previously functioned without issue.
Follow-up 2. Can reverting to SAP GUI solve this?
Answer: reverting may temporarily reduce disruption, but it does not align with long-term S4HANA strategy. Browser-based execution is the forward direction. Sustainable fixes require modernization rather than regression.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why are UI issues often underestimated?
Answer: because they appear cosmetic at first glance. However, in manufacturing environments, UI clarity directly impacts execution accuracy. Small rendering defects can lead to major operational deviations.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your PI sheet relies on legacy browser logic, treat it as technical debt. S4HANA rewards clean, standards-based UI architecture.
Category 9 wrap-up. Post-go-live ghost issues.
Category 9 exposed the most dangerous phase of ECC to S4HANA migration, the illusion of stability. Systems appear technically green, but under real production load, structural, planning, financial, and compliance gaps surface. These are not configuration errors. They are architectural consequences of decisions made months earlier.
Transition. Now entering the most specialized layer of S4HANA planning.
If your organization used advanced planning in ECC or APO, migration complexity multiplies. Embedded PPDS in S4HANA is not a technical upgrade. It is a planning paradigm shift. In this final category, we cover the most specialized, least understood, and highest risk migration layer.
Category 10. Advanced planning PPDS.
Focus: specialized S4 scheduling. This category addresses migration risks specific to embedded PPDS. CIF elimination, heuristic drift, planning version loss, resource remapping, and simulation gaps are unique to organizations that relied on APO or advanced scheduling logic. These are not generic PP issues. They are advanced architecture risks.
Scenarios covered in Category 10.
Scenario 137, CIF elimination unsynced data. Primary owner PPDS lead, supporting basis lead queues. Scenario 138 SAP PO table migration failures. Primary owner basis lead. Supporting PPDS lead. Scenario 139 finite scheduling and heuristic drift. Primary owner PPDS lead. Supporting business planner BPO. Scenario 140 subcon orders replaced by PRs. Primary owner PPDS lead. Supporting functional lead. Scenario 141 PPDS order conversion mismatch. Primary owner PPDS lead. Supporting ABAP lead. Scenario 142 shelf life planning not triggered. Primary owner PPDS lead. Supporting functional lead. Scenario 143 simulation profiles lost. Primary owner PPDS lead. Supporting basis lead. Scenario 144 capacity category migration errors. Primary owner PPDS lead. Supporting master data team MDM.
Why Category 10 is a different level of risk.
Advanced planning in S/4HANA is not a simple continuation of a PO. CIF is eliminated. Live cache architecture disappears. Planning versions behave differently. Embedded PPDS operates directly inside S/4HANA tables. That architectural shift means data alignment, scheduling logic, and heuristic behavior must be revalidated from scratch.
Executive warning for advanced planning users.
If your ECC landscape used APO with CIF, heuristic-based scheduling, or simulation versions, Category 10 is not optional. It is mandatory. Most migration failures in advanced manufacturing organizations occur here, not in basic PP configuration.
Now we move scenario by scenario.
From Scenario 137 onward, we will follow the locked enterprise governance format. Each scenario will include diagnostic dashboard, root cause, migration exclusivity, RACI model, ownership, blame analysis, correct fix by role, and governance risks. This is the final layer of the ECC to S/4HANA production planning migration framework.
Scenario 137, CIF elimination unsynced data.
During ECC to S/4HANA migration, organizations that previously relied on APO CIF integration face data desynchronization after go-live. With CIF eliminated in embedded PPDS, master and transactional data no longer flow between systems. Planning inconsistencies surface immediately when embedded scheduling logic reads incomplete or misaligned data.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical advanced planning architecture risk. 2. Phase during conversion and post-go-live. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting basis lead queues. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How this failure manifests in advanced planning environments and how to detect it early. 1. Symptom planning results differ between legacy APO expectations and S/4HANA embedded PPDS outputs. 2. Red flag missing resources, PDS objects, or planning versions after migration. 3. Business impact finite scheduling produces unrealistic load distribution across work centers. 4. Detection. Comparison reports reveal missing integration objects previously transferred via CIF. 5. Technical proof. Queue monitoring in pre-migration shows dependencies that no longer exist post-conversion. Insight. If planning suddenly looks inconsistent, the root is usually CIF elimination, not heuristic malfunction.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. ECC and APO relied on CIF for master and transactional synchronization. 2. S/4HANA embedded PPDS removes CIF architecture entirely. 3. Migration does not automatically reconstruct all planning objects inside S/4HANA. 4. Historical integration assumptions collapse under the unified data model. CIF removal is architectural simplification, but only if data governance is redesigned.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. CIF existed only in ECC plus APO landscapes. 2. Embedded PPDS eliminates cross-system synchronization logic. 3. Legacy planning versions are not automatically recreated. 4. This gap appears only during migration from distributed to embedded planning. The issue is not new scheduling logic. It is removal of integration architecture.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In advanced planning migrations, accountability and execution must be clearly separated across work streams. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who does the work. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for planning architecture validation. 2. Responsible basis lead for validating integration object consistency and system configuration. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for master data alignment. 4. Informed business planner for scheduling validation and operational confirmation. Enterprise governance requires clear separation between planning architecture ownership and technical execution.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
CIF elimination requires structural redesign, not patch correction. 1. PPDS lead redefines planning object structure inside embedded PPDS. 2. Basis lead validates system configuration and removes obsolete integration dependencies. 3. PP functional lead reconciles master data to align with embedded planning logic. 4. Business planner validates finite scheduling realism after reconstruction.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed SAP for removing CIF architecture. 2. Blamed basis for integration inconsistencies. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead for planning architecture redesign. 4. Root cause distributed planning model replaced by embedded architecture without full redesign.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead redesigns planning model using embedded configuration. 2. Basis lead validates system performance and removes obsolete integration settings. 3. PP functional lead aligns master data and planning parameters. 4. Business planner performs end-to-end regression testing of scheduling scenarios.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Attempting to recreate CIF-like synchronization manually. 2. Assuming planning inconsistencies are heuristic bugs. 3. Ignoring missing planning versions post-migration. 4. Blaming performance without reviewing data structure alignment. Architectural simplification demands architectural redesign.
Follow-up 1. Why is CIF elimination so disruptive?
Answer: because CIF was the backbone of master and transactional synchronization between ECC and APO. Removing it collapses cross-system assumptions. Embedded PPDS expects a unified data model, not synchronized replicas.
Follow-up 2. Can planning versions from APO be reused directly?
Answer: no. Planning versions and models must be redesigned within embedded PPDS. Direct reuse is not technically supported because architecture changes fundamentally.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do many advanced planning failures appear only under real production load?
Answer: because test data rarely reflects true capacity complexity. Under real data volumes, missing objects and inconsistent resources create visible scheduling distortions.
Exclusive pro tip.
If your organization used APO with CIF, treat embedded PPDS migration as a reimplementation project, not a technical conversion. Planning architecture must be redesigned, validated, and stress-tested under realistic production loads.
Scenario 138. SAP APO table migration failures.
During migration from ECC plus APO to S4 HANA embedded PPDS, legacy SAP APO tables are no longer valid storage locations. Critical planning objects such as resources, PDS, and planning versions fail to migrate cleanly. Post-go-live, planners notice missing objects, incomplete heuristics, or scheduling inconsistencies.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical advanced planning data integrity risk. 2. Phase during conversion and early stabilization. 3. Primary ownership basis lead. 4. Supporting PPDS lead. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How SAP APO table migration failures surface in embedded PPDS environments. 1. Symptom: planning heuristics execute but produce incomplete or unrealistic scheduling proposals. 2. Red flag: missing PDS or resource assignments in embedded PPDS configuration. 3. Business impact: production capacity appears underutilized or overloaded inconsistently. 4. Detection. Migration logs show skipped or partially transferred planning objects. 5. Technical proof. Embedded PPDS tables lack object consistency previously stored in SAP PO structures. Insight. When planning objects disappear, the issue is migration integrity, not scheduling logic.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. SAP PO tables were part of a separate APO system architecture. 2. Embedded PPDS consolidates planning objects inside S/4HANA. 3. Not all APO objects have automated migration equivalents. 4. Data extraction and reconstruction errors create structural gaps. Architecture simplification requires careful object reconstruction.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. SAP PO tables exist only in ECC plus APO landscapes. 2. Embedded PPDS uses different internal table structures. 3. Migration tooling cannot automatically convert every object relationship. 4. This issue surfaces only when moving from decentralized to embedded planning. This is not a runtime bug. It is structural transition risk.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
In advanced planning migration, accountability and execution must be clearly defined. Accountable means the person who gets fired if it fails. Responsible means the person who does the work. 1. Accountable basis lead for technical migration integrity. 2. Responsible PPDS lead for reconstructing planning objects inside S/4HANA. 3. Consulted PP functional lead for master data validation. 4. Informed business planner for scheduling confirmation. Clear governance prevents technical migration gaps from becoming operational crises.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Repairing SAP PO migration failures requires coordinated reconstruction, not patch fixes. 1. Basis lead analyzes migration logs and corrects technical data transfer errors. 2. PPDS lead rebuilds missing planning objects such as PDS and resources. 3. PP functional lead validates BOM and routing alignment with an embedded PPDS. 4. Business planner validates scheduling output consistency.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed SAP for incomplete migration tools. 2. Blamed PPDS configuration for inconsistent heuristics. 3. Actual owner basis lead for migration integrity oversight. 4. Root cause, incomplete object reconstruction during architecture shift.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. Basis lead re-executes or corrects migration extraction and load procedures. 2. PPDS lead reconstructs and validates all critical planning objects. 3. PP functional lead ensures production master data consistency. 4. Business planner performs controlled scenario testing under realistic load.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually recreating objects without architectural validation. 2. Ignoring migration warnings assuming non-critical impact. 3. Blaming scheduling performance before verifying data completeness. 4. Allowing planners to work around missing objects temporarily. Planning stability depends on structural completeness.
Follow-up 1. Why are SAP PO objects difficult to migrate automatically?
Answer: because SAP PO was designed for a separate system architecture with its own data model. Embedded PPDS consolidates this structure inside S/4HANA. Object relationships must be reconstructed rather than copied.
Follow-up 2. Can missing PDS objects be rebuilt manually?
Answer: yes. But manual reconstruction without understanding dependencies can introduce further inconsistencies. A structured rebuild with validation is mandatory.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do planning errors appear weeks after go live?
Answer: because some objects are only triggered under specific planning conditions. Under real operational scenarios, missing relationships surface gradually.
Exclusive pro tip.
Treat SAP PO table migration as a data reconstruction exercise. Embedded PPDS must be validated with full production load simulations before declaring stabilization complete.
Scenario 139. Finite scheduling heuristic drift.
After migrating from APO to S/4HANA embedded PPDS, finite scheduling heuristics produce different sequencing results compared to ECC plus APO. Production orders shift unexpectedly. Overload appears on critical resources, and planners lose confidence in automated optimization.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity critical scheduling integrity risk. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting business planner BPO. 5. Business ownership production planning manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How finite scheduling drift becomes visible in real production environments. 1. Symptom, orders are sequenced differently despite identical master data. 2. Red flag capacity overloads appear in resources that were previously balanced. 3. Business impact production priorities shift unpredictably, increasing lead times. 4. Detection comparison of legacy APO results versus embedded PPDS simulations. 5. Technical proof. Heuristic logs show different prioritization or pegging behavior. Insight. When sequencing changes without data changes, algorithm behavior is the root.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Embedded PPDS uses updated scheduling algorithms inside S/4HANA. 2. Optimization parameters differ from legacy APO settings. 3. Resource definitions and capacity buckets may not align exactly. 4. Planning versions and simulation logic behave differently in embedded architecture. Algorithmic behavior changes when architecture changes.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC plus APO used a separate optimization engine. 2. Embedded PPDS integrates scheduling directly into S/4HANA. 3. Heuristic parameters do not migrate one-to-one. 4. Drift appears only when comparing pre- and post-migration planning results. This is a structural algorithm transition, not user error.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Accountable means the person who gets fired if scheduling fails. Responsible means the person who configures and validates the heuristic logic. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for scheduling architecture correctness. 2. Responsible PPDS lead for heuristic configuration and validation. 3. Consulted basis lead for performance tuning under load. 4. Informed production planning manager for operational approval. Scheduling governance must be explicit in advanced planning environments.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Fixing heuristic drift requires parameter alignment, not manual rescheduling. 1. PPDS lead reviews and aligns heuristic configuration parameters. 2. Basis lead validates runtime performance and memory allocation. 3. Business planner compares historical and current planning outputs. 4. Production planning manager signs off on stabilized scheduling logic.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed S/4HANA for unstable scheduling. 2. Blamed users for incorrect planning priorities. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead for heuristic configuration. 4. Root cause algorithm transition without structured validation.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead recalibrates heuristic parameters and scheduling priorities. 2. Basis lead ensures system resources support finite scheduling load. 3. Business planner performs controlled comparison simulations. 4. Production planning manager validates operational feasibility.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting production orders without fixing heuristic logic. 2. Disabling finite scheduling to avoid overload visibility. 3. Assuming data corruption without analyzing algorithm parameters. 4. Ignoring simulation comparison before go live. Scheduling shortcuts create long-term production instability.
Follow-up 1. Why do sequencing results differ with identical data?
Answer: because embedded PPDS uses updated heuristic algorithms and capacity evaluation logic. Even small configuration differences can produce different scheduling sequences.
Follow-up 2. Can this be avoided during testing?
Answer: yes, by running side-by-side simulation comparisons between legacy APO and embedded PPDS before final cutover. Without comparison, drift appears only under live production data.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do planners distrust automation after migration?
Answer: because visible sequencing differences create uncertainty. Without transparent explanation of algorithm changes, Users assume instability rather than controlled architectural shift.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate embedded PPDS heuristics under realistic load simulations before stabilization sign-off. Scheduling credibility depends on structured comparison, not assumptions.
Scenario 140. Subcon orders replaced by PRs.
After migrating to S/4HANA embedded PPDS, subcontracting planned orders that were previously created in APO are now generated as standard purchase requisitions. Planning logic appears intact, but execution documents no longer match historical process expectations.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high execution model shift. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting functional lead. 5. Business ownership procurement manager.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How subcontracting behavior shifts become visible after go-live. 1. Symptom planned orders for subcontracting are replaced by purchase requisitions. 2. Red flag procurement team reports unexpected document types from planning run. 3. Business impact confusion in subcontracting process flow and vendor coordination. 4. Detection comparison of legacy APO planned order output with embedded PPDS results. 5. Technical proof. Planning logs show document category substitution logic triggered. Insight: when document types change, execution logic has shifted.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Embedded PPDS integrates subcontracting logic differently than a PO. 2. Document category mapping changes during migration. 3. Special procurement keys may be reinterpreted in S/4HANA. 4. Planning integration between PPDS and behaves differently. Document output reflects architectural integration changes.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC plus APO generated subcontracting planned orders differently. 2. Embedded PPDS consolidates planning within S/4HANA. 3. Document category mapping does not migrate identically. 4. Behavior shift appears only after embedded planning activation. Planning document architecture evolves during migration.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Accountable means the person who gets fired if subcontracting execution fails. Responsible means the person configuring and validating planning document behavior. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for subcontracting planning architecture. 2. Responsible PPDS lead for document category configuration. 3. Consulted functional lead for procurement integration validation. 4. Informed procurement manager for operational acceptance. Subcontracting planning requires explicit cross-module governance.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Correction requires alignment of planning and procurement logic. 1. PPDS lead reviews and aligns subcontracting document category settings. 2. functional lead validates procurement document flow. 3. Business planner tests planning output under real scenarios. 4. Procurement manager confirms execution alignment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed S/4HANA for changing subcontracting behavior. 2. Blamed procurement for incorrect processing. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead for document configuration alignment. 4. Root cause embedded planning integration differences.
How this is actually fixed. The right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead realigns document category and special procurement configuration. 2. functional lead validates subcontracting purchase requisition flow. 3. Business planner performs controlled simulation comparison. 4. Procurement manager approves corrected execution logic.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually converting purchase requisitions without correcting planning logic. 2. Ignoring document type differences assuming minor impact. 3. Disabling subcontracting integration temporarily. 4. Blaming vendor master data without reviewing planning configuration. Document-level patches hide structural planning shifts.
Follow-up 1. Why does embedded PPDS change document types?
Answer: because planning logic is integrated directly into S/4HANA and document category mapping follows updated configuration rules. It is not random behavior but structural integration alignment.
Follow-up 2. Can this impact financial postings?
Answer: yes. Different document types influence procurement flow and accounting integration. Incorrect mapping may affect GR, IR, and valuation timing.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do teams miss this during testing?
Answer: because testing often validates quantity accuracy, but not document category behavior. Execution document shifts only become visible when procurement begins live processing.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always compare planning document categories between legacy APO and embedded PPDS before final cutover. Document alignment is as critical as quantity accuracy.
Scenario 141. PP or DS order conversion mismatch.
After migrating to S/4HANA embedded PPDS, planned orders converted into production orders show unexpected order categories or number range inconsistencies. Execution teams report that converted orders behave differently compared to legacy APO integrated scenarios.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, high execution integrity risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting ABAP lead. 5. Business ownership production manager BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How conversion mismatches appear during order execution. 1. Symptom: converted production orders show unexpected order types or status behavior. 2. Red flag: number ranges do not align with plant-specific configuration. 3. Business impact: shop floor confusion and reporting inconsistencies. 4. Detection: comparison of planned order conversion logs before and after migration. 5. Technical proof: PP or DS conversion trace reveals order category mapping differences. Insight: conversion mismatches reflect integration configuration gaps.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Embedded PPDS uses different internal order category mapping logic. 2. Legacy APO order conversion logic is not replicated one-to-one. 3. Number range objects are redefined during S/4HANA migration. 4. Custom enhancements affecting order conversion may not be migrated. Order conversion is configuration-driven, not automatic replication.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC plus APO maintains separate order category frameworks. 2. S/4HANA consolidates planning and execution logic. 3. Conversion logic differences surface only when embedded planning is activated. 4. The architectural merge introduces category realignment risks. Embedded integration exposes hidden order mapping dependencies.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Accountable means the person who gets fired if execution integrity fails. Responsible means the person who configures and validates order conversion behavior. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for order conversion architecture. 2. Responsible PPDS lead for category and number range mapping. 3. Consulted ABAP lead for enhancement validation. 4. Informed production manager BPO for operational sign-off. Clear governance prevents order category confusion post-migration.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Stabilizing order conversion requires configuration and technical validation. 1. PPDS lead aligns order category and number range configuration. 2. ABAP lead reviews custom conversion enhancements. 3. PP functional lead validates integration with shop floor processes. 4. Production manager confirms execution behavior in real scenarios.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed system conversion tool for wrong order types. 2. Blamed production team for incorrect order processing. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead for conversion configuration mapping. 4. Root cause, misaligned order category and number range settings.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead realigns order category mapping to S/4HANA standards. 2. ABAP lead adjusts custom conversion enhancements if required. 3. PP functional lead performs end-to-end regression testing. 4. Production manager validates corrected execution flow.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting order numbers post-creation. 2. Ignoring order category differences assuming minor impact. 3. Blaming number ranges without checking category mapping. 4. Bypassing conversion validation testing. Order-level patches hide structural conversion misalignment.
Follow-up 1. Why do order numbers change after migration?
Answer: because number range objects and order categories are reconfigured during S/4HANA migration. Embedded PPDS may use different internal mapping logic compared to legacy APO, which alters execution identifiers.
Follow-up 2. Does this affect costing or reporting?
Answer: yes. Order category changes can influence costing behavior, settlement rules, and reporting classification. Financial and operational alignment must be validated after correction.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this rarely caught before go live?
Answer: because testing often focuses on quantity and schedule accuracy, not document identity. Category and number range shifts become visible only when live execution and reporting begin.
Exclusive pro tip.
Always validate order category mapping and number range alignment during embedded PPDS activation. Execution integrity depends on document identity as much as planning logic.
Scenario 142. Shelf life planning not triggered.
After activating embedded PPDS in S/4HANA, shelf life dependent planning does not trigger correctly for batch-managed materials. Planned orders ignore expiration constraints, resulting in production schedules that violate quality and compliance requirements.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, critical compliance and quality risk. 2. Phase, post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership, PPDS lead. 4. Supporting QM functional lead. 5. Business ownership, quality manager, BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How shelf life planning gaps surface in real manufacturing operations. 1. Symptom: planned orders consume batches close to expiration. 2. Red flag: shelf life fields maintained in master data but ignored during planning. 3. Business impact: compliance violations and potential product write-offs. 4. Detection: comparison between batch characteristics and planned order allocation. 5. Technical proof: PPDS planning log shows shelf life constraint not activated. Insight: if quality constraints are invisible to planning, configuration is incomplete.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. Embedded PPDS requires explicit activation of shelf life planning profiles. 2. Characteristic mapping between batch classification and PPDS is misaligned. 3. Legacy APO settings were not fully replicated in S/4HANA. 4. Quality integration flags are not correctly transferred during migration. Shelf life logic must be deliberately configured, not assumed.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC without advanced planning did not enforce shelf life constraints at planning level. 2. APO configurations do not automatically migrate to embedded PPDS. 3. S/4HANA planning engine requires new profile assignments. 4. Migration introduces integration dependency between planning and quality modules. Advanced planning shifts responsibility from execution to algorithm.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Accountable means the person who gets fired if compliance fails. Responsible means the person who configures and validates shelf life planning logic. 1. Accountable: PPDS lead for planning constraint architecture. 2. Responsible: PPDS lead for activating shelf life dependent planning profiles. 3. Consulted: QM functional lead for batch classification validation. 4. Informed: quality business process owner for compliance confirmation. Compliance-driven planning requires cross-module accountability.
Ownership: who actually fixes it.
Shelf life-dependent planning requires both configuration and master data validation. 1. PPDS lead activates and validates shelf life planning profiles. 2. QM functional lead verifies batch characteristic integration. 3. Master data team ensures classification values are correctly maintained. 4. Quality manager validates real production scenarios after correction.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed: production planning team for wrong allocation. 2. Blamed: quality team for expired batches. 3. Actual owner: PPDS lead for incomplete planning constraint activation. 4. Root cause: shelf life configuration not migrated correctly.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead activates shelf life dependent planning profiles. 2. QM functional lead validates batch classification and integration. 3. Master data team corrects missing or inconsistent characteristic assignments. 4. Quality business owner confirms compliance through controlled test scenarios.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Manually adjusting planned orders without correcting configuration. 2. Ignoring expiration logic assuming operational correction later. 3. Blaming PPDS algorithm without reviewing profile activation. 4. Skipping quality validation during regression testing. Compliance shortcuts create regulatory exposure.
Follow-up 1. Why did shelf life planning work in APO but not in S4HANA?
Answer: because APO configurations are not automatically replicated into embedded PPDS. Planning profiles and constraint settings must be explicitly redefined. Without this activation, shelf life logic remains dormant.
Follow-up 2. Can this be solved only by master data cleanup?
Answer: no. Master data correctness is required but insufficient. Shelf life dependent planning must be activated at configuration level in PPDS, otherwise constraints are ignored regardless of data quality.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is this especially risky in regulated industries?
Answer: because pharmaceutical and chemical industries rely on expiration control for compliance. Planning errors can result in non-compliant production batches and audit violations, not just operational inefficiency.
Exclusive pro tip.
Never assume shelf life dependent planning migrates automatically. Validate constraint activation explicitly in embedded PPDS before go live.
Scenario 143. Simulation profiles lost.
After migration to embedded PPDS in S4HANA, planning simulation profiles that existed in APO are no longer available. Planners cannot execute what-if simulations, and scenario-based decision-making becomes restricted or inconsistent.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity high planning strategy impact. 2. Phase post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting basis lead. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How loss of simulation capability becomes visible in daily planning operations. 1. Symptom: planners cannot create alternative planning versions for scenario testing. 2. Red flag: simulation profiles previously used in APO are missing in PPDS. 3. Business impact: strategic capacity and supply decisions are made without scenario validation. 4. Detection: absence of simulation profile configuration in embedded PPDS settings. 5. Technical proof: no migrated planning versions or simulation parameters found in system configuration. Insight: if planners lose simulation, decision quality drops immediately.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. APO simulation versions are not automatically migrated to embedded PPDS. 2. Planning version architecture differs between APO and S4HANA. 3. Migration focus often prioritizes transactional data over simulation design. 4. Configuration of scenario profiles is overlooked during project cutover. Simulation logic must be rebuilt, not assumed.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC without APO did not rely on structured simulation environments. 2. APO simulation data structures do not replicate directly into embedded PPDS. 3. Migration eliminates CIF-based version control mechanisms. 4. S4HANA requires explicit redefinition of planning versions and profiles. Advanced planning flexibility must be re-engineered in S4HANA.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Accountable means the person who gets fired if strategic planning fails. Responsible means the person who rebuilds the simulation architecture. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for advanced planning architecture continuity. 2. Responsible PPDS lead for configuring simulation profiles and planning versions. 3. Consulted basis lead for system setup and technical validation. 4. Informed business planner for usability and scenario testing. Strategic planning capability requires clear architectural ownership.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Restoring simulation requires architectural configuration, not user training. 1. PPDS lead recreates planning versions and simulation profiles. 2. Basis lead ensures system performance and version isolation stability. 3. Business planner validates what-if scenarios under real business conditions. 4. Solution architect reviews long-term planning governance.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it?
1. Blamed SAP for removing APO features. 2. Blamed IT for incomplete migration. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead for simulation architecture design. 4. Root cause planning version reconfiguration not executed during conversion.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead defines and configures simulation planning versions. 2. Basis lead validates performance isolation of simulation runs. 3. Business planner executes controlled scenario tests. 4. Solution architect ensures alignment with enterprise planning strategy.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Ignoring simulation gaps assuming planners can adjust manually. 2. Copying production data into test clients without structured version control. 3. Blaming user adoption instead of configuration absence. 4. Skipping regression testing of planning versions. Strategic planning without simulation increases enterprise risk.
Follow-up 1. Why are simulation profiles critical for advanced planning?
Answer: because they allow planners to evaluate capacity, supply, and demand changes without affecting live production data. Without them, strategic decisions become reactive rather than predictive.
Follow-up 2. Can simulation be replaced by manual Excel analysis?
Answer: not effectively. Excel cannot replicate integrated capacity, resource, and material constraint logic embedded within PPDS algorithms.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why do many teams overlook this during migration?
Answer: because simulation capability is often considered optional during technical conversion. However, its absence significantly impacts strategic planning maturity post-go-live.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before decommissioning APO, document every simulation profile and planning version. Rebuild them deliberately in embedded PPDS to protect strategic planning capability.
Scenario 144. Capacity category migration errors.
During APO to embedded PPDS migration in ECC to S4HANA programs, resource capacity categories are not replicated with identical structure. After go-live, finite scheduling produces unrealistic overloads or idle capacities because the resource modeling logic does not match the original APO design.
Scenario classification.
1. Complexity, very high advanced scheduling architecture impact. 2. Phase, conversion, and post-go-live stabilization. 3. Primary ownership PPDS lead. 4. Supporting master data team MDM. 5. Business ownership business planner BPO.
Diagnostic dashboard, symptoms and evidence.
How capacity category migration errors surface in real scheduling operations. 1. Symptom: finite scheduling shows overloads despite available physical capacity. 2. Red flag: resource capacity categories do not match legacy APO configuration. 3. Business impact: production plans appear feasible in system but fail during execution. 4. Detection: side-by-side comparison of APO resource definitions and embedded PPDS resource master reveals structural gaps. 5. Technical proof: capacity variants, shift sequences, or classification attributes are missing or misaligned. Insight: if scheduling logic changes without configuration change, resource modeling was not migrated correctly.
Why this happens, scenario analysis and root cause.
1. APO resource categories and variants are not automatically transferred to S4HANA. 2. CIF elimination removes automated synchronization of resource master data. 3. Capacity classification and variant logic require manual redesign in embedded PPDS. 4. Migration projects prioritize order data but overlook resource architecture consistency. Advanced scheduling accuracy depends entirely on precise resource modeling.
Why this is a migration-exclusive failure.
1. ECC without APO did not use complex finite capacity categories. 2. APO relied on CIF synchronization that no longer exists in S4HANA. 3. Embedded PPDS requires full architectural recreation of resource logic. 4. Capacity inconsistencies become visible only when finite scheduling runs under real demand. Migration removes technical bridges, but does not rebuild advanced planning logic automatically.
Governance and accountability, RACI model.
Accountable means the person who gets fired if scheduling fails. Responsible means the person who rebuilds the resource architecture correctly. 1. Accountable PPDS lead for advanced scheduling integrity. 2. Responsible PPDS lead for remapping capacity categories and resource variants. 3. Consulted master data team for correcting classification and shift definitions. 4. Informed business planner for validating scheduling feasibility. In advanced planning, architectural ownership defines scheduling stability.
Ownership, who actually fixes it.
Capacity category errors are structural defects, not performance issues. 1. PPDS lead rebuilds resource capacity category structure in embedded PPDS. 2. Master data team corrects resource classification and capacity variance. 3. Business planner validates finite scheduling under peak demand scenarios. 4. Solution architect reviews long-term scheduling governance alignment.
Who gets blamed versus who owns it.
1. Blamed HANA performance because plans appear unstable. 2. Blamed SAP scheduling algorithm for unrealistic load results. 3. Actual owner PPDS lead for incomplete resource migration. 4. Root cause capacity category and variant mapping gaps.
How this is actually fixed, the right way by a role.
1. PPDS lead redesigns and validates capacity categories and variants. 2. Master data team aligns resource attributes across all plants. 3. Business planner performs regression testing with realistic production loads. 4. Basis lead monitors runtime behavior after structural corrections.
What not to do, common wrong fixes.
1. Increasing server capacity without fixing resource definitions. 2. Blaming performance tuning for structural scheduling gaps. 3. Manually adjusting production orders without correcting master data. 4. Ignoring variant or shift misalignment warnings. Performance tuning cannot compensate for incorrect resource architecture.
Follow-up 1. Why do capacity issues surface only under production load?
Answer: finite scheduling complexity increases exponentially with real production volume. Structural capacity gaps that are invisible in testing become obvious when the system processes full-scale demand.
Follow-up 2. Can we temporarily switch to infinite scheduling to avoid this?
Answer: switching to infinite scheduling hides the problem but does not solve it. It removes realistic capacity validation and increases operational risk.
Follow-up 3. Curveball. Why is resource modeling often underestimated in migrations?
Answer: because projects focus heavily on transactional data and overlook planning architecture. In advanced scheduling environments, resource modeling is the core determinant of feasibility.
Exclusive pro tip.
Before go live, simulate peak production loads with realistic resource capacity data. If scheduling holds under stress conditions, your capacity migration is architecturally sound.
Category 10 wrap-up. Advanced planning is not a technical upgrade. It is an architectural rebuild.
Embedded PPDS in S/4HANA is not a lift-and-shift replacement for a PO. It removes CIF synchronization, eliminates legacy bridges, and forces full architectural ownership of resource modeling, scheduling logic, and planning governance. If advanced planning is migrated casually, the business will experience unstable schedules, unrealistic loads, and execution chaos. Advanced planning demands architectural discipline, not configuration shortcuts.
Part 2 conclusion. From financial integrity to advanced scheduling mastery.
In Part 2, we covered the most complex layers of ECC to S/4HANA production planning migration: costing integrity, cross-module integration, HANA performance behavior, extensibility risks, post-go-live ghost issues, and advanced PPDS transformation. These are not configuration tweaks. These are enterprise architecture shifts that define whether your migration stabilizes or spirals. If Part 1 was about structural readiness, Part 2 was about operational survival.
Full series conclusion. 144 enterprise-grade PP incidents. End-to-end ownership defined.
Across both parts, we dissected 144 real-world ECC to S/4HANA PP migration incidents covering pre-conversion, conversion window, planning logic, execution behavior, costing impact, integration breakdowns, HANA performance, extensibility shocks, post-go-live instability, and advanced PPDS architecture. Every scenario was mapped with clear ownership, governance, accountability, and corrective strategy. This is not a generic checklist. It is an enterprise-grade survival guide for brownfield S/4HANA transformation.
Missed Part 1.
If you started here with Part 2, go back and watch Part 1, where we covered categories 1 through 4, including structural master data risks, conversion window incidents, MRP live behavioral shifts, and production execution transformation. The link to Part 1 is provided in the description below. Both parts together form the complete ECC to S/4HANA PP migration blueprint.
Final thought.
S/4HANA does not create chaos. It exposes hidden weaknesses in process design, master data governance, integration architecture, and ownership clarity. The teams that succeed are not the ones who migrate fastest. They are the ones who define accountability clearly, validate architecture deeply, and respect the system's enforcement logic. Migration is not a technical event. It is a structural reset of your production backbone.
Please check description or comment section of this video. I have given a lot of links for downloading 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file, containing all types of most asked interview question and answers like scenario-based, technical-based, behavioral-based, real-world problem-solving, generally most asked system design, most asked implementation project-related interview questions and answers, most asked support project-related interview questions and answers, required for your SAP functional modules interviews jobs like SAP MM consultant jobs, SAP FICO consultant jobs, SAP SD consultant jobs, SAP PP consultant jobs, SAP Ariba consultant jobs, SAP Extended Warehouse Management EWM consultant jobs, SAP Plant Maintenance PM consultant jobs, etc., etc. These questions and answers are carefully curated by industry experts, saving you people hours of research and ensuring you people will have the most accurate and relevant answers. This PDFs includes scenario-based questions and answers, real-world problem solving, interview questions and answers where almost 80% of the people are failing to answer, system design questions and answers where almost 90% of the people are failing to answer, with detailed solutions, which are often missing from free online resources. A lot of people are claiming that these questions are coming in real interviews. So, grab them as soon as possible with both hands. Since these questions and answers covers basic to advanced interview questions and answers, that's why given 50 question and answers for each section, these questions and answers will be helpful for freshers, 2 to 3 years experienced people, and 5 or above years experienced people also for your interviews. You people can download all 7 or 8 PDFs in a single zip file from below given links.
For more exciting tips, tricks, and more importantly, for valuable insights of interviews, please share, like, and subscribe to my channel. It has a lot of valuable information about various insights of interviews. It has a wide range of real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for interviews, and it has wide range of most asked interview questions and answers of various technologies like data science, SAP, AWS, DevOps, and full-stack web development, and more. That will be useful during interviews. It has a wide range of most asked interview questions and answers and real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for freshers, for 2 to 3 years, experienced candidates, and for 5 or above years, experienced candidates to test their skills by knowing most asked interview questions and make themselves ready for interviews.